alcohol with your work buddies, but like, don't you dare mention marijuana, or you're just a loser drug addict, you know? And it's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
You know, like I said, I'm not advocating for any of it. I'm just saying,
well, it's just
this
like
is really a free country.
I don't currently, but I've worked in, you know, on aircraft and stuff. And if you want to work in that industry, you can't do marijuana at all. Well, I mean, you can't get caught doing it.
Right. Yeah, just be responsible. I mean, if you get off work at 5 o'clock and you don't have to come home and take care of children, you're just a single guy, and you want to sit in your living room, not be on the road, you should be able to do whatever the heck you want sitting on your couch. Anything.
Well, yeah.
You know, and
well, I'll tell you what, though, I'll be completely raw honest. I just started my stream. Been a pothead, well, not constantly, but been a pothead, you know, since I was in high school, you know. So, I know when I drink, I necessarily am not in the whole thing. I'm just a little slower if I smoke or eat a gummy or something, you know.
Dude, but, you know, the only problem I had from smoking was I got fat. That was it. I drove to Taco Bell in the morning.
I got fat from drinking, so yeah. But
like I don't smoke anymore. Ever since my youngest daughter was born, I will occasionally eat a small gummy.
Yeah, I eat gummies, man. I rarely smoke. I'll take a couple hits.
But I take like 10 or 15 milligrams, and that's it. Like just enough to kind of like relax.
I do about 20 a day. I'll take one sometimes like mid-morning, and then take another one on the way home from work. I can't handle much more than 20 milligrams.
It's truly therapeutic.
Yeah. It's like, can you believe? It's like those people that just like take, like, yeah, I can take 100 milligram gummy. What the fuck?
No.
Holy shit!
Dude, the first time I did gummies, I didn't know, like, I didn't understand milligrams, you know, because I just knew like a joint, a blunt, a bowl. So
I know what you're talking about.
This guy sells me this nerd rope, and it's like 600 milligrams, and he's like, yeah, it's like a blunt. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I just eat the whole thing. I sat in my recliner Friday evening, and I did not wake up or move till like Sunday, like 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. And I was just comatose.
You just take 10, and then like an hour later, if you want to kick it up a little bit, take another 10, and then you're good. Don't touch anything else for a while, you know.
Yeah, and it takes a long time.
50 to 100. Yeah, it takes like a couple hours for it to really kick in good.
And then a long plateau too, instead of like only an hour or two peak and then slowly back down. It's like 6 hour peak and then.
Yeah, so I pretty much just do gummies, and I'll smoke if I want like a fast. But that wears off pretty quick too. But.
Yeah, so it's like a quicker hit to your bloodline, but then it exits just as fast.
But yeah, if I take too much of the gummies, I'll get a headache anyway, and I'll feel like shit. So it's like just 10 at a time. Keep it. Maybe I'll take 3 in a day, but I don't ever take any more than that.
Tennessee just went backwards on our laws. July 1st, they banned THCA. And
have you guys ever owned anything made out of hemp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a shirt, not like a t-shirt, but like a button-up that was made out of hemp. That thing lasted like 15
years. Dude. Dude. Shit. They make hempcrete. They make concrete out of that shit.
Yeah, those blocks. Well, you know, hemp was outlawed, I think, because one thing I heard was like because of the paper industry. Like a pound of hemp makes like 9 times as much paper as a pound of wood.
Yep.
And
go
ahead.
Well, I just said, don't they make houses out of it or something?
Yeah, they make these like they look like big Lego blocks. They have like 2 things sticking out of the top, and then they have 2 holes in the bottom that line up.
You know what's crazy? They legalize the shit that makes everybody high before they actually legalize hemp. The shit that could save the world. We could have so much hemp grown in America and harvesting and building shit out of it, but they legalize the shit that actually fucking gets you high and makes everybody dumb.
They've banned the use of a lot of materials that are cheap and long lasting in the building of houses.
Think about that shit. They really want to help you out. You know, the drug war is great.
Listen, we're
protecting you.
I can sum up every problem. I mean, literally every problem in the world with one word: greed. It's literally the root cause of every negative thing on this planet,
corruption,
or plane, or realm, or whatever you want to call this that we're living in. It is the main problem.
Well, it's one of the 7 deadly sins, isn't it?
Yeah. And what's sick is like people at the top are so demented that they don't care if like a innocent 6-month-old baby or 1,000 of them die in the most horrendous way possible for profit.
We're not necessarily going to go there. Look, dude.
Name a problem.
There's hundreds of millions of us, billions of us, right? So, like, we're in a certain way, we're all kind of contributing to it. But so we're not going to speculate. Oh, the people at the top don't care if a baby dies in the womb, dude. There's
not in the womb.
50. Dude, or outside of the womb. There's 50 million babies being killed in the womb inside America every year. So, you know,
I believe it's murder.
Well, we're not going to call everybody murderers. We're just talking about a systemic problem. You know, it's just you know, you're kind of alluding to it. It's just this problem people have. They don't really. That's part of the greed problem and the pride. No, it's they don't necessarily. We're not all moving toward life and bettering each other. And especially with social media, it's like you don't get as much attention unless you're kind of pushing hate, which that's kind of been the role of the news the whole time. It's kind of ramped up in the past couple of years. It's like I thought we were over racism. Once we start getting over racism, they got to ramp it back up again. It's stupid.
Yeah, I think that social media has like numbed people's feelings towards one another because it's so easy to people are just like, especially people that were born with the internet already existing and social media already existing, and now here they are, 15 to 20-year-olds.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to relate. It's kind of hard to relate.
I know, but they don't. It's normal to like troll people, and they don't really realize the effects they might have on somebody in real life from them trolling on social media. And it's
that's what I'm saying. I can't relate. I can't understand it at all. I don't know where. It's like you know, I do have some sort of, you know, a character online, you know, my online presence, but I'm going to speak my mind. You know, it's not like I'm trying to troll or deceive anybody, you know, when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I like having the conversation. I don't take shit off of people, but, you know, this is great.
Yeah, but you were probably alive before the internet existed, right?
Fuck yeah, bro, man. I remember in when did I get my first computer? It's about 97. I was on computers. I got a Commodore 64. My mom got me for Christmas one year, so that when that came out. But I'm not like a hardware guy or a software guy. More of a like on the hardware kind of like.
It was 96 the first time I dialed up.
Yeah, that's me too. Yeah, so it's like that's when Windows 98 came out, right? Or no, it was
95.
95.
When it first got a shell.
Right when I think I got, it was like, well, I know it because I had my son. He was 1 year old. My son was 1 year old, and his grandpa bought us a computer for some reason, and so we had this computer that could do dial-up and stuff, and That's the first time I had a computer, like a real computer at the house like that.
Dude, I dialed up, and one of the first sites I ended up on was erowid.org. If you're not familiar, you need to take a look. EROWID.
Anyway, that's but yeah, this the whole growing up under the social media umbrella, like you said, our background is not necessarily that, so it's kind of hard to.
Well, we remember what it was like to actually go socialize with people in real life, And when you say something to them, you see their reaction.
That's weird. You can tell when somebody's older or something on here. They're actually having a conversation with other people. Like, huh? Hey, what? Hey, It's like, I forgot everything I ever knew. Flat earther. You mean flat?
I like the ones that just come into chat.
I don't even know what straight is anymore. What do you mean by straight? What do you mean by flat? What do you mean by curved? What do you mean by bubbles? What do you mean by air pressure? What do you mean? I don't know. Oxygen's holding oxygen down. I mean, shit. I don't know. Fucking crazy, bro.
The best ones are the ones that drop in and they just instantly go to like flat earthers are a bunch of, and they, pick whatever derogatory word you want to put there,
right.
And then they just exit.
Well, or sometimes they'll stick around and then they'll get some more jabs in. It's like, well, we're just trying to. All right, so they'll give us their flat Earth and then tell us how it's wrong. It's like, well, do you want to hear our flat Earth? Or we're talking about the flat Earth, not your flat Earth. We're talking about the flat Earth we're talking about. Stop talking about something we're not talking about. So when we talk about, the laser test or long distance observation, we're looking for the curve across the Earth, which nobody that ever came up with the globe concept ever did. And so this is what we're doing, and it's out of there. It's like, dude, are you serious? They never did it. And I was like, no. And then they're like, oh, I'm going to Google it. And guess what they get? Eratosthenes. He didn't do it. And then Al-Biruni, he didn't do it either.
Right, yeah,
bro. He just looked at the angle between the two mountaintops, or the horizon and mountaintop in the distance, and assumed the Earth was curved, just like Eratosthenes did. So, if you're just looking at perspective and you compare angles, looking laterally, dude, you're just looking at angles. You're gonna have to think about a globe and then add your math to the globe after your straight observation. And so that's where I was talking about earlier, the geodetic surveying come in, because they're trying to make the ball map fit these local observations, compare them to their celestial observations. It started with the, crossing the sea, using, the celestial sphere to travel hundreds of miles. I mean, you can't necessarily map hundreds of miles just by going across the Earth, looking at a few stars and be like, oh, I got the whole map right here. I know when I get over here, it's 100 miles away, because you don't know how fast you're going or slow you're going on the sea. So eventually, and of course, you're going to get the GPS. Well, we got GPS now. Well, that means you have millions of transmission signals connected to your GPS receiver everywhere you go. It has nothing to do with satellites at all.
It's amazing. Like, I live in a part of the country where there's lots of dead zones for miles and miles, and it's amazing how my GPS quits working as soon as I lose cell phone
It
signal.
might put you within like 30 miles of where you are. If you get off from really far away.
It's like you were last seen between these cell phone towers, so you're in this big circle right here.
Yeah. So you're like, you got a friggin' 50, 60-mile circle. Yeah, you're over in this area, and you can't zoom in on yourself when you're outside of the range of the towers. Fucking stupid. But it's just like they think, oh, we got GPS because I drive around the city. No, well, that GPS comes from all the towers and every Wi-Fi signal and every Bluetooth signal that your phone can pick up. dumbass.
Yep. Yeah, if you actually look it up, it's GPS-A, which is GPS, Global Positioning System Assisted, which means it's assisted by your mobile network.
Right. It's called also differential GPS.
Correct.
Yeah. So yeah. So when you go out in remote areas where there's not very many towers, and you maybe can pick a signal up from something that's above the horizon on either side, your phone might be able to pick that up. It's going to be like one signal. So that's why you can only get that circle. You're not going to get as much accuracy because there might be something high in the sky since you're not close to a tower that your phone could connect to. And the separate, what they call the GPS chip or whatever. Because I'll tell you what, here's what I do. I use the Waze app on another phone that's not I don't have connected to to a network, but I'll hotspot off my other phone and use the Waze app, and I can download well, I don't even have to download the map. Well, I got the map, but I don't have to connect that phone to Wi-Fi, and that thing will fucking follow me everywhere. Like I'm within tower range. I haven't tested it, like going off, Anyway,
Yeah. So, did you ever see the experiment?
even though it's not connected to Wi-Fi or a network, it still tracks me everywhere. It doesn't have the most updated maps or anything, but it does track me where I'm going, even though it's not connected to the internet.
Yeah, they did a big experiment with a phone that had no service and then a phone that had service, and they drove around the city. They're like in New York or whatever, and then they were able to pull up like raw data from the phone and see like how many times it was hit, like where it's looking for like the sounds from the microphone or anything that was put into like any of your apps or text. The one that didn't have any service was actually sending more data to the mobile towers than the one that had service. So, like, even if you do not pay for service, it's still being tracked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this phone, if I connect it to Wi-Fi, it'll tell me when the cop's there or a wreck's coming up and all that kind of shit. But when I turn it off, even if I go out some of the outside of range where I've been before and downloaded that map or whatever, it'll still follow where I'm at. It's pretty close to where I'm at along the highways and stuff. So, and it's not connected to the internet at all.
Well, that's why they make phones where you can't take the batteries out anymore.
No,
because that would be a way to truly disconnect you from the network. Because even, like I said, even without service,
or just drop it in a Faraday bag if you have one.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. As soon as you pull it out to use it for anything, boop, everything that it's been trying to
You're
send
back
gets
on.
sent.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many hundreds of miles you are away from a fucking tower. That's what I'm saying. There are satellites, quote unquote, up there, that can find a signal because you're not the phone, the ground position, their receivers, and they send a signal. They're both like they tell the satellite where
gives you like a
you
rough
are on the
location,
ground. It's not like people think that you know where you are because the satellite's telling you where you are, but you're actually telling the satellite where you are. The signal goes that way.
Yeah, it's just narrowed down and down and down. Like, so a satellite's going to say, okay, they're within like this 200-mile
right, and then
radius,
with the assisted or differential GPS, it's just with all the towers and Bluetooth, it's just like, dude, you can be driving down the freeway with several dozen cars. If you pull up your Bluetooth, see how many fucking things are connected on there to Bluetooth, and all of those cars are connected to Wi-Fi. That's how they can get you down to 3 freaking meters from where you are, or
Yeah, that's so healthy for us, all that freaking microwave.
Oh yeah,
we're just slowly cooking.
Roasted. It's fun stuff.
Hey, I'll be right back. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll be right back.
No, I got to take a break for a minute anyway, too.
All right, man.
Want to come in and say, I just wanted to let everybody know, hey, man, I'll even quote David Weiss. You're not stupid. It's stupid. 100%. I don't like everything David Weiss talks about, but I love that phrase. You're not stupid. It's stupid.
All right, man. If I don't see you again, have a good one.
All right. God bless, brother.
As well. Bye-bye.
Again, still, I don't get if the Earth
Just posted up a picture of the sun behind the clouds during my drive home if anybody wants to check that out.
Where we at? Who's the next big contender?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
How we going? Hello, in camp. Is there anybody here that thinks that they can demonstrate beyond all doubt that they live on a big spinning ball in a never expanding vacuum?
I got a question. So you don't believe the astrophysicist and astrologist, right?
If they tell us it's a ball, then no.
You mean astronomers?
Astronomist, yeah.
Yeah, if they tell us it's a ball, then no.
The same with going to space, right? And going to the moon.
I mean, unless you can prove it can contain gas with gravity, then no.
Okay. Do you believe doctors?
Wait.
Not 'cause I'm-
This goes back into what I was just talking
When they're right.
about. It's like who are we supposed to believe, right? The smart people, right? All right. So you asked us if we believe the astrophysicist. What are they actually doing?
What do you mean they're doing science?
Well, not really. I think what they do is considered a pseudoscience because they can't put their hands on it. They can't do physical tests and use the scientific method. It's just a whole lot of mathematical postulations about gravity and stuff. And they put out different news every day, different sources, all these different astrophysicists coming up, trying to come up with new ideas and new concepts about how the universe works and everything. So kind of gives you a clue they don't really have it figured out. So, but what we're talking about is the physical ground, the earth, whether it's flat or not. Now, whether people go off into different tangents of mathematics and you said astrologers, which astrology is more of a kind of like a spiritual
Astronomy.
thing. And astronomy would be the study of the heavens. It's a beautiful field, right? Because when you find out the Earth is flat, you don't have to discount the solar system model. You just include it in part of your understanding of how these things work. But it's not, that's a conceptual model, but it's still just the planets moving in the same way they're observed when you're on the ground. It's a conceptual model that was created from observations on Earth. So in order to find out whether that model is correct or not, we're going to have to measure across the Earth and find out if it's actually curving like like they show us in the ball pictures from NASA and stuff like that. And that's what we do. Is we're gonna go to bodies of water and see if that water is curving down and away from us like it should be.
Moving
Does that
away
make
from
sense?
us.
Sure. Yeah. Well, they tell you if you look it up, you can Google it right now. If I'm standing on the shore of an ocean, according to the globe model, how far away is the horizon? How far would the curvature of the Earth start to drop away? and it's going to tell you about 3 miles, for a 6 foot, 8 foot, that's where you're going to see the horizon is going to begin to drop away. And that's supposed to be the curvature of the Earth.
Are you talking about the horizontal curve or the vertical curve?
Well, if you're standing on the Earth, it's going to be horizontal. Because the people on the globe that think the Earth is a globe, they're going to say, well, it's going to look flat because it's so big, right?
Right.
Okay, so yeah, we all see the flat horizon all the way around us.
Right.
Now, if we can take some type of technology like a laser or a very, very powerful camera to zoom in and resolve something that's near the horizon that we can't see with our naked eye, and then we pull that object that you can't see with the naked eye back into view, and then you see the horizon behind that object, that means that the horizon you see with your naked eye isn't the curvature of the Earth, because then it would be in the way of the object that you're zooming in on.
I don't agree.
Yeah, all we need is the book of
easiest
Genesis.
way.
I'll tell you,
I'll
tell you, mathematically, it's very slight. That's why we do this test over long distances, like 10 miles.
10 miles is not a long distance.
Really? Well, all right. Well, let me ask you, because you might think it's not very much, but we're just measuring a portion of the arc that's supposed to be there of this globe Earth, right? I'll tell you, if you're standing on top of the circle of the globe and directly straight ahead, say, you know what a tangent is? Tangent to a circle? Do you know what that is? It's a straight line from the top of a circle out away from it. And you'll notice the straight line and the curved line begin to deviate from one another. So the straight line would be you looking straight ahead, and then the curved line below you would be the Earth curving away, right? So they gave us a number. It's 3,959 miles. That's the radius of Earth. From that, you can calculate circumference, and then you can determine a drop value from that the origin of your observation, right? So the drop value at 10 miles is going to be 66 feet. So if you're standing on the edge of a lake that's fairly calm, the weather's nice, there's not a lot of humidity, you've even tested the lake, you can take your camera like a P900 or something, zoom straight in, you can see the other side of the lake. And then at nighttime, you pull out this badass laser, shoot it across the lake 10 miles, and the people on the other side see the laser. It's right there. You can pull up a piece of paper, you can see the laser. It's not 66 feet above their head. They're seeing it directly. So this is what flat earthers.
Instead of going to the math and lasers and all that kind of shit that we honestly
the actual proof that the Earth is flat, let's talk about something else. What, the moon? We're going to talk about the moon?
Can you admit that we both don't like know this stuff?
Oh, I know that the water's flat. I just told you how you can figure it out. It's very easy.
No. Do you understand in this math and lasers and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, he just explained it to you.
it to you, dumbass. I just told you the math.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, if you do the calculation, there's right there. Look, old dude posted it. It tells you the drop value from the tangent.
Why you gotta be so aggressive?
Right there. Because you act like I didn't just tell you the math. You asked me if I knew the math. I just told you.
Right, but you're still a flat earther.
And to add insult to injury, there's a drop over distance chart.
So that means
Bubbles,
you have
to add insult to injury, there's a drop over distance chart in the side chat that old dude posted for your convenience.
Yeah,
the math is there.
It's killing me, Matrix. Your mic, holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty loud, Matrix. I ain't gonna lie.
It's on my phone. I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary.
I know, bro.
Okay, so again, instead of going to the math that.
Yeah, again, instead of you
Holy shit,
not
Matrix.
listening.
No.
Stop.
I'm curious. I'm actually curious to what he's gonna say. I'm really curious.
This nigga's voice is increasing,
Holy
bro.
shit, Matrix, you're
I just pointed out
ears.
why we're flat earthers. Now he wants to, instead of do that, do what? What are we gonna do now to show the earth is a
Okay,
globe?
so instead of going to the lasers and shit, let's go to the most simplest way to determine if it is a globe or flat, okay? Which is to go way above.
Holy shit. You're gonna go far away
above, like high up.
That's much simpler.
We're talking about measuring the ground. You're talking about, I'm gonna go. How far away?
You don't believe we invented rockets and went.
No, I'm asking you, how far away do you think, since you were talking about the math, how far away do you think you'd have to be to see the whole globe?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not saying see the whole. I'm not saying see the whole globe. I'm saying go enough up that you can see if it's flat or.
Well, up is relative to a level plane. I don't know what you mean by up. If you're talking about out away from the ball, right? You're talking about out away from the ball. How far do you have to go out away from the ball to start to see the curvature?
Well, I'm looking at the chart there. About 100 miles, it should be dropping about 7,000 feet. So, I mean, if you can't see that, then you're probably blind.
Oh, we have pictures
I can check for you
of mountains that are like 270 miles away. But anyway, we're just trying to get this dude to understand the math, and he thinks you have to go away from the earth to measure the earth. But he's not. You can't measure the earth from the sky.
Yeah,
that's the simplest way.
That's not the simplest way. It's not.
That's the simplest way to see.
It's not the simplest.
It's
not the simplest.
Simplest way.
Stop saying it's the simplest. It's not. It's the most difficult way.
It's the simplest way to see if there is a curve or if it's flat. Okay, so now.
Oh my God! How are you going to do it? The simplest way is so he can dig himself out of the hole that he's buried himself in.
So
how are you going to do it, Bubbles? How are you going to do that? Since it's so simple. How Bubbles? How is it simple?
Do you not believe that we flew rockets?
Believe where we go?
No. We're talking about you being able to do it, me being able to do it, Helio being able to do it, Matrix being able to do it, anybody else being able to do it.
It's like asking me if I can be a doctor. No, I cannot be a doctor.
So can you? Do you have access to water, to a lake?
Sure.
Right, that's the most simplest way then.
No,
it's going to be much more simpler. It's going to be less difficult than you getting in a rocket and going to fucking hundreds of miles away.
Our guys dead us because I didn't know.
Hey, the water's
okay. So what is the reason?
The water's flat, believe it or not.
What's the reason you don't believe these rockets?
Dude, we can watch.
Why do you think we don't believe in rockets? Bubbles. The Chinese have been launching rockets for about 3,000 years. It's not that we don't believe in rockets, it's we don't believe the bullshit stories of where they're going to.
Yeah, outer space is not real, bro.
Did you say 3,000 years?
2,500 of them.
Outer space is not real.
Just a question, because I've never. Hold on. I've never really thought this.
What are all that? How does GPS? Outer space isn't real. How does GPS work? Is it just balloons?
I was about to ask that. Yo, I have a question. What's the word? Satellite telegraphy and all that. How does that work with flat Earth? Like, what's your model for that?
Well, hold on. Now, what do you understand about GPS and how are you utilizing?
Not just GPS, but the idea of satellite telegraphy.
I thought we were talking about GPS. What?
I never mentioned GPS. You dickhead.
All satellites, satellites in general. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Just saying satellites doesn't mean anything.
Let me finish my sentence. You're just talking and talking. I just asking a simple question. In the flat Earth model, how do you process the concept?
There is no flat Earth model.
Fucking hell!
Hey, I'll tell you what. These guys have been I think about 20 minutes ago. I went over the satellite thing.
Niggas is just speaking satellite telegraphy.
Yeah, okay, Minty. In answer to your question, there is nothing with your satellites that necessitates a ball tard.
What the fuck are you on about, bro?
Just saying satellites doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about? What are you on about? It's like, hey man, what about satellites,
I haven't finished my fucking question. So all I've said is satellites.
Okay, well, I asked you a question about the satellites.
Yeah, and
what do you know about them? I asked you what you know about them.
Oh my gosh. All I've said is the word satellite. You cut me off and now you're saying that all I've said is satellite. I'm gone, bro.
And I let you finish what you were going to say and you didn't say anything.
I was the one asking about GPS though. Like, do you think those are just like high altitude balloons like doing that? Or?
No, hold on. I went over this like I said about 20, 30 minutes ago.
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
All right, cool. So GPS, like if you're close to a city or whatever, anywhere there's Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, you're connected to other cars that are connected to Wi-Fi, even like local networks. If you're traveling within like tower range or everything, you're not getting any messages from the GPS satellite necessarily. That's but if you go out into the wilderness, it's going to be a lot less accurate. So you're only going to be able to connect to maybe one or two of what they call GPS satellites, but they're only.
I don't know though, dude. I have an old Garmin that it doesn't even have Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and like you can go in the middle of nowhere and it'll still see like 7, 8, 9 satellites. You know, according to what it shows you.
That's great, but in none of that it necessitates a sphere for these mechanical devices to be above.
Yeah, that one, and an old Garmin is using a different thing than what people think GPS is on their phone.
I know. I'm just. This is like, you know.
Yeah.
It's like a.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the old Garmin is picking up the same satellites that have been up there for how long? And they're supposed to have a decaying orbit. You know, they're supposed to have a decaying orbit. I mean, they're not. They have to
but they put more up and shit. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but it's okay. That's okay because they as far as like getting information to the Garmin or whatever, say like you said, like an older satellite quote unquote receiver. They've over the years they've connected a lot of these systems together. So some of it's still connected to different towers at different points. You know, like the old LORAN system and all that kind of stuff. All of it's kind of connected. So if you have kind of one signal, depending on where you are, you're going to have all of the signals, or at least enough to get you pretty close to where you are on the map. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean the map's curved or there's a satellite up there necessarily.
No, I mean, I've fucked around with it enough. Like, dude, it's pretty accurate. Like, I'm not saying it's like dead on, but I mean, it's definitely. I use it to ride dirt bikes, and it's like within like 5 feet. Like, you can go back and like look at the path and like overlay it on Google Earth, and it's like basically on the trail.
I got you. Well, and also, but a lot of those old things have. I would say yes, they can get you pretty damn close to where you are, but the map itself is downloaded, you know, previously, you know, in one of those things.
Yeah. But I'm not doing the same thing at the same time. I've recorded the track and then like taken it and like uploaded it into other mapping systems just to like look at it, and it's
got you. Still doesn't have to be satellites or whatever, but like orbiting satellites kind of thing. Yeah, that these systems have been in place for a long time.
Yeah, like I don't know, probably 40 years now or something.
Yeah. But yeah,
you know, supposedly
awesome technology.
Supposedly, the civilian GPS is on purpose a little off. Like if you were to use like military GPS, it's like dead ass, like 1 inch fucking, you know, like they could drop an artillery round on your head with it. And the civilian one's like, I don't know, it used to be more off, but it's still like a meter or two, like 5 to 10, 20 feet off. You know, it's not like exact on purpose.
Everything's on purpose.
So, skeptic.
Yeah.
So to understand, you're basically saying that you believe only things that you can check yourself?
No, I just don't think there's any reason to think that when we measure the water flat, that it's actually curving somehow, and that we have air pressure here on Earth, and we have outer space, around this ball, and then the air just stays here just fine.
Oh, dude, you reminded me about the water. So I've personally gone to the beach, found like a big tanker, big cargo ship, big ship, like the thing's probably 100 feet tall, right? And I've watched it like visually go off the horizon. And
you know what, bro? I actually, he asked me a question, and I answered it, and you fucking, what did you do that for? I was talking to this guy.
Well, I'm just saying, I've watched a ship go over the horizon.
Well, that's not the question that he asked me. I answered his question, and you didn't let him respond.
Sorry, whatever, dude. Fucking scream and yell like you do to everybody. Like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
Okay, fuck me off.
Fuck with.
What the fuck was that? I was just like, dude asked me a question, I answered it, and then he just jumped in for some fucking reason. What the fuck was that?
I bet you with his ship disappearing over the horizon, there was nothing to demarcate the distance that it started disappearing from, nor would he give us any indication of his elevation.
Yeah, well, my old Garmin has all the stuff in there, I promise. It's like, I bet it does. Anyway, what was the question again? That pissed me off.
Do you believe only the stuff that you can check? You said your answer was that because of your measurements.
Bubbles, why are you hung up on beliefs? You can believe in anything you like. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the shape of the ground. There's a difference between believing something and knowing something. If you want to be a believer, nobody in here is going to fight you for it. If you want to know something, you have to check it for yourself.
Matrix, I'm trying to understand how skeptic operates.
All right, here's how I operate. I shit that I know, I can know, and shit that I don't know, I can't know. I mean, there are a lot of things I can study.
Okay, so let's say
this goes. Wait, are you trying to hold on? I want to get inside your brain because you're asking me these questions, and I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. So it sounds to me like you're one of the people I was describing earlier, that like you don't feel like you're smart enough to actually know, and you don't think I am either, because I don't agree with the smart people that you think know, because you're obviously not going to give us. Hold on, you're not going to give us anything in the affirmative to tell us that you know the Earth is a globe, because you're just going to ask us why we question the experts, and you're just going to keep fucking doing that over and over and over again.
No, that's not what I'm going to do.
Well, let's see.
So I think you're doing these all sort of tests, right? And you come up with measurements or whatever results that prove that the Earth is flat. Okay? And then rockets fly up to the sky and prove you wrong. So that tells me you guys have missed something.
Actually, it's the other way around.
Hold on, yeah, I want
some sort of knowledge that you didn't think about, that they already thought about. And
okay, well,
that's why you're so sure of yourselves. That's it.
I don't think that that's what I'm saying. You haven't taken a look at the information we're talking about, and you're deferring to people that you think are smarter than we are, and we haven't looked into what they say. We used to believe the shit. I mean, what are you talking about? Why don't you just actually take a look at what we're saying and then come to your own conclusion? Don't just sit here and bitch at us because you're incredulous about us not believing them. And that's what I'm saying. You're just deferring to them, and you don't know shit about it.
Oh shit, I died.
Does that make sense? I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying most people think that we haven't looked into it, and that's why we think it's flat. We don't know something. We don't know what they're talking about the globe Earth proofs. Dude, we've seen it all. I'm telling you, we're doing this for 10 years, bro. 10 fucking years. We haven't seen everything? Come on, man.
Have you also what else have you proved except flat Earth?
we can't even get through 3 minutes and explain to you how the water's flat. I mean, how the fuck? How are we going to progress from there when most of the world thinks that's a globe for no reason, other than people told them it was a globe and there's no real evidence for it.
Except for like flat Earth stuff. Have you proved anything else?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm a
cabinet builder, but I've worked in construction. I understand construction.
Like, have you checked if there are actually germs?
Germs?
Yeah.
What do you mean by germs exactly? Talking about bacteria? Certain bacteria?
Like microscopic germs,
Sure. Yeah, you just, you know how? Yeah, you just put it under a microscope and you see them.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I've seen germs in a microscope. Yeah, I've seen cells, germs, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay, so what is that? That's not science. You're just zooming in on something and seeing it closer. You're not seeing. That's like people say, well, why can't you use a telescope to look and see all the way across the Earth if it's flat? Well, they think that a telescope and a microscope are the same thing. They essentially are, but a microscope's a lot more powerful and it's closer, and you have something in your hand. Now, whatever you think you're going to see through a telescope looking horizontally, you're going to have a super large aperture, which is like one of the largest telescopes in the world. It's called Lucifer. It's at the Vatican. And I don't think that, would they even be able to point it horizontally? I don't know. But if you did that, you're only going to see a few hundred miles at the very most in any wavelength of light. So you're not going to be able to see anything across Earth with a big ass telescope. So get rid of that shit in your mind.
Do you go to the doctors?
Doctors? Why are we talking about doctors? Medical doctors?
I'm trying to understand what you believe and why you don't believe.
Oh, medical doctor. So yeah, I've been to medical doctors. Sure. Do I get them do I go on a regular basis?
Why did you go to them?
I broke my leg one time and I needed them to fix it.
Yeah, but like, you didn't check yourself what they're claiming, did you?
Claiming about what? My broken leg? No, I actually had an orthopedic surgeon do my leg, and he did a pretty good job.
About medical stuff in general.
Medical stuff? What do you mean?
Yeah, for example, you're saying these scientists are not trustworthy, right? These astrophysicists, these astronomy boys.
Why are you comparing astronomy to the medical system? That's kind of weird. You think they're like in the same category or something? Like they're Well, they're both science, right?
Exactly.
All right. Do you know what science is? Or are you just throwing the word out there? Like, I think what you're doing is using the magic word science that you don't know exists. It exists in your psyche as the magic word, and all flat earthers are denying the big overarching science that you don't understand. But obviously the flat earthers don't understand it because the people that you trust believe in it. Or you believe in it because they believe in it.
Me.
But they're not talking about the same thing we're talking about. When we talk about the flat earth, we're talking about the earth, the ground, the waters, all of that's flat. We're not talking about whether cells exist or you can use a microscope to look at something, or you're going to have to go 26,000 miles away from Earth to see it as a globe, or, that kind of thing. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. We're talking about the Earth itself. If you're gonna find out the Earth is a globe, you're gonna fucking measure it on the ground, which no quote unquote scientist that you're talking about has ever done. They've never done what we're trying to do. And when we do it and we show our results, they just make fucking mockumentaries and they get all these dipshits on YouTube, anti-flat earthers, to come in here and just make up bullshit about what we're saying and confuse everyone because they're as dumb as you are. But you're not dumb. You're impartially. No, I'm not saying no, because this is bullshit, man. Why are you trying to? You're actually not talking about what I'm talking about. We're talking about the water's flat, and you're just saying, well, you don't believe somebody else? No, we're talking about you can go do
I'm
this
trying to
yourself.
understand.
The same body of water. You think you're too dumb to understand it.
I'm trying to understand why you.
No, you're just telling me why I believe somebody over somebody else. I'm talking about you can go fucking do this yourself and know it.
I'm trying to understand why you believe one thing, but you don't believe other things.
Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Yeah.
Like if you go out and measure the water flat, is it flat or not flat? Just because some dipshit that you think is an intellectual believes it's a globe.
You didn't answer my question.
Ask it again.
So why do you believe a doctor that tells you have cancer, for example, but you, even though you haven't checked, you don't have any evidence, but you don't believe the astrophysicist or astronomers?
Hold on. Are you saying that doesn't matter if I go to a doctor to get diagnosed with something, if I have a pain, this or that somewhere, and they just say, well, here's what it is, I should just go ahead and just take their word for it because I haven't been to doctor school and I'm not going to have somebody else look at it, or I'm not going to be concerned. That first interaction with the smart guy, he knows everything there is to know about it. He's just going to tell me what's wrong with me, and he's going to figure out whatever regimen I got to go through. So all I have to do is just like show up when he tells me to show up. Don't ask any questions. Just do whatever to me, whatever. I found this, with your symptoms, this is this, and it's boom, boom, boom. Do you think that
are you saying
I should just never look into, like, if I feel an ailment and I ask a doctor and they look at me and say it's this, I should not do any independent research myself at all?
Are you saying you're going to diagnose and self-treat your cancer?
I asked you, should I just totally defer to the doctor or not look into it at all?
Of course you should do self-research, but you're talking
that's what we're doing to the fucking flat earth, bro.
No.
There's no fucking curve.
You said you're doing tests. You said you're doing tests, and you're
doing tests.
You're getting to results. Okay, so if you have cancer, can you do your own tests on the cancer?
Yes, it would depend on what type of cancer it is and how much knowledge you know about it. What do you know about
it? Build an MRI machine and treat your own cancer with chemo.
You don't have to have an MRI for every instance of everything. You're just like generalizing shit that you don't even really know anything about. So just quit being a retard and you think you're trying to be. You're like, no, you really are completely. Everything you're about is totally deferring to everybody that's smarter than you, and you're just like, hey, what about this? What about this? That's like it's some type of a tactic or something. You're supposed to just like humiliate the flat earthers because they can't really answer the dumb questions I keep asking over and over. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fuck.
If you can't,
just shut the fuck up.
Can't answer these questions,
you're done.
That's on.
He has no necessity to answer the questions, Bubbles, because they're not related to the room topic. If you wish to go to Medico's 24/7, that's downstairs.
Of course it is, because it's about your belief
Dude,
system.
You're lucky I didn't fucking kick you, fucking mute your dumb ass earlier. Anyway. That was a little I played around a little bit. I played around. Yeah. This is weird. But I really think that's it's like weird. That's most people's mentality. Like kind of in a nutshell. Some of them get a little more fancy with it, but for the most part, they're just like waiting. It's like, well, so you don't believe them? Well, no, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not the ground is flat, It's weird.
Yeah, so my son had a broken leg, okay? So the doctors put him in a cast, and then it healed, and now his leg's not broken anymore. Therefore, there's diamonds on Centauri Prime 3 light years away. Wow.
Exactly. Well, it's just like, I actually, my doctor...
Why did you believe the doctor that your son's leg was broken?
Because it's in 2 fucking pieces, dude. Holy crap.
There's X-rays.
How did you see that it's in two pieces?
Because one time it was like in one piece, and then it was not in one piece. I mean, come on, dude.
Dude, I broke the shit out of my leg.
Games, brother.
I knew right
saw
away
it
my
in a
leg was
red-
fucking
you
broken. I
saw
didn't
it
even
in
have
a
to have
red-
an X-ray.
A sharp bit of bone sticking out the one side, Bubbles.
X-ray.
Hey, Bubbles, sometimes you don't really need to see a doctor to work out what's wrong. When you've got a piece of bone protruding from your arm, it's like, gee whiz, I've got a broken arm. I don't really need to see a doctor for him to say it's broken. I'm going there for him to help fix it.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Jeez, you're a dumbass. You should quit while you're ahead.
I fell out of a tree, and as soon as I hit the ground, I knew my fucking leg was broken.
Did your son?
Hey, Bubbles.
Did your son?
Bubbles, hold on, brother. Hold on. Bubbles, do you believe that poop comes from the food you eat, or is it deposited by magic fairies?
Wait, say that again. Your mic is kind of.
So yeah, I got you. So you poop, right? Every so often. Does that come from the food you eat?
Your fruit?
Yeah, your food. You eat food and then you poop.
Oh, food. Yeah.
Right? Does the poop come from the food you ate?
Yo, your mic is pissy as fuck.
Yeah.
I just need to say that.
All right, hold on. Now you know how I feel, but I have to hear your dumb beeps. All right, I'll switch.
I mean, Bubble. Really, dude. Like, there's a big difference between just taking somebody's word for something at face value because whatever, they have a certain credential or something like that, and then taking their word, their opinion, be like, okay, that's interesting, I appreciate that. Then you go check, and it actually lines up with what they say, and then you run with that. Right?
But my whole point is that you exactly do what I do whenever you can't actually check something. Like for cancer.
Sure. Here's the thing.
Or for a broken leg, that you 100% of the time you need an X-ray for.
We're sure. They'll provide you evidence.
Not true. You can tell you have a broken bone. Hey, listen, friend, you can tell you have a broken bone by feeling your limb, dude. You don't need an X-ray.
How are you? How do you know? How do you know how to treat the broken bone?
Do you think no one set a broken bone before X-rays existed?
It depends on the broken bone.
It doesn't depend.
Some broken bones.
Dude, you're not making any sense whatsoever. We can see and feel that a bone is broken. We cannot see or test or measure any surface curvature.
Some broken bones.
No, stop.
Surgery.
Just stop. It's not relevant, and you know it isn't.
How is it not relevant? Okay, sure. You know
it just reeks of desperation.
What about your cancer? What about the cancer?
All right, Bubbles.
Okay, we can see cancer cells. We can see cancer.
Bubbles. I gotta ask Spencer the question.
Did you go check cancer? You yourself.
All right, Bubbles. Bubbles, you're either hearing me or not hearing me.
Answer the question.
No, Bubbles, are you hearing me or not hearing me?
I'm hearing you, but why do you?
Okay, so stop talking so I can talk.
Why do you keep going away?
I don't have to mute you.
Why do you keep going away, though?
All right, Bubbles, I just got to mute you now because you're dumb as a brick.
Oh my god.
So try to stay. Don't worry, I'll unmute you. Hey, Fences. Women have to see the OB/GYN every so often, right? So let's just say you're going in for your checkup and you're like, hey, can you x-ray me? I'm not sure if I have any broken bones.
Yeah, exactly. I might just have one and just be totally unaware. Yeah, I mean, when people defer to medical issues, it's kind of stupid because I mean, we can see cancer, we can see the effects of cancer. Yeah, you can see it. Yes, Yes, you can. What do you think it is? It's an overgrowth of cells, you numpty. Anyway, yes, that's why we can remove it from a body. Anyway, this is the stupidest line of questioning I've ever heard. Anyway, where can we see or measure or test surface curvature, Bubbles?
How can you see lung cancer? Please tell me.
Try again. We can biopsy it. Now try again.
You can biopsy
How can we see or how can any oh god, you're such a numpty.
You can
how
see
can we see or test or measure any surface curvature, Bubbles? Get on topic.
You are the
Get
one.
on topic, Bubbles. Come on. You can do this. I know you can do this. Where can we test or see or measure surface curvature, Bubbles? Where?
You don't believe in doctors, therefore the
really
Earth is
effeminate giggling. Yeah, where can we see or test or measure surface curvature, Bubbles?
You're not answering my question. Why would I?
I don't need to answer your ridiculous line of questioning anymore. The room topic isn't Bubbles' feelings.
Because you can.
No, it's not Bubbles' feelings about medical profession. It is about surface curvature. So where can we see or test or measure the surface curving? Where?
You have no way to answer without saying outright that you are biased and you're not believe in astronomy, but you do believe
I don't have a bias about measurements. We just take the measurements. The measurements are independent of my feelings about them. So where can we see or test or measure surface curvature? Where?
I'm talking about the belief system.
No, I know you are, but that's not the topic of the room. I don't care about your beliefs, and I don't care about my beliefs. Measurements don't care about my beliefs, Bubbles. Where can we test surface curvature? Where? Answer me.
I don't
Or admit that you're just a time-wasting, waffling fool. Okay, so
I admit that
instead, when we test the surface of the Earth, we do not detect any surface curvature ever.
I'll repeat. I admit I don't know any about this stuff. That's why I believe the experts. But
okay, so which expert has measured the surface of the Earth for curvature?
You are the ones that saying we don't
Who's
believe
the expert that you're deferring to, Bubbles? Bubbles, who's the expert you're deferring to? Okay, astrophysicists do not measure surface curvature. Try again. Who is the expert who measured surface curvature? Astronomy is not a measurement of surface curvature. Try again.
Do you know what astronomy is?
Astronomy is not a measurement of surface curvature. So who has taken a measurement of surface curvature, Bubbles?
I believe the expert.
Okay, name an expert. Who can we defer to?
I believe the experts, not the specific.
Who is the experts, though? You can't even name one.
I believe the experts, not
Who are the experts, Bubbles? Who are the? Are the experts in the room with you right now, Bubbles?
I believe in doctors, not in a specific
Okay, doctors don't measure the surface of the Earth either. So who is the expert that measures the surface of the Earth? Who?
Oh my God, use your brain. I believe
I'm using my brain. You're just not answering the question. Okay,
not
so
in a single
is your claim that astronomers measure the surface of the Earth?
They study outer space.
Okay, outer space is not the surface of the Earth. So who determined surface curvature exists?
He's scared to even get there. He's just like, I need this broad, just get me out of jail free card, and then I'm free. I don't need to learn anything. I just, take the.
Well, he's deferring to experts that don't exist, right? Because he knows he doesn't have any evidence to support his claim. But it makes him feel better to abdicate his thinking to this nebulous people that he can't even name, right? Because he's weak. He's weak-minded. So, Bubbles, if you can tell us which expert measured the surface of the Earth, please share that with the room.
Give me a second.
While he does his research, mid-conversation.
Dear Chat GPT.
Geodesy? Geodesy? Geodesy, interesting.
Here we go.
Oh, geophysics.
Don't you think it's weird, Bubbles, that you've never actually looked this up before right now? You've been in here arguing for hours. No, you've been in here arguing for hours, and you've never looked for evidence of your claim.
That's exactly why I was talking about your belief system.
No, we don't have a belief system. Measurements don't care about my beliefs, Bubbles. I already covered that. You're not very quick on the uptake, are you?
But when you feel sick, you go to a doctor. How come?
We're not talking about how I feel, and no, I don't always go to a doctor, and that's irrelevant to the topic of the room, and you are just bricked, man.
Okay.
Who measured the surface of the Earth as curving?
I'll repeat
Who,
myself
Bubbles?
since you don't want to listen. I'll repeat.
No, I don't want to listen. You just like to hear yourself talk
So
about
you don't
irrelevant
wanna
things.
listen, so why are you
No,
talking
I
to me if you
don't.
don't
I
wanna
want to
listen?
discuss the
You don't
room
wanna
topic,
listen.
Bubbles. I want
So
to
you don't wanna
discuss the
listen.
room topic. Can you do that? Are you capable?
I cannot prove to you the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so then why are you here? What are you arguing for then?
To learn about your ideology.
But you've
and
never
to
asked
see-
us.
You haven't
It's
even
not
asked
an,
once.
a measurement is not an ideology. Are you aware of that?
Your idea, whatever you want to call it.
A measurement is not an idea.
Sure.
So you have no proof of surface curvature. You've never even looked it up before just now. And yet you claim we don't have evidence that it's not curving, but you've never been presented with that?
When did I say that?
Okay, why do we say the Earth is flat, Bubbles? It's not because it feels nice to think about. Why do we say it?
Because you did some homemade tests and you think that's enough.
Okay, all right. So tell me about those homemade tests.
All of the water measurement stuff like that. What's his name? Skeptic said.
Can you be more specific? That's kind of vague. What did we test for and how was it done? Well, not we. How was it tested for and what was the methodology?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
After all this time, dude.
Yep, this is what we're dealing with. That's what I was trying to get to.
I never said I know. What I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to say is I am not an expert. I have no like even basic understanding of this like subject. That is why I'm relying on the experts. But you don't want to talk about the experts.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay,
I asked
brother.
you multiple times for an expert, and you could not provide any.
Hold on.
Yeah, because I told you I'm trusting.
Get muted, fool. You just confessed. You don't have the acumen to gauge whether what the experts are telling you is true or not. That means you are just a blind faith, trusting religious zealot. Okay? One more time. You don't know whether what they're telling you is true or not. You're just trusting them by faith. You're literally the most religious person in the room right now, dude. But thanks for telling us about your religion. We don't persecute people for their religions here. You can tell us about your religion. So go ahead. Tell us all about your religion, brother.
I believe them just like I believe a doctor that tells me to take a pill and then I feel better, which you all do.
You know, like the second greatest cause of death in the United States is medical malpractice, Bubbles.
Yeah, this sounds like Brave New World. You guys know about that?
What your source for that?
You
What
know,
is that
we got it. You're an idiot. Okay, we've established that, Bubbles. So if you just want to believe, like AI said, you are more than welcome to believe. But this is not a belief room. This is not a religious server, a religious room on this server. We deal with measurements which don't care about our beliefs or our feelings, Bubbles.
You are all doing
They don't. So if you have evidence to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving, you can present that, or you can take a hike.
Bubbles, you gotta acknowledge one thing.
I don't understand why you need me to keep repeating myself. I told you I can't. But what I'm saying is all of us go to the doctors and believe them.
No, we don't, Bubbles. No, we don't.
No.
We're not like you, Bubbles.
No. N-O spells no, bro.
Okay, so you don't go to the doctor.
No,
I don't go to the doctor. I don't go to the doctor to get diagnosed with something. I don't do that.
There's the reason why the term second opinion exists, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. For fuck's sakes. Thank you, whoever just said that. Bubbles, you have to acknowledge one thing, okay? This analogy that you're drawing, this comparison, it's not a very good one, okay? When you go to a medical practitioner or whatever and you ask them to help you out or whatever. They're providing you openly their opinion. You ever heard the saying, "Oh, get a second opinion," all this shit? They're providing an opinion on what maybe what you could do about your situation. The assessment may or may not be accurate. You can check that out or whatever, but you do get 2 or 3 opinions, and then you make a decision. It's kind of a subjective thing, right? Because it's not necessarily a one size fits all, ordeal. Okay, but you choose to take their word or not. Okay, in this matter, there are some things. Hang on. In this matter, in this case, dude, it's a matter of black and white. Either something is or something is not. Point final. Right? Your situation, it might also be black and white, but what to do about it is kind of subjective. So it's not.
Twinny, if a doctor tells you, Twinny, if a doctor tells you you have cancer, is that an opinion?
It might be. There could be a misdiagnosis too. Yeah. So I would check. Would somehow check. I would get a second opinion. Yeah. We could change topic, dude.
I don't have a cancer.
I would second guess it. I would second guess it. I would ask them for their evidence. They would provide it, and I would look at that.
Would you Would you do a test yourself, like you do with the flat Earth?
I don't know how to.
It's not even the same thing. Look.
I can answer that though. Check this out. Check this out. Right? Check it out. They provide the evidence. I look at the evidence and assess it. Right? In this case, the evidence being provided, we're assessing it, and it's not adding up. Right? So there's no problem with taking the evidence that's being presented to you, right, and then making your decision on it. Usually that's how things go. In this case, they're giving us evidence of something. We're looking at it and saying something smells like shit. There's a problem.
In the case of the cancer diagnosis, though, you're not really able to even examine that scan data or whatever because you don't have the knowledge to interpret it, right? Same with the other shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Same with the flat Earth shit.
Hold on.
Okay, that's what you think.
Actually,
but here's the problem.
That's why you go to
so if I give
gentlemen, let me respond to something. Okay, I would openly say that I don't have necessarily the acumen to assess a medical situation, so I'd be more inclined to take their word for it. I would be more inclined to take their word for it, not necessarily 100% of the time, but I will say to you that I would lean in that direction potentially if it's a matter of life and death and stuff like that. I would still do some due diligence, but I would openly say that I am going to take their word for it. I will act on faith if my life depends on it, baby. Right? But openly saying that I'm taking their word for it and acting on faith, not necessarily knowing.
Well, there's a difference. I would say there's a difference.
When people say they know something versus just acting on faith, like you got to make that delineation somewhere.
Well, say you had a really good doctor, gave you a cancer diagnosis, right? Or I think this might be cancer, and he told you why, sat you down for like 15, 20 minutes. Here's what we found in the MRI or whatever CAT scan. And here's what I think's going on. And then here's what it's called. You get the medical terms for it and stuff. And then he's going to say, hey, you can go home right now. We'll get back with you. You guys, you're not going to just go home and say, oh, I can't wait for the doctor to call me to tell me what's wrong with me next.
No,
you're going to go home and start Googling what's wrong with you.
Yeah, that too, due diligence. But a good doctor will also give you recommendations to other specialists that specialize in what he specializes in.
100%.
Just to be sure.
But they don't want you to just totally defer to them for everything. They want your opinion. They want to know. You have to communicate with them. It's something very important. Right. You're not just going to just be like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, doctor. Well, a lot of people do because they're not going to do what we do. But yeah, if I was to go to a doctor and they said that, I would do it different than a lot of people would. Go ahead.
Ilya, what if the one doctor is in an adjacent city? And so he tells you, okay, have the patient stand in the window and I'll look at him through a telescope, and then I'll tell you what his disease is.
What?
That was good. That's where he's going anyway.
Yeah, Bubbles, you don't get it. That's the problem. The problem is, Bubbles, that you don't understand what I just said. It's a fundamental problem with your
what
world.
you said is silly.
Yeah, exactly. Good point, brother.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of the red herring of talking about doctors. It was that comparison he was making.
My point is, very simply, are you guys putting the same skepticism and evidence proof on doctors the same as you do as flat Earth or globe Earth?
Yes, 100%.
Yes. Okay. So, if a doctor tells you got cancer, do you do the test yourself?
Rinse, wash, and
No,
repeat.
they're going to work with me because they have the equipment to do the test, and they're going to explain it to me, and then we're
So
going to
you're
work
not going to
together.
do the test yourself.
How can I? I don't have a fucking MRI machine.
Exactly.
$250 million.
So you do, okay, so you
This is a total
Hold
false
on,
equivalency.
friends. We're going in circles, so we got to put a stake through the heart of this vampire. Bubbles. Some things you can test yourself, and some things you can't. It's not a one fits all. It's not like you either test everything and everything you can test, or you're just a blind faith religitard. Okay, you can actually do things yourself on some things. Like you can test your water, whether it has lead in it. You could test whether or not the table you bought is actually flat or it's round like a ball. And when it came to your house, it was a giant ball. And you're like, holy fuck, I thought I ordered a table.
You can reverse diabetes simply by change of diet.
What? Sure, you can't do the test yourself. If he gives you the evidence yourself, the MRI,
Well, he got us on that one, didn't he?
Whatever it is, he gives you an MRI file.
Shut up.
Can you diagnose yourself?
Shut up. You're dumb.
Hey, Bubbles, can you check the oil level in your own car, or do you need an expert?
Oil levels? I can.
Yeah, the oil level. You know, there's a dipstick in a car. You put it in, you take it out, you wipe it, then you put it back in, and you see how much oil's in the car. Do you need an expert for that?
No.
He does.
There's a knowledge, even for that, there's a knowledge barrier.
Yeah, for most people,
what's your point?
There's how to check the oil in their car. You know that, right?
Do you know how
What's your
important
point?
it is for the oil to be at a certain level?
Okay, what's your point?
Oh, yeah. Some things you can test and some things you can't. Some things you have the knowledge, capability, and skills and tools available to yourself to test, and some things you don't. And each person is going to play on that the way that they can with what they have available to them. So, for example, when I go to a body of water and it's clearly flat, I don't need some retard to tell me it's curved. It's obviously flat.
Look at the first book of Genesis.
So you do admit that you have a belief system.
What are you talking about, dude? When I see something that's obviously flat and I agree with the obviousness of it being flat, that's not a belief system.
No. In the cases that you can't check, you do believe.
No freaking God, dude. Everybody operates that way.
Yeah, it's a fact. If it's a fact, it's a fact.
Okay.
If it's a fact, it's a fact. It's not a belief anymore.
Thank you for admitting that. Okay.
Yes, Bubbles, it's not complicated. Everybody operates that way. And like we said, some things apply depending on the category of what you're applying it to. So if I measure something and I find that it's not what somebody else told me, then I don't need to believe them or take them at their word anymore, because now I know the fact. Like what, Bubbles? Did you just become human today? Like you used to be an alien and you're trying to learn how humans operate, or are you like really this incompetent at life?
I'm
pretty incompetent.
It does kind of make me think of what's that Will Smith movie with the aliens? They just can't comprehend how we work here. You know, it's just totally
Men in Black.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Men in Black. It's like
Okay,
the
so
aliens
what
sometimes are
in
just dumb as shit.
Hold up. I just wanted to say that I looked up the numbers, and medical malpractice accounts for estimates are between 250 and 400,000 deaths a year in the United States, which would make it the second or third leading cause of death.
And I was going to look up the amount of money too. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that, because I was going to look that up, but I haven't yet. But how much money for malpractice they've paid out to patients?
Well, you know what? You guys bring up a good point. So here's a question. I don't know the actual answer to this, but I'm sure it's written somewhere or somebody studied it, which is this. How many people, if they're given a terminal illness diagnosis, accept at face value the first opinion from the doctor and do not do any further inquiry or ask for a second opinion? How many people just say, "Yep, I'm fucked"?
A lot
never, and that's what I was trying to tell Bubbles. It's never happens. You don't look at your own. You don't look at yourself. You just say the doctor said it's this, and you just go with that. It's like
a lot of idiots do that. That's not true. A lot of idiots do. Old people do.
Well, no, I don't necessarily think that's the case. Some people will look into it a little bit, but they're sometimes as far as their IQ goes, it's not much to understand. They can't really.
The whole country just collectively. What's the word for groupthink? Yeah, we just groupthinked ourselves into like triple vaxxing ourselves. Like, not me. I'm not. That's not.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Most people that I know of, as far as the cancer thing, they're involved with it. They know something about it. It's not like they just took the doctor's word for it and just said, "Okay, we're going to do this, and this." It's few and far between. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made once the diagnosis comes, and they're going to be.
Bro, cancer, beef, and oil, dude. It's all a lot of money. Cancer, beef, and oil. Come on, it's a business.
Well, even if we agree, listen, even if we all agree that most people are dumb sheep and they tend to believe things rather than investigate it, that still means that there are people who investigate it and find out the truth, and especially on subjects that they have tangible access to the sample, like the Earth's surface, where you could go out and just look at the water, and then you can measure the water, and it's clearly flat.
Shit, that's kind of redundant, man. I've been saying that shit.
I don't know.
They don't believe me. They don't believe me. AI. I've been telling them that shit for 10 years. They don't believe me.
Okay, are you guys all flat earthers?
Let's talk about flat Earth. Let's talk about
let's talk about that, because I'm not a flat earther, but I want to be a flat earther, but I'm definitely not.
He wants to.
You want to be a flat earther?
Yeah, because all right, so I totally subscribe to the whole space is fake notion. It definitely is. Aleister Crowley's a Jewish mystic. Everything coming out of NASA is bullshit. But regardless, you can buy a telescope right now yourself and just look around and see that every single cosmological body is spherical. So it seems natural.
I hate it when people say that. That is so untrue. You can see 5 quote-unquote planets from the surface. That's whether you're in North America or Australia. The only one that even appears to be a circle is Jupiter. Other than that, dude, not a single other one presents themselves as a sphere when you look at it with a telescope. So you're full of shit. You've never even used a telescope before.
To me, they all do. None of them look like triangles or squares or anything. They pretty much look.
Huey, do you realize
as a sphere? It seems natural. It's like a bubble. Like it's a natural shape.
Bubble?
Bubble.
The bubble.
If you take any light source.
Wait a second. So Saturn looks like a sphere to you. When you look at Saturn through a telescope, you're looking at a sphere?
Yeah. I mean, it has rings. I see that, but like.
So you think Saturn looks like a sphere? The whole, with its rings included, it looks like a ball to you?
Not with the rings included. The rings seem to exist on a separate plane, like on the same plane, but just seem to be like made composed of different material. I guess.
That's funny because when I look at Saturn, it just looks like it's banana yellow.
Okay.
I've been hearing rumors that the ring's gone. My telescope's been broken for like 2 years, so I haven't been able to see it.
But
I don't know. Okay, so Saturn's not a sphere. Mars is literally just Mars. Always looks. That was the most disappointing one for me. Was Mars, because you see like the YouTube pictures where like you can see like the caps and all that on it, like from quote unquote telescopes that you can buy, but that's not what Mars looks like.
Okay,
At least
but
not for
again,
mine. Everything else looks, you know, you know what Mars looks like? Mars looks exactly like you're looking at a telephone pole, like a street light, but you're looking at it through a water drop on your lens. Like Mars was always washed out. There was never any definition to Mars. There was never any form of anything. It was just a red light. Like it looked no different than a star. It was much brighter than all the other stars, but it was just a red light in the sky. So that doesn't look like a sphere. Mercury. Mercury's the exact same thing as Mars, except Mercury's way more intense and orange. And Venus is just different phases of the moon. And when Venus is full, you're not looking at a sphere, you're looking at a diamond, because it's you know, kind of looks like a cross. You can't focus Venus when it's not in a crescent at full and see a sphere. It's not possible. It's too bright. So if someone says that Venus looks like a sphere when there's no crescents taking place on it, they're lying, because that's just not true. They're
Right.
lying
So
because
anytime I've observed like a Venus
you can't
transit or
observe
something like that, it looked spherical to me. You know, almost like an eclipse or something. Same thing with the moon. You know, the moon is obviously spherical, and yeah, Jupiter and its moons obviously seem spherical.
Yeah. Okay, when you look in an eclipse, you can see like where the moon's lit up and the black circle next to it. When Venus is in that phase, all you see, Venus just looks like a glowing fingernail. You don't see anything else around Venus. Venus just literally looks like a glowing fingernail. Like, what are you talking about? It's not the same thing as looking at the eclipse. It doesn't look like that at all.
Okay. Yeah, it's much smaller. Like, I'll definitely give you that. It's definitely not the same thing, but it's analogous to it.
So none of these planets that you claim we can look at are spheres. One of them is a circle, which is Jupiter, with little red stripes going across it.
No, buddy. Nobody with eyes concedes to anything that you're saying. I'm just giving you my position. I said I want to be a flat earther. This is what I observed with my eyes. Things look spherical, and so it's natural to assume that the Earth is spherical. Now I'm just wondering, like,
we just walked through how every one of those planets are not spherical.
Yeah, but I have a telescope, and I will not be gaslit into thinking that my eyes are seeing things that they're not seeing. You know what I mean? So let's move past the spherical thing, and if you want to focus on some other, let's move past the other planets and maybe talk about other evidence of flat Earth. Because to me, that's not up for debate. But
dude, relax for a second. All right. Even if we grant you the stuff in the sky that you see are giant balls, why is it natural for you to automatically assume that you're standing on a giant ball too? Where do you get that idea from?
That's just Occam's razor, you know. You're gonna go with the theory that makes the least amount of assumptions.
You look up, you see balls, therefore what you're standing on that does not look like a ball must be a ball.
Right. It's just because you're only making one assumption as opposed to making multiple. Like now you have to assume this and then assume that it's a different shape and then assume some more reasoning, and it's like okay, it's easy assumption. I see ball, I assume ball. One assumption. You know what I mean? Not I see ball, so I assume whatever train of
except for one thing though. Right? The countervailing evidence that what you're standing on doesn't actually look like a ball. Right?
Red lights from far away look like a circle. What do you mean?
Right?
You're saying you're saying the other guy's point now? You're going back to saying that planets don't look like a ball?
You're reverting to, okay, we look up, we see lights in the sky, they look circular, they might be balls. So therefore, what I'm standing on must be a ball too, despite the evidence that it doesn't actually present itself like a ball.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm asking what that evidence is, because, like, it's not just, you know, even the sun is another example of a ball, and we see it as a everyone wakes up every day. We see the sun and the moon, even though one's really close and one's really far. They have the same shape from us, from Earth, right? So we're gonna move past that, right? We're not gonna ridicule or gaslight each other on the seeing balls thing. I see balls, you taste balls, but now we're gonna say
I think you missed the point. The point is, what characteristics does the land under your feet have in common with the lights in the sky for you to relate them together in the first place?
It's a cosmological body, right? I'm going to separate myself from it, and I'm just going to say it's one cosmological body, just like all the others that I can observe.
This is
sorry.
Problem,
I don't know.
though.
You're lagging. Wait.
Now you're. Yeah. Hello.
You're lagging. Just give it a second.
Am I lagging? Sorry about that.
No, I think you're good.
He hasn't proven that they're spheres anyway. He just, you know, we see circles.
Yeah.
We can't prove they're spheres. And even if they are, it has no bearing on the surface of the earth we stand on.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that even if he was granted, right, that the things in the sky, they might look like balls. There's like, 2, 3, 4 steps of reasoning, right, to project the ground that you stand on having to also be a ball too, because it's not obvious, right? The ground doesn't feel spherical, right? And it's not in the sky, right? You have to imagine it being so. You have to project it out into the sky and equate it to being a cosmological body.
Okay.
20 is a fucking pedophile, bro.
I hear what you're saying. There's a lot of background noise.
Did you hear that?
It's like
because we got the clown, the clown bus. All right. So what I'm pointing out to you is, like, you have to rationalize your way through it, right? In ways that are not so obvious. Okay. And I ventured to question where that line of reasoning originates from, whereby now, you're probably in your 20s or 30s. It just seems so.
Right now is the pedophile, and he tried to meet me in real life.
It's like for me, it's natural. Like, I don't think I've been conditioned to think what I think, and I might have been, but I definitely don't see that. And like you think about a cup, a glass, with different types of liquid with different densities, and how they can orient themselves, like even salt water and fresh water can orient themselves, and a gas, like a solid will be more dense and sink to the bottom, and a gas will be the least dense and float above. And if you could just imagine that, the earth and the elements that it's composed of are just floating in space, and this gravitational like force is applying equally whatever, it seems also natural that there would be a dense, heavy central part, and then the elements would orient themselves outwardly, symmetrically, and in a manner that is less dense as it progresses outward.
I have absolutely zero fucking clue what you're saying and why. We're talking about the shit in the sky, you reasoning how it could be the case that the thing under your feet is also a ball, and now you're talking about liquid stratification and shit like that based on density. I don't understand.
I'm talking about like no, I don't drink. I'm talking about the way elements orient themselves. Like, the earth is just a collection of elements, and with forces applied to it, and gravity being one of those forces, it seems like the elements would also orient themselves in a sphere.
But hang on, dude. Hang on. But now you're invoking all these extra things that are beyond your natural experience which was the original part of the original point.
That's why I drew in. That's why I drew in the liquid thing, because that's an experience that we share. Go ahead, though.
Hold on, dude. Yeah, here's the thing, right? We're talking about what you experience and what you can gather from that, right? You look up in the sky, you see circles, you automatically assume they're spherical. So if we grant you that leap of logic, right? From there, you then also take that the ground is also a sphere, right? That's what we were talking about initially.
Correct.
I'm asking why you think that. You're saying it's natural to assume that. I call bullshit on that, okay? Because I would have initially thought that too, until I realized that this type of stuff has been basically bombarded into my head since I was 2 years old. So no shit, it seems natural. But that's not. But it's not from my everyday experience that I presume that it's natural. It's just that's all I can remember. Right? Ever since you're a fucking baby, you got the little what do you call them? Little mobile things floating on your head, over your head, in your crib.
I'm not sure.
Right?
You were talking about the little floating things. Yeah.
When you're a baby,
But you're okay.
You're on your head, and you got the planets and the stars and shit. They're all like little balls.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
The imagery that's implanted into your head since like before you could even think. So no wonder you think like this. Okay?
Yeah. So I didn't have those things. I didn't have those things when I was a baby. But maybe
whatever. Maybe since you're in kindergarten or whatever, the idea is planted into all of us since we're very young. So I'm asking you to reconsider this and think through how it could be interpreted that we're living on a ball from your everyday experience, discarding the ideas that were given to you since you were a kid. And you're saying it's natural to think
that's what I'm saying. You're ignoring what I'm saying. Like, I never said anything about any ideas anybody gave me. I told you things look like the sun and the moon look like a ball to me. Nobody told me that. They look like a ball to me.
Yeah.
And then I told you about how liquids and elements orient themselves, and it would make sense for them to orient us. That's nobody told me that. You know what I mean? That's just like empirical.
That part,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that part. Yeah, I'll grant you all that. I still understand how you're connecting the liquids and whatever to this. Okay,
but because elements orient themselves in an order of density. It's a natural phenomenon.
Yeah. But how you're connecting that to the discussion about the balls in the sky and therefore we're on a ball, unless we're like stratified, like a stratification of balls. But that's not even close to what the lore is.
Do you notice how on Earth, whether it's a ball or a flat plane, there's land, and then there's a less dense liquid layer, and then there's a least dense gaseous layer.
Sure.
Okay. I'm just glad we could establish that, because it illustrates what I'm saying. The elements orient themselves in a matter of density.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a completely different discussion, though. How you're connecting that to, I see shiny, bright circles that I'm going to assume are spheres in the sky, therefore I'm on a sphere. You're saying it's a very natural thing to reason through for whatever reason, despite the evidence, right? Your everyday experience, it doesn't actually seem that way.
What the evidence? You're saying my everyday experience? My everyday experience is irrelevant. If there's evidence, I'm proud. I'm happy to go through that.
Okay.
But my everyday experience, I'm very small. My perspective is very limited.
Yeah.
The Earth is really big. I'm really small.
That's what I was getting at. Okay, so what I meant by evidence in so far as how my last sentence was concerned is your everyday experience. Okay, we can get into the other stuff, like the actual measurements and shit like that. It's not a problem. But I was talking about your everyday experience does not tell you you're on a ball. You look over the horizon, it looks flat, right? You stand still, you don't feel like you're moving. Therefore, why would you think you're spinning? Apart from looking up in the sky and seeing, the stars maybe rotate or arc around or whatever, right? But why would you assume you're the one on an object that's doing the spinning as opposed to the things in the sky actually just moving? Right? These types of considerations, like, you have to reason through it and then basically pick a lane. And we're asking, why would
but
anyone
what you're
pick one
calling
over the other?
reason is focusing
You
on
have to
something
reason
and
through it.
not something else. Like if for example, in my everyday experience, I chose to be hyper focused on a flagpole and the shadow of that flagpole, that might illustrate to me that as the year progresses, this body that I'm on has a wobble to it.
Yeah, why would you think that, as opposed to the thing that's actually emitting the light, right? Casting the shadow? That it itself is just moving in a particular pattern. Right? This is what I mean. You can take it, you can look at it either
Occam's
way.
razor.
And
It's Occam's razor.
one way. No, explain.
Because you're adding assumptions, like you want to, when you have two competing theories, you want to go with the theory that makes the least amount of assumptions.
Explain.
Like just anytime you have like competing theories.
In this particular one, dude. In this particular one, right? In one scenario, I'm going to assume I'm on an object that's moving, and I'm also going to assume that the other thing is also moving. So I have two assumptions. Whereas one assumption, the other thing is moving.
Okay, because in one scenario, all you have to assume is spherical objects. In the other scenario, you have to assume whatever shape you assume plus the movement of the light source, right? You're saying, like, I'm saying, hey, a sphere explains this, and you're like, yeah, but wouldn't it also explain it if that other thing was just wobbling itself? And it's like, well, why are we just going to add a whole nother layer of assumptions? Like, this thing's got the Energizer Bunny in it?
What the fuck? Dude,
sorry, I should have left the
Energizer
Bunny.
What you're expressing here is very much oversimplified. Okay, because the worldview actually takes a shit ton of assumptions, but
you're lagging, brother.
For whatever reason, just distilling it down. Damn it. What I'm saying is what you're saying here. Okay, it's very much oversimplified. Okay, in that statement that you just provided, it's basically discounting
That's the goal.
all
Yes,
the other embedded assumptions
the goal is to
into the
be as
worldview.
simple as
But hold
possible.
on, let me finish, dude.
Sorry,
Let me
go
finish.
ahead.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, you can express it very simplified to convey the point that your position at the moment is taking on less assumptions for whatever reason, even though and we all know that model has a shit ton of assumptions in it. Okay. But even if you want to take that route, the whole Occam's razor thing, it only serves a particular purpose. Okay, in my view,
Occam's razor doesn't prove
where the fuck
around
do
the
we
earth.
start? Let me finish. I know, dude. I know. Let me finish. Right. What I'm getting at is Occam's razor really, all it really does is serve the only purpose it really serves is provide you a potential optimal starting point in your investigation. Right, you got a shit ton of potential reasons as to why something is the case. Okay, let's start with the easiest thing because it's just the easiest. It could very well be that. So why expend all this energy exploring all sorts of shit when we can just start simple and maybe be over with it sooner than later?
Correct. You're absolutely right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that thing is.
Brother, you're right. You're right. I agree with it.
True,
Everything you're saying.
So therefore, if you want to start where you said, right, with the thing that takes the least amount of assumptions, well, that one assumption that you do have is the ground is actually curving. So before you adopt that as being true, have you investigated that one assumption that you do make?
Mildly. But before we get there,
we can get into it.
Let me backpedal and say that I agree with everything you were saying. I'm not using Occam's razor as some law of the universe. I'm using it as a mode of communication. We're just two humans communicating thoughts, and that's all. I'm just trying to communicate to you the way my brain is working, right? And just to, and in an effort to keep things simple and not convolute the subject matter. But again, it goes back to for me, the natural assumption would be, I see this, I assume this, and then when it comes to evidence, there goes. And again, I'm not gonna die on this hill, but I've known enough pilots to where I have a pretty a mild level of trust that you can navigate the earth, right? That if you were to just take one line and travel down that line, eventually you would be back where you started. That is a more further evidence of a spherical planet, right? But again, I'm not going to die on that hill because there are powers that be that hide information from the masses. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. There are restrictions on pilots. So I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just saying this is where I'm inclined to lean. This is where I'm inclined. And I wonder what evidence inclines you the other direction.
Here it is. You said you won't die on the hill. We're talking about the water hill that's supposed to be there. Now, hills naturally don't. I mean, water doesn't naturally form hills, correct?
No,
so
no.
If you're gonna die on a hill, you're gonna die on the water hill. This is what we're talking about: the flat water.
It's the airplane hill.
Either the water has a big hill between one person or the other person observing. It's between point A and point P. There's a big point A and point B. Pardon my French. There's either a water hill in between or not. That's very simple. I don't know why people try to make this complicated. It's because
I'm very confused by your position. I'm not trying to flex or trying to use like any kind of.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you know?
I am a chemist that specializes in water chemistry, and I have a good understanding of hydrogen bonding. Water certainly bends. It naturally.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you know what the radius of said globe that we live on is? The radius or the circumference?
No.
Okay, so what we're talking about is whether or not the water, like the oceans and the lakes, if they're curving at the rate because of the radius of the Earth that they told us, in the solar system, the Earth, third right from the sun. That's what we're talking about. Whether or not the Earth is curving away when we look across the water.
Okay.
Okay, so then let's talk about that.
That's what I'm saying. Like I have a lot of first.
Wait! You said you're a chemist, so you can understand something simple like whether or not the Earth is dropping away from us when we're looking out across the body of water.
So please don't cut me off. That's what I'm trying to articulate. So, as somebody with a lot of firsthand experience working with water and water chemistry, I have absolutely zero problem with the thought of there being, as you put it, a water hill. Water wants to curve. It naturally.
Are you talking about meniscus? Is that what you're referring to? The meniscus?
Oh, you could
just say
refer to the meniscus as one example.
But
No, because again, it's like I'm talking to a third grader
because of meniscus. That's what you're getting at.
Who says meniscus?
The Earth is a globe because meniscus, right?
How like it's again? I'm trying to keep
you have water drops
at an adult level. Let's go with hydrogen bonding. Let's not say meniscus, right? Let's not insult the intelligence of the audience.
No, this is very simple. We're talking about whether or not the water's curving over body, great distances, like 10,
right. Miles. But okay, so even the existence of a concept of a meniscus disproves your concept of water
No, because we know in physics how the bodies of water act when they're in a basin on the surface, undisturbed. They're level all the way across from one point to the other. If they're in a basin, so it's always flat on top of the water. So we're gonna test the Earth to see if all the water's flat on Earth, and it turns out that it is. So it can't be the stupid globe that everybody's talking about.
The Earth is not a basin, and
Well, it's not a fucking drop of water either, is it?
I mean, it kind of looks like it.
Jesus Christ!
It would appear to be. You know, there's like capillary properties of water. There's hydrogen bonding. Like water has no problem bending around a sphere. Like I don't see that as a good argument. Even bending around the sphere, it would appear flat to you because we're very small. The Earth is very big.
So big. How big is it?
It's like at least 10 times bigger than me.
Google it. Google it. How big is it?
Like, it's very
I want
big.
you to fucking Google it right now.
Why?
Because I want you to tell me how much it should be dropping away when you're standing on top of the motherfucker on a body of water. We're not talking about water drops. We're talking about the Earth.
It doesn't matter. It's a moot point. Like, no matter what, we're too small to perceive it. You can't just ever go out on a boat and be like,
all right,
look,
so you're saying, hold it. All right. Well, here's something that really gets my goat here. You're talking about scale, right? Us being small, the Earth being big, right? So now I'm giving you scale. We are 6 feet tall, standing on the shore of an ocean. We're trying to see whether or not the ocean in front of us or the lake, whatever body of water, because if the ocean's flat, so are the rest of the lakes and everything. It's all level, the whole Earth. So we're just going to test whether or not the Earth is falling, curving down and away from us. We can do a very simple test across water to do that, 10, 20 miles. I mean, it should be very simple to understand this. Are you afraid of it? Do you want that you're going to sit here and argue with me and you don't even know the numbers I'm talking about? So if you're going to come in here, you're going to have to talk about what the fuck I'm talking about or what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Don't come in here and just talk about water drops and shit and like the Earth is a big water drop because, that's retarded. Everybody knows that. You sound dumb. And I hope you
sorry.
feel bad.
Look. Hey, buddy. I have oftentimes been on like the opposite perspective than the person I'm trying to convince of my perspective. I've never
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just telling you the water's flat. We're gonna, even if it's not, we're gonna do real tests across the Earth to see if the water's flat. We're not talking about somebody's beliefs or anything. It's been done, and then when we do it and it turns out our tests are pretty good, all the anti-flat earthers come in and say, "Oh, well, they did this wrong and this wrong." They don't do their own goddamn test.
I'm just confused.
Well, okay, this is what's happening. We've been doing this for 10 years.
I'm confused as to what tests you're referring to. Like, how are you testing the flatness of the water of the Earth?
Anybody want to share something with him?
How is that even a conversation? Like, it would still appear flat. Like maybe I'm just struggling to.
No, it will. It will with the naked eye. It will, because you can only see so far, just a few miles with the naked eye,
right?
And so what we're doing, if the Earth is a sphere the size that they tell us it is, then it should be dropping down and away from us, and then that horizon that's supposed to be the edge of our vision will be dropping down and away, and then it would start to obscure something like ships go over the horizon or the sunset or something like that, right? That's supposed to be the curvature of the Earth that's blocking those things, right? So what we do, we set up tests where we know where something is off in the distance that's further than where the curvature of the Earth should be, and then we take high zoom cameras, zoom in on something where the curvature should be in the way, but it's not, and the horizon continues on behind the object we zoom in on. So that's why we're saying the Earth is flat, or at the very least, it can't be this globe with the numbers that you refuse to look up on Google.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wanna buy it. I want to be on board with it, but I would definitely.
It's not about want to. Yeah, please, somebody else say something. I got my little spiel out there. Go ahead.
I just wanted to point something out for Huey, okay? If you didn't catch...
Please. Can someone ban me from this room? I'm doing an experiment. I want to see where I go next after this. Please ban me.
Yeah, no thank you.
He might be trying to set y'all up.
Yeah, I have no idea. All right, Huey, check the chat out. You see the chat? I posted a couple... Okay, I don't know how strong your math is, so, let me know if this goes over your head or whatever. This is kind of the stuff we're talking about. If you go to page 1, okay, there's a little diagram kind of illustrating the I think one of the points that Helio was trying to point out to you. Okay, with regards to the horizon. The horizon, if we're on a ball, it should be at a specific location depending on how high we are. Okay, you follow so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that math just works out how far it should be based on the alleged radius of the ball that we stand on. So if you're about 6 feet tall, if you go to the third page, you'll see at the bottom, if you're about 6 feet tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles away. Okay.
And I want to tell you, as an addendum, with when it comes to angular size of things, it would look about the same distance away on a flat Earth too. So I just wanted to point that out.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just like one type of test that people have done, where they go out and they say, okay, I'm this tall, the horizon should be yay far. I can see stuff well beyond that without the bottom appearing to disappear like it should, because the object would be going down below the horizon line because the ground is curving away, right? We don't see that. Oh, okay, there's a problem either with the math, which I openly welcome any critique if the math is wrong, or I also openly welcome reconsideration that this type of math even applies to this context. Maybe we don't actually live on a ball of said size. Okay, so there's other things like laser tests, for example. All right, let me post something else in the chat.
So I would be more inclined to, like, if, for example, we're going to trust the math and the experiment, I would then be more inclined to assume that the size is wrong than to assume the Earth is flat, or like, yeah. Even though, and it's
okay. Well, if you're gonna, yeah. I mean, dude, you have every right to assume that. Okay, like, what we would like to do though is get to the bottom of it. So if you're going to assume something, go get some data and turn it into a non-assumption anymore.
Okay, so
right? Otherwise, we can
the data
here
that
kind
I
of just
would go
walking
back
around,
to,
arms up,
no, but the data that I would go back to while it might still be anecdotal, it would just be that someone on a ship or a boat could navigate one line of latitude and find themselves back in the place where they started.
Here we go. Not talking about what we're talking about.
Again,
I mean, if you want to go down that road, dude, I mean, you have to assume that they're dead reckoning straight, never deviating at all, right? You'd have to take it on faith that they're doing that. But might I propose to you that they could just be going in a larger circle than they can actually perceive, right? If they're following they've got a compass or something like that, and they're heading eastwards from their starting point, they're going to have to follow that compass throughout the whole way to make sure they're going quote unquote east. But if east and west are just circles around a central point, for example, they're going in a large circle. But you perceive that because of the scale and the preconceived notion that you're on a giant ball, that they're just heading around a circle over a ball, as opposed to just heading around in a circle, going left to right around a flat plane.
And if you understand how the solar system was built, you change the size of the Earth without changing the size of the entire solar system and the whole thing. You have to change everything.
I would say this though: at least you seem open to the notion that the standard model, cosmological model, may be broken. Right. That's a good step.
I believe there we live in separate classes, and the biggest disparagement between these classes is information. And typically whatever information the masses are allowed to know isn't really always true. It's kind of a joke.
I have a feeling it's very limited how much we actually get from, what this place actually is. I feel like we're very limited in that way.
And
so
I'm
we're
a
just
theist.
trying to put the pieces together here.
Also, I'm a theist, so I have, like, as someone who believes in a creator and creation, creation could exist in any form the creator chose, right? Even if everything in the world in the universe is a sphere, the creator could have put us on a flat plane. That's their prerogative.
Dude, you
right?
have no evidence that it's curving anywhere. Why would you even, just because you look at like the planets and the moon and stuff, you think those are spheres and the way it works? It might be something totally different. The Earth doesn't have to be a sphere.
Right,
Those
right.
things
That's
are
what I'm
something
saying.
else.
Again,
Especially if
right,
you're
I
a
hear you.
theist,
I hear
the
that's
spirituality,
again.
it's Earth
You're
and the
repeating
heavens.
what I said back to me in a douchier voice.
All right, so yes, you understand then. It's like you're fighting the idea that, well, it could be flat. We're just telling you there is
I
no
am.
curve. There's
I'm
no
a
curve.
natural skeptic, right? I am
There's no
fighting that
curve.
again,
There's no
and
curved
I'm
measurement.
stupid, right? So
No,
should be really easy
I
to
don't think you're
convince.
stupid. I think they
So
convinced you you're stupid, just like I was saying to everybody, about everybody
no.
else.
I like to say that in an argument
The
to just like,
smart
hey, I'm
people,
dumb, so I'm easy to convince.
know. Well, it's like defer to the smart people, but nobody can name who they are. Even the smart people can't name who really knows it's a globe. So it's like, dude, you're just as good and just as smart as anybody else to figure this out.
So when I come to you guys and say, hey, my senses tell me this, and what evidence do you have to point you in the other direction? Is it fair to assume now that the best like you guys present is that math about the 6 foot tall seashore?
I'll tell you what, at this point, I think we're going to have to get like real academia involved instead of just YouTube people fighting back and forth about whether Earth is flat or not. That's minutia. We're very serious about it here, and we need to get like real academia involved. But they get government funding, so they're not going to actually do it. We want to do real tests the way we've already been doing tests that flat earthers have used their money to go do. Nobody's making money off of flat Earth. We're just telling you the results of our test, presenting them. Everybody's fighting us, saying, "Hey, oh, it could be this, could be that." And what are you? It's like you're asking the wrong questions because we have the test that all the water's flat. So what we need is parts of academia to take us seriously, and that may happen one day, maybe it won't, but people will figure this out eventually. Honest people that are honest with themselves, I think, will figure it out.
Though Helio, I think by Huey's question, he meant at this point in our conversation, because we've been talking, right? But none of us have presented anything with Huey conveying what we're talking about, right? Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah,
sure, 100%.
Like you want to see some material?
For the purposes of the conversation and in general, I don't mind the broader answer either. Like,
100%.
Yeah,
Let's go. Go through the presentation, guys. 100%.
So does anybody have any laser tests on hand, whether they're short or lengthy or whatever, that Huey can take some time, either now or on his free time or whatever, to scrutinize? I don't have any links on hand there, but I can run through the abstract with you if you want.
Sure.
Okay. So while anybody might be getting some links ready, this is the gist. Okay, so if you go in the side chat to 41 minutes past the hour, Old Dude and myself posted some material. Let me know when you get there.
Okay.
You're there?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I really like lasers, so
there you go.
Find it interesting.
So check this out.
I think I passed.
Do you see my post with the six pages, screenshots?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, it's very verbose. Okay, so forgive me for that. Feel free to scrutinize it on your own time if you want. But might I implore you to go to the last page, because basically the whole 5 pages before that is the build up to the math used on the last page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you see the little diagram? Not diagram. The little graph where there's a quarter circle and like a half parabola and the dashed lines and shit like that over the XY plane. Okay. Basically, when we're talking about lasers, okay, that you see that vertical line D in red.
Yeah.
Okay, that that just denotes the drop over distance, so to speak, right? So as x increases, there's a gap that increases non-linearly between the surface of the quarter circle, which is supposed to represent the sphere, right? The quarter sphere, and the horizontal line. So if you take a laser and you level it at wherever you're at, over distance, that laser should appear to basically be going up in the air, right, relative to anyone else who's along that same surface as you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we mean. So the math basically just expresses how
this is a
much of a drop.
hypothetical. Sorry, go ahead.
This is just purely abstract, right? Denoting what we would expect if we were on a sphere of the specified size and dimensions that are given to us. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So over, let's say, basically the math works out to approximately, if you're 10 miles out, right? You take a laser, you put it on the ground, you level it, you shoot the laser out straight ahead. If you go out 10 miles, you should be 10 squared times 8. So that laser would be basically, I think, 800 inches above your head, 10 miles out,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that converts to whatever, 85
in a perfect control.
All this type of shit, right? Hey?
Yeah, in a perfect control. Yeah, I'm following.
Perfect controlled environment, purely idealistically, right?
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. So people have gone out and done certain tests, and the numbers don't even come close to what would be expected. Not by just a little bit, by like orders of magnitude. So someone, they've taken lasers and set them up maybe like 3 to 5 feet above the surface of the water, right? They shoot the laser out, and on the receiving end, they basically pick up the laser at anywhere between 3 and 5 feet above the ground also, where it should be dozens of feet, if not hundreds of feet, up in the air over their head.
Mm-hmm. You're saying it ends up proving. Yeah. The problem with that is again, like the laser is only going to be it's kind of how I was saying about this kind of being more conceptual, like a good theory, but like lasers aren't really powerful enough to get that kind of read, like that kind of distance. I mean, like don't get me wrong, they exist. Yeah, certainly they exist. We have lasers that can create nuclear fusion. I know that, but what I'm saying is like the lasers that people have access to. Like, we're not allowed access to that type of equipment.
No, dude, you're not. We're not. The lasers that are used, they can reach these distances. We know how we know
I'll take your word for it. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, feel free to investigate. I mean, when presumably some links would have been posted by now. Yeah, there's a few. The DJ's got one at 49 minutes past the hour. Okay, there's one conducted by Dr. John D, PhD in optics. Okay, I think it's a 21-mile.
Somebody said there's a 36-mile laser test. Like, I don't know anything about that, but that seems like, even though that still seems small, it seems like it would be a useful enough distance to get something.
Exactly. So let's check it out, right? So at 36 miles, right? Going back to the diagram that or the math that I posted that I was referring to before. At 36 miles, knowing the math, okay, we'll just do it right now. Okay, the drop over that distance would be like basically the equation simplifies to 8 inches per mile squared.
That's the thing is like, even just as I'm thinking about it in my head, at 36 miles, the drop is gonna be so small, dude. So small.
No, it might be small with respect to the scale of the Earth overall, but
No,
at
I mean
our particular
small
scale,
with respect to the size of like our ability to measure.
Then let's verify that, right? So if the math simplifies to about approximately 8 inches per mile squared, okay, using the parabolic approximation, what I presented to you before. Okay, so if we do the math, 36 times 36 times 8 comes up to 10,368 inches. And when we divide that by 12, we get 864 feet. Okay, so 10 miles out, that laser should zip over your head about 860 feet above your head, if you're 4 feet, tall or whatever.
No. There's no way. Like how many? All right, what is the circumference of the Earth? What's the circumference?
Yeah, check the math. Check the math out, dude.
Let me Google something.
Go for it. It's like, no.
Yeah, no, there's no way, bro. The circumference of the Earth is almost 25,000 miles. Like, you're talking about an 8-foot difference over 36 miles, bro? No way.
According to the math, it should... No. You misheard. I think you misheard me, dude. According to the math, okay, drop over distance with respect to a horizontal line at an initial point, right? The drop would be 864 feet. Theoretically.
Wait, not over
given
10.
the size of the
Not over 10 miles. 20.
36 miles. Excuse me.
That to me, that does not seem right. That hurts my brain. You guys, 20 miles, 30 miles out of 25,000 is nothing.
Slow down, okay. Let's slow down, okay. We've been going back and forth various tests and stuff like that. Some are 10 miles, some are 36 miles, some are 21 miles. Okay, let's stick on one. Okay, going back to that 36 mile long distance that we talked about, 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, 36 times 36, which is the mile squared part, times 8 evaluates to 10,368 in inches. Divide that by 12, and we get 864 feet. 36 miles away. Okay, if it's 10 miles, 10 times 10 is 100, times 8, that's 800, divide by 12, 66.67 feet. So at 10 miles, that laser should zip over your head 67 feet in the air. If you're lying on the ground, for example.
Yeah. Man, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just not able to follow that. Cause okay. Cause again, how many feet above then would yeah, maybe if you want to share your screen or something, or put a video or something, because it's like you have like it's just
I
like
can't
nothing.
screen share right now. I'm on my phone. I encourage you. Yeah, I encourage you to take the time to look at some of the videos in the chat, dude. Okay, there's dozens and dozens of these at various distances, in various conditions, and different setups and everything.
In my mind, I need to figure out how we can get like how we can assume such a high drop from just such a short distance, like 10 and 20, 30 miles.
You can verify these numbers yourself with any AI search you want to do really quickly.
Yeah. Okay. For the math part, check out the math. Make sure we're not making a mistake anywhere. Okay. As for the actual tests themselves, take your time with that. Okay. Some of them are a bit lengthy. Okay. No one's expecting you to, digest all this in 30 seconds. Take our word for it or anything. Okay. We're just presenting what we got. You asked for it. This is what we're dealing with. So on your own time or whatever.
What is this the black swan or the Earth curvature calculator? Or I guess what's this black swan thing, old dude?
Anyone want to present the black swan? I've already been rambling.
Can I display it in here? I'm gonna display it right now. I'll mute myself. Oh, this is an hour long.
Well, I can give you the basic fundamentals, I guess, of black swan.
Wait, no. I think it's just a minute long.
Well, I don't know about John Dee's video. I've seen the original one.
Go ahead.
And the basic understanding is, like we were talking about earlier, on the sphere, the horizon would be a certain distance away, absent atmosphere or anything on a perfect sphere, certain distance away, depending on your elevation above the sphere, correct? Your eyesight. So at 6 foot on a perfect sphere, the horizon Earth curve would be about 3 miles away, which in reality it actually is. So what we're talking about is the black swan that I'm talking about. It probably has something to do with this, but there's some oil platforms in Santa Monica where there's one oil rig that's 6 point something miles away, and the other one's almost 10 miles away. And the guy that made the video took the camera down to 1 foot off of the sea. You could see him taking the camera down to the shore, putting it on right next to the water and zooming in on those oil platforms. You can see the horizon beyond the second oil platform, which the second oil platform is 10 miles away. So the horizon's beyond that. So the horizon can't be the curvature of the Earth with a 1 foot observer height. Now, the math for that would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That gives you the distance to the horizon on the ball. So the black swan is if you're observing from there's several times this has been taken. That one that's in there right now, that's where he put it down on the ground, like right next to the water. You can see he put the feet of the tripod in the water and zoomed across. Now you can see that 9 miles away, and the horizon's still past the other one. That's basically the black swan, because the curvature of Earth would be the hill of water, like we were talking about earlier, would be in the way. But when you zoom in, the horizon just keeps going. However big your camera lens is, or however powerful your camera is, you're just going to zoom in. You're seeing less in field of view, but you're seeing more in concentration. And if you had a bigger telescope or a camera, well, a telescope you can't zoom, but a camera or whatever that could zoom even further, it's just going to eventually be opaque because of the atmosphere. So the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth. And the black swan, so-called, is the evidence for that. One of the evidences. Does that make any sense? I know I just went all the way.
I'm trying to, I'm letting this video play over and over again.
Well, but we have to start with the math, though. Do you understand the math of it? Because if you're not going to believe us or believe them, you're going to understand the math, and then you say, okay, yeah, I see the horizon beyond the furthest oil platform. Yeah, it does kind of defy the real math of the situation here. So there is something wrong here. So what's the explanation? Our explanation is that water's flat. So if somebody else has another explanation, they're going to have to prove it.
But water, okay, have you ever been to...
Don't ask me questions. If there's evidence that it's curvature, like wherever the horizon is that keeps moving every time you zoom in, that's the curve. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the curvature that goes down and away from us, because it should be in the way of that furthest platform, but it keeps going past it.
No, I hear what you're saying for sure. I just
want to make sure that you understand it before you just go make excuses and say, okay, no. What about this and what about that? We're talking about their 3959 radius ball Earth compared to what we observe in reality. If you're not talking about that, you're not talking about the same thing we're talking about. You want to make up, so well, it could be a bigger ball. Well, then what bigger ball are you talking about? Then you're in your own fucking. You're gonna bring your own globe here so we can argue against your globe?
No, it's not that. It's so like even the globe that we see, right? Like the Earth isn't considered to be.
We don't see any globes.
No, right. The common globe that's sold in stores, right? Nobody, I don't think, assumes
that's
the
a
Earth.
Map. Yeah, that's a map. They think that's what the Earth looks like, but that's just a map.
What I'm getting at is the oceans, the water isn't like this perfectly controlled experiment. It's the furthest thing from it. Like, not only do we have the tides, but we have like it's constantly in motion. It's constantly.
And flat earthers are too dumb to even consider that when they make these type of observations. This guy made that video with the black swan. He did it like 10 times, and he made like 5 videos doing the same thing in different conditions, different times of year. He did it a bunch of times, and he got the same results. So what now?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is,
I'm saying it is like, what about more questions about nothing that has anything to do with what we're talking about?
Okay. So the math is predicated on like this perfect sphere, though.
No, that's their astronomy and their astrophysics. All of that's on that math. Now, if you get into the field of astrophysics, they're going to argue with each other. But as far as you know, and the general public knows, and that globe Earth map that one is 3969 radius, or 3959 radius, and 24,901 miles in circumference.
This is what I'm saying. Here, let me put this in a language you can understand. The same reason why you wouldn't do this experiment over land, because you have mountains and valleys and all that shit. The same, you get not the same phenomenon, but you get other phenomenon over water, right? Where it makes the experiment.
Like what, meniscus? Are we back to fucking meniscus again?
No, because even the meniscus might. What I'm saying is, when things are in motion, they can like tighten up or loosen up in different places, and it just makes the experiment weird. Is all I'm saying.
Here he goes. He's not talking about what we're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Hey, man. We explained our position quite thoroughly for like 30 minutes. You asked us to present it. There it is. And if you're just going to keep making excuses instead of solid arguments showing us where the goddamn curve is, then you really have nothing to offer.
No, I hear you. I even understand that perspective, because it is like my position is at the end of the day, my position is based on an assumption, whereas yours is based on like your observable reality, right? And so I even understand.
Like I said, you're not talking about the same thing we're talking about. So, yeah, sure, we can speculate about whatever might have to do with, like, maybe the Earth is a big water drop of Earth and all the whatever molecule. That's for the philosophers. We're talking about what they're saying about this ball Earth that doesn't exist, because when we go out, all the water's flat.
Right. So we're changing. Right. So we're shifting. Right. So, like, if the conversation goes to strictly about what, like, we're forgetting, we're ignoring my predisposition of the assumptions that I make coming into the conversation, and we're just talking about the experiments, right? And at the end of the day, all I'm saying is the same way your experiments might be flawed over land because of mountains and hills and valleys. It could also.
How many times this motherfucker going to say the same thing?
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, yeah. We got it, dude. And check this out. We can actually entertain it briefly. Okay. So your critique is basically the tides and shit like that. You know, basically the tides alter the perfect smoothness of the water that would be idealized in the math, right? So we need to account for that. Okay, great. So what would you propose as basically the average variability in height, in altitude, because the tides and waves and shit shift around?
The average
so how high does the water go up and how low? Like how high would we expect the water to be relative to like the ideal, right? Like what, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet higher, or maybe a few feet lower, or something like that, on average.
What I'm saying is it could be different. Like an average might be different at like different times of the day. Like how you're saying you're the guy that ran the experiment had to run it at the same time every day, I assume. Then
What's the minimum and maximum? What's the minimum and maximum?
Right? Yeah, if you take the minimum and the maximum, right? Like what is tide? It elevates things a few feet, and then with the waves and stuff like that, maybe an extra couple feet. So let's say we got an extra 4 feet to contend with, right? If you're able to see something that should be dozens and dozens of feet, if not hundreds of feet below the horizon line,
That's
feet
orders of magnitude.
here and there is not. Yeah, a few feet is not going to necessarily work in your favor, dude. You still have an order of magnitude to contend.
I think you're lagging.
You know what I mean?
I think
This isn't. It's not slightly inconsistent. In other words, it's not slight for the layman. It's not slightly inconsistent. It's massively inconsistent.
Yeah, I can see. Like here, I can see what you're saying here. If we were doing like a 1 mile long test where we only expect 8 inches of drop, right? If like someone could point out, hey, dude, like, did you think about tides and waves and stuff like that? Those can overpower or outweigh that drop, maybe like 2-3 fold. How do you know that what you're seeing is not just because there's the tide is out or something like that? You see what I mean? Like that, I can understand. But when we're talking tens of feet, if not hundreds of feet over the larger distances, right? We're just like, because what you're talking about is basically like the radius. Think of the radius of the Earth. It kind of like, let's say, it would diminish a little bit by like 2 feet. Okay, right? Because the water's lower, let's say, right? So the overall distance theoretically from the center of the ball to surface, well, it's shorter because the water's lower, let's say. But when you do the math, dude, you're talking about like 0.000000001, of a difference or something like that, proportionally. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to just like look up some separate things like in regards to curvature and stuff and try to just see if I can make some shit make sense in my head.
Can someone please ban me from this room so I can I'm trying to do an experiment.
No. I would say this though, dude. Take your time. There's no rush with this. It's a lot. Do what you gotta do.
Okay, so just from what I'm reading, it was talking about it was saying that something called atmospheric refraction messes up the experiment of curvature of the Earth when it's over water.
Yeah, we can get into that. Yeah, we can get into
Is
that.
what I was.
I'm gonna just say,
what I was thinking in the
DJ point. Hey, Holmes, just quickly. Sorry to cut you off. Just quickly. Yeah, DJ pointed something out in the chat. I forgot we were doing something over a lake. There are no tides in lakes. Now there are waves and stuff. If it's windy or whatever, so there's less of a concern there. So maybe a few
has
feet,
nothing to do with
if
the
anything.
motion. A lake would be much better. Like it doesn't do anything with the motion that I was referring to. But it would still
Yeah, there's no tides, but
it would still potentially be subject to atmospheric refraction, but I don't see how that should affect a laser test. I could see how
we can
atmospheric
get into that.
refraction
So the
could
laser,
affect your eyes, but a laser test over a lake should provide something.
well, the claim is that so a laser, it emits a beam of light, right? So it's light, so it should be subject to the same mechanisms that all other light is. And if light is known to be able to deviate depending on the medium it's going through, all sorts of stuff like that, the claim is that the laser is basically curving ever so slightly to perfectly match the curvature rate of the ball, more or less.
I could actually see that. That's not that wild of an explanation.
Yeah, at first glance, it seems reasonable, except when you look into it. Because the reality is the necessary rate of curvature that it would have to be subject to, the conditions of the air, that would actually provide that rate of curvature, it doesn't actually exist, right? Because for light to be able to bend basically like a quarter, for the light to bend enough consistently over that distance or over the distances in question, you would have to either assume a uniform state of the air throughout the entire line of sight, okay, so that the light is not dispersing or fumbling the image up, right? So when you look at it and you see something clear, it's because all the the light is coming pretty clearly, right? There's nothing muddying up the view, right? So you would have to assume consistently smooth, humidity, temperature, and air pressure gradients throughout the entire line of sight, and you also would have to assume that they are significant enough for the light to bend at the rate it needs to match the curvature rate of the surface. Now we ask people often, what conditions exist to bend light that much? And theoretically, we've seen some models that would suggest that you would need temperature variances of 10 or 15 degrees Celsius over a span of 10 feet. Right? Imagine you take a thermometer, you put it right next to the floor, it reads, 20 degrees Celsius, and then you raise that thermometer above your head, so it's 10 feet off the ground, and all of a sudden it's 10 degrees hotter.
Yeah,
or 20 degrees hotter.
But I feel like this could be worked around, on your end, as the person who wants to prove the Earth is flat. I feel like that. Let me pull it back up. Whatever they called it, that phenomena, the atmospheric refraction. This could be worked around with mirrors and sensors. It'd be a lot more expensive of an experiment, but it doesn't the concept of atmospheric refraction doesn't throw the whole experiment into the trash can. Like even if
anyway.
Yeah, but
Already
okay, but say it does.
Yeah.
Say it does. Give let's just say it does. I think you could engineer an experiment with lasers. It might have to be a relay, but I think it could be done.
Well, I don't know, man. If we got one laser and it's reaching the other side, the claim on the table is like from their side, if they're going to try and rebuttal against it, right? Is that the light is actually not going straight. That's actually arcing. But we ask, what conditions create such an arc necessary for it to travel perfectly around, the surface of a giant ball, so much so that the light basically ends up on the other side at the same elevation as it was emitted at. Like
every single test in all conditions.
Yeah, every single time.
Yeah, I assume their answer would have to
Come out of
do
their
with
I know.
with like the way a rainbow seems to bend at a specific angle. And I assume they would use that as some type of like some natural constant of bending of light. But I don't. But I'm just talking out of my ass right now. Like I'm.
Yeah, we've heard it all, dude. And most of the time, that's what they do too. Right? We just ask, okay, give us the specifics. Right? Provide us like the necessary humidity gradients, temperature gradients, pressure gradients, whatever. Right? Give us an example of someone going out and performing a test, sampling all these variables throughout the entire line of sight, and demonstrating that the light is actually bending.
But they didn't say anything about that. That's not what I was reading. Wasn't necessarily. I think that was just us going on a tangent. What I was reading.
Yeah. I'm speaking to those who come in and use this as like a sincere argument against it. Like it sounds like you're kind of just throwing it in the air. Oh, well, maybe this is the reason why. But other people would come in here and vehemently argue for that being the reason, but they don't provide anything to back it. That's the problem.
So is it enough that it could be that? Right, so the Earth could be a globe and light could be doing that. Is that good enough for you, or would you like actual verification of it? You want it as a solid? Yeah, it's definitely that. The Earth is definitely curving, and light is definitely, arcing around its surface to make it appear flat.
If you're asking me, I'm. Again, I rely heavily on the assumptions I've made from seeing like cosmological bodies and distribution of elements by density and stuff like that. Like, 'cause it's not.
So as long as there's a could be, it could be that you're happy because it sort of falls in line with. You don't know that that's the case when you're looking across a large body of water, that you're seeing it because, of this light arcing around the curvature, making everything appear flat, right? You don't know that, but it supports your bias, right? The idea supports your bias.
Right.
Yeah, it's reasonable enough. So, yeah, it could be that. Never mind. Don't need it to be tested and shown to me to actually be the case. You seem content with
no, it's not that. It's the tests, whatever tests that are conducted would have to be like they couldn't be very abstract. It would have to be really, really, really simple. Like as simple as because again, for somebody on the other side of the equation, all they have to say is someone can travel down one line of latitude and end up back where they are. And they have pilots and boat captains to back them up, right?
No one has ever done that, ever.
Right.
Dude, like in theory, In theory, they look at the the globe projection, and they see lines. It's like, oh well, I could just walk along this line, and look, I'll get back. Yeah, sure. Like they're, you know what I mean? They've got They've got a certain theoretical framework that they operate in, and they argue from that standpoint.
Yeah, but we're talking about like we can't have this conversation completely conceptually. Like there are like living pilots and boat captains that would affirm these notions. There's people that have claimed, whether even if it's on maybe a particular line of latitude or whatever, but people that have claimed to have navigated the world and or circumvented the world, as they like to put it.
If a pilot comes to you and says, "Hey, look, I followed a certain latitude line and landed back where I took off from," right? Like that doesn't seem unreasonable, except for the fact that no one really flies in straight lines, right?
Right.
Oh, I mean, you would have to ask. You would probably want to ask them, "Hey, okay, do you have like an actual trace of your path, like your path? What path did you take?" And you'll see it'll wobble around. But even then, you would need to project that path onto some sort of two-dimensional surface, right? And it would look like a circle anyway.
Right,
So it doesn't
and
really
that's
give you
okay. And then it would go back to the controls. It would go back to, well, what did you actually do? Did you turn left the whole time, or did you, go wobble back and forth? And that's what it goes. That's what it goes back to. And you have basically a corroboration of pilots and boat captains from all around the world, all different cultures, all different languages, all different theologies that pretty much.
Okay, dude. Yeah, check this out. Right? Have you ever been presented with this data of what, like the control data of what a pilot or a boat captain actually did, demonstrating that they went straight, they dead reckoned, never turned left or right, and landed back where they started?
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I haven't looked too much into it. I just assumed it to be true based on their position.
It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
Okay.
Nobody does that.
Right.
I don't even think there's a meridian that's like clear of land. I don't think you'd do that. You'd hit land and see.
Right. The only time
with a single great circle.
Yeah, and even in like the globe Earth model, the only latitude line that exists where someone can orient themselves basically east or west and dead reckon that way and never have to deviate to turn left or right or whatever to maintain that that latitude line would be the equator. Anyway, right?
Correct. Anywhere else, if you're following a latitude, you will have to bank left or right. But it may be such a large circle that it's really imperceivable. Like going around a long wind, like a long bend, right? A slight long bend in the road in your car. You don't feel like you're turning the steering wheel. You're like, did I even turn it? It's like somehow I'm following the road, right? Like you don't even notice.
I hear what you're saying, and even then, things can be just kind of put into autopilot, but when you put something into autopilot, it's more obvious that you have to enter that data in there, But okay, let's move past that. So
probably plug and if I just quickly, right, and you would have to basically if you're just going to use autopilot, you're just going to plug in locations, right, and the thing's going to figure out and just go there for
I'm
you,
talking about
right?
I'm talking about our theoretical. No, I know. I hear you. I'm talking about in our theoretical experience.
And no, quick before you move on, right? And if you want to go with the whole pilot thing, you would still have to then contend with some of the pilots that themselves would would take the position that the Earth is flat. Some of them do say that. Now, whether they're bullshitting or whatever. I don't know.
No, if that's the case, I would love to hear their testimony. And I know I hear pilots saying weird shit, and some of them are idiots. But regardless, I haven't come across if I could find somebody who seems intelligent and not crazy. Yeah, I would love a pilot's perspective. But let me ask you guys.
I was just quickly, if you want to take a look at something along those lines, check out the post from DJ at 24 minutes past the hour. F-16 pilot says Earth is flat. That's what it's titled.
No. Okay, so for me personally, I'm sorry to put these kind of constrictions on, but it would have to be like an active commercial pilot today. Not some retired pilot, not some government pilot. No military. No. Yeah. No.
Why?
Okay.
Well, there are some chat right above that.
I've seen videos. Yeah. Well, I've seen little snippets of people approaching commercial pilots.
Yeah. It would something like that. Something like that. I'd be more inclined to believe with a
There's a lot of
family.
stuff out there, man. I'll tell you, over the years, I've been looking into this, all sorts of shit from left, more thrown at me left, right, and center.
Okay.
We used to have a lady pilot that used to come in and talk about it and flat smack with us. Probably a couple of pilots. There's probably people amongst us with pilots' licenses that just don't announce it.
I want to get my pilot's license. I might be able to get to the bottom of this myself. But let me ask. Okay. So I'm asking because of the lunar eclipse shadow, right? So do we then are you assuming if the Earth is flat that it's maybe not a sphere but a circle? Then are you assuming like a perfect circle?
No, you're assuming the darkening comes from the Earth itself, from the shadow being casted. That's the assumption being made.
Okay, what else would it come from?
Don't know.
Who knows if it's even a shadow?
Like the shadow of when the Earth gets between the sun and the moon, the shadow of the Earth onto the moon.
That's the story. That's the story, that it is a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow even?
It looks like a shadow. I have no idea what else to assume, right?
I reckon it just looks like darkening.
Our conversation is based on our everyday experience, right? Even though it doesn't happen every day, to me that looks like the only thing I can associate that with, that darkening, is a shadow being cast.
Right? How many red shadows have you seen? How many red shadows have you seen in nature?
I don't know. You see all kind like light reflect off of, even in my room here, light gives everything a red hue.
Talking about the absence of light, though, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what you mean by the red shadow. Are you talking about like the ring around the eclipse? I'm not sure like what you're referring to.
No, the moon during a lunar eclipse, when it turns red.
Okay. What, the moon turns red? Like a blood moon?
A claimed shadow turns red.
During totality, it's red. It's like, why?
Okay, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm sure there's some reason, whether it has to
That
do
doesn't
with
remind me
flat
of
Earth
any
or
shadow I've
round
ever
Earth.
seen. I've never stood out in light.
Okay, but I don't know if
no
you
matter
can
how
hear
intense,
yourself,
and looked at my shadow and gone, shit, my shadow's red.
Okay, so are you saying ignore the whole thing because something has a red hue? Ignore the whole concept? It doesn't make any sense?
No, why is it red?
So because it's
how does
red,
it make a red shadow?
So because the shadow's red, you're saying the whole thought is a trash, like goes in the trash.
The whole thought is trash because it involves Earth being a sphere, and we know it's not one because of the way the surface measures.
So now your position as a flat earther representing flat earthers is to ignore your eyesight and ignore the shadow, focus on the fact that there's
It doesn't tell me anything.
there.
It does not tell me anything. I cannot confirm it's a shadow. I cannot confirm that it is the shadow of an object, or like the Earth getting in the way, or the shadow of the moon getting in the way. I mean, during a solar eclipse, I can't be sure that that's even the moon. I mean, you don't see the moon; you just see the sun blackening out.
We're talking about a lunar eclipse, so now it makes me
lunar
wonder.
or
Actually,
both.
but I am glad that you mentioned a solar eclipse.
And either or.
How come you don't question a solar eclipse then?
We do. What? We do. Like you can theorize about what you think is causing an eclipse
what's
all you
happening
like, right?
in your mind? What's happening?
I don't know. I don't need to say what's in my mind. I just look at what's happening. Like you said, I'm not ignoring what I see, but how am I going to interpret it? How could I possibly interpret it beyond that which I see? Like it just looks like the sun's getting darkened, right? And during a lunar eclipse, it just looks like the moon's getting darkened.
Yeah,
I mean, I could say maybe that's a shadow. I could say maybe that's the moon getting in the way.
Specific angle. I'm sorry, dude, but you're definitely not doing your position a service. Like you sound like a moron.
Why? How is it obvious what's happening during a lunar eclipse? Because if it was so obvious, humans would have worked out what was happening with a lunar eclipse thousands upon thousands of years ago.
They did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, here, you're not really listening, dude. There's no contention with what we witness, the phenomena that we witness. We look up, we see a moon, and other times we look up and we don't see the whole moon. It looks darker, whatever. And then sometimes we look up and we see it's fucking red. And the claim on the table is the reason why it's dark or red or whatever is because the Earth is getting in the way. That's where the discussion needs to be. The why. Okay. Not the phenomenon itself, right? The why the phenomenon is happening.
Right.
That's all.
But you guys, all right. When we see the moon and we see the sun, and when we see a solar eclipse, it's obvious to us that they're about to cross paths, and the moon will block out the light from the sun.
You see the moon during a solar eclipse. You don't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It happens during a new moon. That means during a new moon, you do not see the moon.
Dude, but you actually have you're just, maybe it's your accent. You're throwing me, man. Like nothing you're saying makes any sense at all. You don't see the moon during a solar eclipse. Buddy, you have Google just like the rest of us.
I can make it very clear for you. I can make it very clear for you. Nobody sees the moon during a solar eclipse. They assume that big black thing around the sun during a solar eclipse is the moon. They assume it is, right? But you don't see it approach the sun.
So again, all you're doing is operating on an assumption, dude. We're just pointing out, all we're doing, I think the theme of the evening has just been pointing out the just taken for granted assumptions laid into this paradigm.
He said, after all this time, has reverted to a 2-year-old all of a sudden. That's crazy. I don't believe it.
There's no need to insult T-Up, dude. I know he's upside down and shit. But
yeah, he is. I mean, yeah, the blood's going to his head.
It is a fact that you don't see the moon during a solar eclipse until it starts darkening, and then you assume that that's the disk of the moon getting in the way of the sun. But you still can't even see it. It just looks black.
And here's something else interesting about that. It always happens during a new moon, which, according to the heliocentric model, during a new moon phase, the side that you can't see is a full moon from the sun side, right? So it's fully lit on the other side, but it's still there, physically there. But why isn't there like a hole in the sky where the physical moon is? Like you shouldn't be able to see the stars through this physical moon, this new moon in the sky.
I would even sort of expect to see a big black silhouette approaching.
Oh, I
the
would.
sun.
I definitely would. I wasn't going to mention it, but yeah, you would definitely see a ring of light on a new moon, 100%. If what they're saying about the heliocentric model is true, 100%. None of it would look like that. All the phases of the moon, none of it would look like if what they're saying is true. But definitely on a new moon, you would see a ring, at least a light ring of light in the sky. But you don't see anything. During a new moon, it's 2 days of nothing in the sky. They can tell you where they think it is, but if you point up there, well, there's no physical body there blocking stars. Where the fuck is it? Go ahead. Just wanted to point that out. Speaking of eclipses, that they say the moon is blocking the sun, well, it's always during a new moon, and there's plenty of new moons that aren't blocking the sun. But, like 2 days ago, you could see the moon, and now it's in a similar part of the sky, but none of the stars are blocked out. So think about it. Something to think about. It's like some people put these videos out, like during some type of crescent moon, they'll show a star. They can see through the physical part of the moon, something in the background, a star or something. Some of those images are doctored. I've looked into some of it, but I've never seen anyone try to take a picture of where the new moon is, the physical new moon, where it is physically in the sky, blocking out stars. Never seen anybody attempt that. Well, I'll tell you, it's going in front of the sun on a new moon, though. And where the fuck was it last night?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess that's a potential possibility that it is like the moon faulting the sun. But like, how would you know? Like, it's a nice idea, but how are you going to test it? How are you going to know for certain that that's what it is? With either eclipse, lunar or solar. Okay, come up with an idea, and how are you going to test it? If it involves the sphere Earth, you better start, getting to proving that, because the eclipse doesn't prove it. Your idea about what causes an eclipse does not prove the Earth is a sphere. It's just an idea you have in your mind, right? You got to test it. You got to prove it. Because I could come up with some other fanciful idea, like the ancients did that, Keku and Rahu, or whatever their fucking names is, two celestial bodies that are invisible, that they do it. Some came up with the idea that it's getting eaten by an invisible dragon and shit like that. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah,
they've got to prove their shit. You've got to prove your shit.
Yeah, how's it any less legit? Just like they say the planets were gods. Who's to say they aren't? So it's like, looking at all of it, they want everyone to think, well, every ancient culture was really dumb, and now we know because of science. Just the broad overarching term, science. Most of them don't know what it means. We demonstrate that every day. So science knows that it's a globe, and all of the ancient cultures that I'm talking about hundreds and thousands of years, they're just totally dismissed because we're bigger, smarter, faster. And I can tell you what, if you watch anything on X or Facebook or whatever, people are dumber than ever, as far as I'm concerned. So as far as this advanced technology and we're the biggest, fastest, smartest humans that have ever lived, people are stupid. They're not even interested. It's like the Earth is flat. It's like that's a big whopper. It's just like they don't want to think about it most of the time. It's like, well, it's not flat. And they'll give you all the top 10 reasons, or they'll give you their own version of the globe or their own version of flat. And but really looking into the topic, if people want to go back and forth and argue the real thing, that's They don't want to do
Well,
it.
that's all right. If he's still here and he doesn't want to talk to me, that's fine. I'll shut up. He can talk to Mike or you. I don't care. It's all good. I got
talking about the other guy that I was talking to before, and then
is he still here? He might have split.
Oh well, he reverted. He started over, man. He reverted back to like 2-year-old shit. That's why I jumped in, because I was like, man, don't do it again.
That's all right. I don't care. It's all good.
Well, sorry if I interrupted. If you want to
it's
go
all good.
goo gaga with that
I was
dumbass.
probably being a bit too forward and direct and abrupt. I don't know.
I don't think I heard anything wrong with what you said, Tito. To be honest, I think you just doesn't like your accent. He's a bigot.
I watched some Australian football last night, and holy shit, Sydney against Edmonton. Did you catch any of that? Sydney.
No, I don't follow it. Must have been Union. Was it rugby union?
It was in Sydney, I'm pretty sure. But I went on to get to watch a lot of Australian football over here, and I was just flipping. I was at a hotel. I was flipping through the thing. It was at Australian football, and I heard. I've looked at some YouTube clips and shit, and talked to you guys about it. Dude, I watched from like halfway through the third quarter through the fourth quarter to the end of the game. Holy shit, bro!
Yeah, they don't pad up or wear helmets or anything like that,
Dude,
right?
And it's like it's like NBA score, like 112 to 85 or some shit. It's like, oh my god! And I was trying to figure out the rules, whether they're like kicking the ball everywhere and then the whistle blows. It's like, all right, that looks like change of possession, but it's also like that same guy kicked to the guy on the same team and a whistle blew. I was trying to figure out the rules and how they stop the clock when they get a free kick and stuff.
Yeah, so if you kick the ball and it goes more than 15 meters, if your team catches it, then you get a free kick. So like it's called a mark. So yeah, but it's only for kicks.
Oh, it's AFL, is it?
Yeah, it's AFL. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching a game. I watched for about an hour last night. But there's like halfway through the third quarter to the end of the game. I watched it. That was pretty cool. I was trying to figure out the rules.
Yeah, it takes a few years to learn all the rules, mate. There's a lot of them.
Same with NFL here. It's just like, oh, anybody watching it would be like, what the hell just happened? But I could watch it and be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what happened.
By the way, I'm wondering if Huey couldn't hold it with T-Dub. I'm wondering how he would handle Timbo.
Timbo's a little meaner. He's like me.
Hey, I'm not that bad, am I?
Wonder how he'd handle Matrix.
Oh shit! Yeah, Timbo, you're like you're an angry. Yeah, Timbo, you're like an angry T-Dub or a gentle Matrix.
In between us.
Yeah. You're like in the middle. Like I don't know. Huey, are you still there, dude?
Yeah, I try to have patience until I don't anymore. You know what I mean? It's like everybody. I want him to explain what they mean. Everybody tried to interrupt him. I want him to sound as dumb as possible. Get the whole fucking thing out before I roast their ass. You know what I mean?
I mean, like it's good. I have nothing against his, his retorts. Right? He's throwing up hypothetical, maybe this, maybe that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's very common. I think the real issue is if he's going to lean on those, never reconcile what we're saying in relation to what he's proposing as being possible, but because what he's proposing kind of helps him stay leaning in the direction that he originated from, it's more comfortable for him. I mean, there's just no resolution. There's no answers being
sensible. People, though, do realize early on in the conversation that what they're saying isn't necessarily working for the where if you just play with this guy for an hour, he's going to come back to the same bullshit, and it really doesn't make sense to continue to talk to them. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like a little kitten playing around with a mouse that's half dead.
Yeah. Apart from the fact that it's kind of funny, there's no productivity there.
But I'll give him credit where credit is due. It was refreshing to hear him say that he is indeed operating off of assumption, while we are basing our claim off of observed, measured reality.
Sure.
Yeah, that honesty was pretty refreshing. Yeah.
Well, and I typed in the chat earlier that, once they look at one of our tests and then they start making excuses for why it's successful, why we're saying, here's the water's flat because here's the test that proves it. And they're like, well, so we've done everything we need to do the successful test. They're agreeing right off the bat. Yeah, they could see the laser from the other side, or, whatever the test results were. And then they start making excuses. So that's an automatic concession. They agree with our test. Yes, you can see it. Yes, this, but that.
I mean, I don't have anything wrong with someone pointing out, hey, maybe, did you consider this? Did you consider that? Because it is possible.
Sure, everybody has to do that.
Yeah. So that's okay. I think it's just when they don't really back it up with anything, that's the real issue. Like, fuck.
It's like the first issue.
Hey, how do we know? It's like, how do we know fucking invisible fairies and leprechauns aren't, getting in the way and deviating the path of light? It's like, oh shit, maybe. Okay, do you have any evidence of invisible leprechauns and fairies? No. Oh, well, then what makes you think they're there? Oh, the sheer fact that you can see the light indicates to me that there must be something going on, because I do have the predisposition to think that we are on a ball, and I got to do anything that I can to preserve that.
Right.
That's all I hear.
Story.
Yeah, and it's just like, that's what I'm saying. They immediately concede that our test was successful and then start to make excuses.
Well, I mean, successful insofar as demonstrating that we can see the light from a distance where theoretically we shouldn't.
Well, our prediction was true. We have a laser set up on one side or a camera. We zoom in on the other side. We can see it. We see the laser, everything. We do it during the day, during the night. You can see it. Boom, that's a successful test. And then we show it to them, and then they start making excuses. That means they agree that our test was successful. It looks flat. Our test actually worked the way we said it was going to work. And then they're going to make excuses galore of how it could be this and that and this and that. And they will never go out and try to do it themselves and predict something that's going to show the curve, because they can only do what we did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're fucking stuck. They're stuck. They have to agree that our tests are good and then make excuses. Because if they go do what we did, they're going to get the same fucking result. Because our tests are good. They don't have to go do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see someone bring in a laser test where it's like, hey, we're 4 feet off the ground, and mathematically, the laser should be, 50 feet up in the air at such a distance. And then we go do that, and we do actually measure it 50 feet up in the air. These were the conditions. It was at this place. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Here's something I thought about. I don't know if it would work, but if there was like a huge lake, one side had really tall cliffs, like 120 feet or something, and the other side was just flat. You know what I mean? Like, it's like cliffs on one side, and then you got the shore on the other side, and you can look across the lake, see the top of the cliffs, but you can take like a zoom camera or a laser, set it on the shore of the lake, and it should shine like on the other side of the cliff, 60 feet above. You know what I mean? like all the way on the other side of the lake, there's just a big cliff. And if you're standing on the shore on one side and there's a big cliff on the other side, you just shine it, and it would shine 60 feet. The people on the other side of the lake at the bottom of the cliff would have to look up and see it shining on the cliff. You know what I mean? Sure, there's places like that where it's just like cliffs on the one side that are 100 feet tall, 10 miles wide. Because the water's supposed to be dropping down and away. It's a laser would shine on the side of the cliff that's 10 miles away.
I see what you mean. I think that may be a bit tougher because of the. I would presume because of the vast distances between where the geometric horizon would be and the cliff, and the variances in the air, like the humidity and whatever. I would think that maybe the light might distort too much to really cast
work exactly the same way as other lake tests. I would think it worked exactly the same way.
Maybe I'm just not picturing.
There's just a big wall. Yeah, there's just a big wall behind them. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you see the laser, if you're on one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, there's nothing behind you. You're just with the camera looking. But if there was a huge wall behind you and you're on the other side of the lake, then from the source point, the laser should be shining on that wall 60 feet above your head.
Oh, I see what you mean. A laser specifically,
Yeah, like a laser, they'd be able to point it. Yeah, it's like a backstop. It's not, you wouldn't have to look up to see, it would be shining on that big wall, the big cliff right behind you. If we could find a place like that where there's a body of water and there's a cliff on one side, anyway, something I thought about. They would be like, you go here to find the curvature, and then just like
it would make it really easy.
It'd be like a tour spot. Nice. It's like, dude, just shoot a laser straight across. Boom, there's the curve. We're just straight ahead, 66 feet. Boom. Or however many feet over the drop. Yeah, at first I was like, well, you guys don't know what I'm talking about? Maybe I didn't explain it, but yeah, you get it now.
Took me a second, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot we were talking about lasers. That's why.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing with a camera too. You could do the same thing with a camera too. You wouldn't be able to see the other side of the lake. You just see the wall, and there's the curve dropping off.
Like a dam wall, right? Like the top end of the dam wall. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we got some spots like that.
Especially right now, I think Lake Mead's the lowest it's been in hundreds of years or some shit. Just go to Lake Mead and do some tests.
Yeah, I don't think we'd ever need much of the wall, but it would be nice for it to be there for demonstration purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, why hasn't that been done?
Well, it's just like, dude, I mean, that's our point. I mean, nobody that claims the Earth is a globe has ever done a real test, to see if the surface is actually curving. We know that. And it's like, there's so many different ways you could do it, but they never do it. They just look at our tests and say, you're dumb. Don't you know about refraction? It's like, what the fuck are you
Look up in the
about?
sky.
Yeah, look up. Don't you see the other planets around? It's like, dude, we're saying that right here it's flat. Look. Over here it's flat. Like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, it looks flat because it's round.
It looks flat because it's so big. No shit, I agree with you. It's big.
All we get is 2,000-year-old calculation and Netflix flashlight science.
Dude, they knew 2,000 years ago. Really? Did they? I mean, if they really knew anything about history, it took them a long time. Like I was putting the thing earlier, it's taken hundreds of years for them to build this map that we have now. It's supposed to be the globe, and it's constantly changing, updating every day, and it's been that way through different conquerors and everything. The maps are part of their treasure. The people in power, if they can control where the land is and the maps, people think where they are. That's part of the influence they have. So Now, whether or not I would think that most of the rulers probably don't even know that it's flat either. You know, they're just born into families and shit, and they do the rulership of districts and shit. There's a whole lot of shit that most people don't even know what's going on, including me.
Yeah,
But
well, that's what happens when you believe that rocks are your cousins, right?
there you go. Well, that bullshit story's less than a couple hundred years old, and people are just like, "Wow, we're so smart." We got all the DNA evidence. We don't even need fossils anymore.
Yeah.
They built a map of the genome through DNA to prove that
Yeah, we share DNA with fungus, so we must
bananas
have
and
been
shit.
fungus at some stage, you know.
So yeah, it's just like, dude, the people are so lost into that religion. It's crazy, but that's okay, because once they realize that the Earth is actually flat, that religion can fall flat. And it doesn't mean we all have all the answers. We're just talking about this is where you start. It never was a globe. It never was a globe. Nobody ever should think it was a globe. This whole paradigm of the globe should be absorbed, use the knowledge you have, but then pretty much throw it out the window, because eventually people are going to figure this out, and it might be 50 years from now, but prepare yourself now, young people. It's not going to be a globe by let's see, what's the 2022, by 2100. It's not going to be a globe anymore.
Well, there's going to be some people asking questions if they don't have a motel on the moon by then.
Yeah. Still be, it's like their 6th Artemis mission. People are going to be like, what the fuck? You know, they'll be making fun of
you guys
it.
actually
By
do
then, like
something,
all the TikTok videos be making fun of NASA at that point. All the other people. But yeah. It's, people will figure it out eventually, because they think it's really deep, and there's the scientific mathematics and everything is proven the Earth is a globe and stuff, and it's all just a veneer of reality that isn't reality at all. And so I was like, well, if it's not that, then what is it? Well, I don't know. You're in the same boat with me. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge out there. You've been fed what you're supposed to be fed through the education system, but fortunately, there are other sources that you can go to if you're curious. If you're not curious, you're just gonna do what you're doing, and it doesn't matter if the globe, if it's a globe where it's flat. That really doesn't matter, and that's fine. We're not trying to convince everybody of that, but if you're curious, this is why we think, the way we think. Nobody's forcing you to be a flat earther or anything. Or I don't know why these guys are so vitriolic. Oh, these flat earthers, look how dumb they are. And they're just like, only thing they have is straw men, and they won't come talk to us. Or when they do, they rage quit because we won't let them straw man. Fucking stupid. So. God bless us, everyone. Charles Dickens.
Wasn't Charles Dickens known for something specific?
He's known for a lot of things. I'm not sure.
He was a writer.
Yeah, he was a writer. I'm sure he was probably.
And he's
he was
writer.
probably a Freemason. Is that what you're getting at?
No, I was just asking because I was like, I know I've heard that name somewhere. But yeah, no, I think he brought it up. He was a writer.
Yeah, he's one of the best authors of all time.
Charles Dickens.
Yeah, he wrote A Christmas Carol. That's where that came from, what I just quoted. That was
Two Cities, was it?
Great Expectations, dude. Charles Dickens.
Yeah, like we're like I would compare like F years to like you ever seen that movie, like the Christmas movie where like they're telling the kid he's gonna shoot his eye out?
Yeah. What the hell was that?
Yeah, like we're like the equivalent of the parents, bro. Like, and this kid just like, no, I'm gonna buy this gun, and it's not gonna shoot my eye out.
That movie's great. It's a cult classic. What the hell is it called?
Like a Christmas Story or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, Christmas Story. That's what it is. I had
That
Christmas
shit was-
Carol in my head, but that was
Oh,
Charles
yeah.
Dickens. Yeah. Christmas Story. Yeah, it's great, man. It's just like it was supposed to be like that. You know, it's like every scene was meticulous, man. It's so freaking awesome. It's a good show. Love that movie.
Every video I've seen, like where they try to like explain like the water on the ball thing, bro, and they can't do it without like the water flying off the ball, bro. Like,
Well, that's what I was saying. The problem is they're trying to picture the whole Earth when nobody's ever seen the whole Earth. But people, their whole life have told them what the whole Earth looks like, and they think they know. So they're trying to picture it, a flat Earth that's in their mind, when nobody's seen the whole Earth. Even flat Earthers, we don't know what the whole Earth looks like. We've seen maps. That's not what the Earth looks like. That's a map.
yeah, makes sense.
So people gotta get it's like maps are useful for what they're used for. And I'm not saying that the land masses aren't similar to what they look like on that map. I'm just saying that map is not the Earth. You're not going to be able to go away from Earth and see the whole thing. Nobody has. They've tried to convince you that they have, but it's bullshit.
Stupid flat earthers.
What did bro say?
It's like Kenny.
What's up, man?
I heard that voice, man. What's up?
No, this guy, bro.
Helio, man. Welcome.
How you doing?
Fuck. I haven't talked to you in years, bro. Come on.
No, bro said stupid platters.
And Kenny 5G in the house.
In the house. Great to hear your voice. Always makes me smile, man. Thank you. Thank you for putting. I know you've been around, but I haven't talked to you.
Oh yeah. I haven't been on here much. Yeah.
No, I see you in the chat every once in a while. I knew you were still around, but I know you took a break, and that's good, man. And everybody should take a break once in a while. Dang.
You get your computer fixed.
I did. I got a new, shiny new computer.
I gotta take a break. I'll be back.
Ooh, all right.
Sweet.
I didn't get a shiny new computer, but I got a girlfriend, so I mean, I guess that counts.
That's expensive too.
yeah, more expensive.
More expensive than.
It's like the one meme where they're like, "Would you pick a PS5 or me?" And then there's like, "No, I want the fucking PS5."
Oh hell, shit. It's fun.
Probably have to remember more passwords for your missus too.
Right.
Good evening, you dude. Long time.
Speculation Sunday, man. At least for a little while.
You gotta speculate.
Want to debate with me?
Yeah.
I think the world is round.
I do.
You guys want to go?
Let's
Let's go.
Like a week.
Well, that's what we're all here for.
Huh?
Round like a
Oh,
penny.
like
a
wheel?
Here.
Yeah.
Round like a wheel?
Yeah, exactly, like a wheel. Alright, so you want to debate a little bit, or?
There's a song that
Let's
says,
hear this,
"Wheels
bro.
in the sky keep on turning."
Well, yeah, doesn't it?
Okay, so tell us why you know the Earth is a sphere.
Because every other celestial being, when you look at it from a telescope or anything like that, is all round. Why would we be the only celestial body that's not round?
So I'm going to walk through a forest, right? And I look up, and all as I see is leaves. Am I a leaf?
Yes, I think you became a leaf man. I don't know.
Sounds silly, doesn't it?
Not when it comes to what I said. It's like how my principal, when I was a little kid, tried to tell me, when I followed this one kid to roof a ball over my school, the principal's like, yo, if you jumped over a bridge, would you do it? And I was like,
So
no.
what similarities does the Earth have to those things that you see in the sky?
It's a celestial body, just like
No,
anything.
the Earth is not a celestial body. Celestial bodies are in the sky.
For some reason, I feel like you're just bluffing when you say that.
Okay, what
You don't think
similarities
that Earth
does
is a
the Earth
celestial
have?
body?
Well, it's not. It's not named that. It's terrestrial, right?
You know, celestial body is just a general term.
Yeah, for something in the sky.
And are we not in infinite space?
Are you in the sky?
If we're in, yeah.
No.
Technically,
You're round.
by
So that would make you terrestrial, right?
I mean, why do you think that the world is flat? Like, come on. Like, why?
I'm asking you a few questions first because I don't know, you wanted to debate about something, but it's not even a debate anymore, right?
You gotta answer at least one, though.
I can answer that, though, Timo. Do you think it might have something to do with how flat it is?
What?
You asked why would we think the Earth is flat, right? Do you think it might have something to do with the fact with how flat it is?
At least I have a reason for the roundness part, but like, what's you guys' reason?
Well, he was telling you, but you interrupted him while he was telling you.
I thought you guys.
We think it's flat. We say it's flat because of how flat it is, the surface over water.
You said it's flat because of how flat it is.
Yeah. Does that make any sense or what?
No. Like, that's like me saying I'm saying it's round because of how round it is.
Yeah, but it's not, though, is it?
Well, no, it's not because like you don't see it as round, right? And it's literally like looking at the sky and saying like it's blue, and someone saying, "How do you know it's blue?" And I can say because of how blue it is, right?
Hey, yo, that's
like
a completely different question.
You look at the Earth and you see flat, right? But you don't think it's flat.
Well, mate,
why not?
You guys are trying to troll me, aren't you? Like, bro, you can't just say
have you ever been to a lake? Have you ever been to the beach? Have you ever been to a beach or a lake and looked out over the water and seen how flat it looks?
But it's still not flat.
Oh, it's not flat. So I could say that about the sky then, right? It's not blue.
Okay, no, you can't say that about the sky because clearly we could still look up at the sky and it'll be blue.
It's blue, right? And you look out at the water when at a lake and it looks flat.
I mean, it's not like we could like fly up in the sky and look at the Earth.
Flat, but I can say things that I can't look at something that looks flat and say it's flat, but I can look at something that's a color and say it's a color. That doesn't make any sense. Like, these are properties that things have, right? So the surface of something is going to have a property of being curved.
From a distance and see that it's blue. But you can't look at the Earth from a distance and see the shape. It's too big.
Oh, right. You need to look at it from a distance. Oh, I didn't realize that we had that.
So how do you know? So how do you know it's a sphere? So how do you know it's a sphere then?
Well, like I was saying, it's a presumption because of what I was saying about using a telescope and looking up in the sky. Right? You can't presume this is the only one body. That's going to be
Assuming the Earth's a sphere
from a billion other bodies all being
assuming the Earth's a sphere alone. So you're assuming the Earth's a sphere because you think other planets are spheres, right?
Aren't they?
Well, I don't know. Are they?
Well, you know, because you could see them, right? And they're all spheres from a distance.
Well, you can see circles, right?
Exactly. I know you're trying to troll, but like, yeah, that's the point. It's all circles, right?
Trolling. What I'm doing is I'm pointing out that you're looking in the sky and you're saying because those things up there, therefore down here must be exactly the same.
That is. Yeah. I mean, it's not simply based off of that. It's also based off of what I learned from class and everything.
Yeah. All right. What else then?
Oh, like the fact that like masses get like clumped together and they create planets and gaseous places too, like Saturn is like gas.
How do you know that happened?
Gas.
How do you know? How do you know that? That's a good question, Timo. How do you know that? When did you see it?
I learned it from high school. When I was in science class. Like, didn't you guys learn that shit in science class? Or?
Of course, yeah, but they didn't give me any evidence. They said, yeah, gravity causes planets, and then they just like walked out the door.
I don't know.
I thought they were bullshitting me because they didn't give me any evidence.
Anyway, man, you know that shit looks circular. You can't deny that when you look at it, that looks circular.
Yeah, but that's not the ground beneath you.
The Earth is, yeah.
Yeah, but I would find it pretty far-fetched to presume that this celestial body. I'm only saying celestial body.
Where did you get that from, bro? Where did you get that from? Celestial body? Who says we're standing on a celestial body?
The planet
Last time I checked, it's terrestrial. It's not celestial, it's terrestrial. That's the distinction. So we use the term terrestrial for things about Earth, and celestial for things about things in the sky, right?
But how come you guys... Okay, yo, come on. At least I gave some reasoning as to why I am presuming as to why the world is round. But why do you guys think it's flat?
Measures that way.
You guys still never said anything as to why.
Measures
I think I posted it in the side chat and tagged you in it.
Water is level.
But just say it. Just say it. Like, why not say it?
Water.
Why do you guys think the world is not round?
Water.
Are you listening? You've had about 3 different answers in the last minute.
There's so nonsense.
All right. One said it measures flat. Another said water's level. Water's always level. Another one pointed out something in the side chat. I don't know what it is because I'm not looking
right now. Who's talking about water's level and this and that? Like, why do you think the world is flat? That's all it is. Just answer it straight.
We did. It measures flat.
Bro,
the water's level.
Because the surface is not curving at the rate required to form a sphere. It's not curving at any rate whatsoever, measurably
Why
so.
would it need a rate to form us?
We're told the Earth is a certain size sphere, correct?
I'm not an idiot. Oh man.
What size is the spherical Earth?
What size was what?
What size is the Earth? What size do you believe the Earth to be? What size sphere?
It's obviously the same size as the moon, and the moon is obviously made of cheese. So, what's so hard to understand? I'm joking.
Do you know the claimed radius of the Earth?
No, but I could just Google that anyway.
Go for it. Let us know.
Like, why do we have Google?
You guys are getting dumber.
Bottom line, we're told the Earth is a certain size sphere. The surface of water must curve at a rate to form that size sphere.
I
But
just realized
the surface
that
of water
the world
curves
is
it
flat.
on.
How could you guys have like a mass for the Earth?
What?
How could we have what?
How could the Earth weigh anything? Because you guys are saying something about like what's the size of the Earth. But if it's flat, then it's infinitely flat, no?
We're talking about the nature of the surface of water, right?
The nature of the surface of water.
Yes.
That makes literally no sense at all.
Whether there's convexity on the surface or not.
I forgot what convexity means, though.
I don't even know if you're intelligent enough to have a conversation with.
Oh man, I forgot what like vectors and everything meant, man. I used to like study physics and everything, but I'm lacking. Never studied it for so long.
Hold on. Are you under the impression that you're not smart enough to figure this out, and we're not either? We need to defer to some. Like it's like I'm in a room of flat earthers and they're trying to say, "Hey, man, we go out and test the water and it's flat," and you're just like, "Oh, I don't understand. I can't understand the difference between flat and curved." We're just saying we can't find the curved water, and you're giggling like a weirdo. But if you're really curious about why we're flat earthers, I mean, you've already asked us, and several people have told you. I mean, what's the deal? I mean, besides the giggling thing, I mean, I guess maybe that's
I
some
can't
form of
stop
cognitive
laughing.
dissonance.
If you guys want me to leave, I'll leave. I just can't. I honestly, truly believe that you guys are like
what shape? Listen, it's really easy. What shape are you told the Earth is?
A sphere.
A sphere. Okay. Do the surface of spheres have curvature or are they flat?
They have curvature.
Right. So when we go out into the reality, right, and we look at the surface and we measure it, we should be finding curvature, right?
What?
We're told that we're on that sphere, that we're on the surface of it. So when we go outside and look for the curvature, we should find it, right? We should be able to measure it because we're standing on the surface that they say is the surface of a sphere.
No, because the world is too large.
Oh, it's
you
too
can't
biggie.
possibly measure it like that. All you would see is flat ground.
So that's where you're wrong, right? That's where you need to examine the exact size that they claim it is. Because based on the size that they tell us it is, it would have a specific rate of curvature, right? That means over a certain distance, there'll be this much curvature between these 2 points. Should be able to find that, right?
I mean, I still think I agree with what I was thinking.
So you don't agree that there should be a specific amount of curvature between 2 points. over the
But
surface
how
of
can
water.
you even possibly measure that?
Well,
We're trying to
Like,
tell
if I
you. We're
just
trying
like
to tell
take
you,
a
bro.
camera and
yeah,
measure it,
let these guys tell you. I'll let these guys tell you.
Sure. If you're standing on top of a sphere, then the sphere is going to, when you look straight ahead or when you're using it, the
I'm a
surface is going to
human
drop down
being
and away.
standing in the center of a sphere that's massive as fuck. You can't possibly measure that shit.
Wait. You say it's massive, but we have numbers. They gave us numbers. The science has numbers, right? And we're comparing
Yeah,
their
no, I agree.
numbers.
I agree.
Okay, well then why are you fighting us on this? Why don't you just act like an intellectual, like we all are, and go over these numbers with us? I mean, what are you scared of?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're going over the numbers, I mean, the kilometers in itself, you can't possibly see the curvature.
How do you know?
Because I could look in a straight line and not see. I'm looking at my balcony right now and I can't see the curvature.
Well, let's apply the numbers and see whether, since you, I mean, I don't think you really know whether you should be able to see it or not, because you're just saying, oh yeah, well we can throw the numbers, and you're just kind of giving a general idea, saying, well, well the numbers, well one of it's so big it would look flat, right? You agree with us? I agree with you. If it was a globe of the size they say it is, with our naked eye, it would look flat. It would look flat from everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're 100 feet up. If you're in a fucking airplane, it looks flat, right? It does. If it was a globe, it would look flat.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I would agree with you if you could test it out, but I don't know how to test it out, to be honest.
Well, we're trying to tell you how we tested it. Are you curious, or do you just want to just like act incredulous, like we don't know what the fuck we're talking about or something?
No, I
We
wouldn't
haven't been
deny
doing
that,
this
but
for
I
10
would be
years
curious
or something.
about what you guys did specifically.
What have we done? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we waste our time with you, and if you're curious, we'll show you. But if you're just going to waste our time and just be like, and we're going to do a 15-20 minute presentation, and
No, you can tell I'm actually trying to make good points. Like, I'm not trying to waste you guys' time.
All right, cool. So we're going to be talking about whether or not, from a person that's standing on the sphere, whether or not the ground, specifically the surface of the water, a calm body of water, is dropping down and away from us when we're observing it. You know, like a lake or an ocean. Do you understand that? Because if you're living on a sphere with a certain radius,
Well,
you know what that.
I understand how the water, it drops and then it rises.
All right, so you know what the radius of the Earth is? What they say it is?
I don't think most people know that, man. But I could also
see. I mean, there's no reason to continue unless we're learning. I'm teaching you our argument. If you just want to blow it off and be like, "Oh, flat earthers are dumb," this is what we're talking. You have to talk about the same thing we're talking about instead of just blowing us off without actually addressing what we're saying.
I'm very tipsy right now, so I don't think it's fair to you guys. I'm just going to be going. I'm really
we're just talking about simple numbers. Look, man, 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference. But you know, when you're standing on top of the ball, tangent line to the globe, it's going to drop down and away from you at a 10-mile observation. If you're looking across a flat body of water, 10 miles. Say that again.
I don't understand any of that. All I understand is that the water lowers and it raises over like the days.
You're talking about tides? Well, that's based on sea level,
like
which is level. That's level. That's level.
Yeah.
What's it based on? If you know how high or low the tide is, it's based on sea level. That means it's higher than sea level or lower than sea level. That's horizontal. We're not talking about globes. We're not talking about globes when it comes to sea level.
But I know apparently something that has to do with the moon has to do with the fact that the tides have tides.
That's not proven. That's not proven. The tides were there before their gravity concept about the moon causing tides. The tides were there centuries and millennia before. All that bullshit. Matter of fact, I mean, most of the oceans were a lot lower in the not so recent past if you look into the real shit. But anyway, it's like modern quote unquote science is completely wrong. They've hoodwinked your ass.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What do you guys do for fun? Like, have you guys ever gone sailing or snowboarding or
all of it?
Or sailing, because you were talking about the water.
What do you think? What do you think of that? All the flat earthers are just like basement dwellers or some shit?
I mean, I would get that perception right off the bat. Yeah.
I think that's most of you Globers that are just on here just nitpicking what about our arguments, which we're pretty straightforward about our arguments. We're just saying, flat versus, we're just talking about a curved line versus, opposed to a straight line. And you guys just go off into this weird shit, like you're emotional about your attachment to the globe theory. It's weird.
Apologize.
You think we're weird? You think we're weird? We used to be Globers. All of us used to be Globers, man.
I'm sorry. And I feel like I'm kind of too quick to judge people sometimes now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we've been doing this for a long time. All of us used to be Globers. We were space fanatics, a lot of us, and I mean, it really wasn't something we thought about until somebody said, "Hey, think about this," and here's a demonstration, and here's why. Here's how the whole globe came about, and there's something wrong with what they're telling us about this place.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's just like there was another guy in here earlier who was saying, "Hey, why don't you guys just defer to all the experts?" And it's like, well, who are those? Who are they? Well, anyone that's smarter than you, give me a break.
Oh man, I get that. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, I've been looking at this shit for years. I mean, flat Earth 10 years, but like all what people would call conspiracy theory, which is not. That's just like the real shit's going on. I mean, obviously they put fake shit on the news, put real shit in the movies, and
I mean, someone secretly puts shit in the movies, but like you would never know.
Yeah, they really like when you see like when they want to promulgate an idea that they kind of fucked up in the news, like, oh, here's something, or just like varying news reports about something, and it's like little information. Then they make a movie about it, right? That's supposedly that's what you're supposed to think really happened because you saw it in the movie, and you saw snippets on the news. But what really happened is something totally different.
Never know.
Like JFK assassination, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? They only show you just enough to pique your interest on it, that kind of stuff. It's not.
Yeah. No, I hear you guys. Man, I get that.
And that now, just because I'm talking about that's just because I'm talking about conspiracy theories. Like when it comes to flat Earth, that's actually not a conspiracy theory. You can go out there and you do it every day. You go out and do the flat Earth.
Hey, they got me believing the Earth is round. So
no, it's up. Up is up. Can you go anywhere on Earth where up is not up and down is not down? Do you feel like when you drive, halfway across the country, that your up is in a different direction than it was where you started? Come on, man. Up is toward the sky, down is toward the ground.
Man, I can't lie. I use the ideology for whenever I'm swimming so I don't drown. But yeah, sorry.
Hey, I'm gonna blow your mind. Check this out. The map, and there's one in the chat there. The map of the globe. The map is spherical, but the Earth is flat. You can use that globe map to travel around the Earth just fine.
Yo, do any of you guys play Fortnite?
Well, when you're looking at the map, it's observer centric. So you're not like when you're on the ground actually traversing the Earth, you can pull up the whole globe map, but you're not going to go somewhere on the Earth without zooming in or using a different map, that's closer. It's like if you want to go from LA to New York, you're not just going to pull out the whole globe map and kind of look at whatever freeways outside of that. You're like, when you get to different cities, you're going to pull out a more local map, that kind of thing. And that's a different map. When you look at the whole thing, that's one map. When you look at one city, that's a different map. That's a city map. So all of them are different maps. Now they're connected in the latitude longitude thing, but the more you zoom in, the more local it becomes. It's let's say it's kind of more flat, but it's because it actually is flat. The coordinate system is it's the virtual
Why
part
does
of it.
everybody keep sending pictures of a round Earth?
No, nobody's ever seen the Earth, the whole Earth. Nobody's ever seen it.
Well, like, why does everybody keep sending pictures of round Earth?
Oh, in the side chat?
In the side chat, yeah. I'm like,
No, that particular one there, it's just showing you the drop value. Like, see that line at the very top of the globe, and then the other lines going down. That's the drop value we're talking about. 8 inches per mile squared. That's the drop value if you're standing on top of that globe.
Yeah, the curvature.
It's the curvature nobody can find. Yeah.
Hello, skeptic.
Yeah, what's up?
What do you think about the guys going to the was it North Pole or South Pole to witness the 24-hour day?
Hold on. Say that again. The guy's going through the what? Hey, stop. Hey, mute yourself if you're gonna laugh and giggle.
They went to North Pole, I guess, or South Pole. I think South Pole. And
give me some more specifics. Who did what? You're gonna have to be a little more specific.
I don't know the names, but they went to the South Pole and they recorded the 24-hour day. How do you explain that?
Are you talking about the what they call the final experiment? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, the final experiment. Yeah.
So they went to Antarctica, filmed the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
What do I think about it? For the most part, I expected that's what they would find if they went where they said they were. I expected that because the map depicts that. If you read the map correctly, the circle AE map that they were trying to debunk, that's a globe. So it tells you where the sun's going to be. So, I mean, that map perfectly depicts a 24-hour sun in the south. So I wasn't surprised. I knew that since 2016. Even though we had some shoddy stuff before, like 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There was some chopped up videos and stuff. But yeah, I accept that they went down to Antarctica and took an image of the 24-hour sun. I don't subscribe to that AE map as the flat Earth because, like I was telling Homeboy a minute ago, nobody's seen the whole Earth. Nobody knows what it looks like.
Yeah, I think any flat earthers that deny the 24-hour sun in Antarctica are deluded.
Oh, I'm sure they're. Well, I don't know. I really don't think they understand that the map that they were trying to disprove is a globe. They think that's the flat Earth map. So they're just ignorant. That map predicts the 24-hour sun if you read it right. So
it's only disproven without wraparound.
Wraparound? What are you talking about? That's just a map. That's not the Earth. That map predicts the 24-hour sun. The ice wall, the ice ring on that map, that's 1 point. The outer edges of that map is 1 point on the map. Just like the center point in the middle of it, North Pole, that outer ring is 1 point mathematically.
Yep.
So that map is the globe. It's just spread out. The southern point's spread out. That big circle around the side, that's 1 point is the south. It's the same map as the globe. The exact same thing. So if you're going to the globe map, debunk the globe map, go ahead with your nonsense. Yeah, that's the 24-hour sun. Yes, it's predicted in that map. Yeah. So I wasn't surprised at all. That was the answer to your question. Now, as far as all the controversy about whether they were there and who went and all that kind of stuff, I'm not really fooled with that nonsense because we talk about the flat water here, and the water's flat everywhere. All of the oceans, all the lakes, they're flat.
Yeah, none of us ever said that if they go to Antarctica and they see 24-hour sun, the Earth can't be flat.
Yeah, it's like that doesn't follow, does it? Logically, yeah.
No.
Sound like a crazy person talking about that shit. How does that even follow? The sun does this when you go over there and look at it. That means the Earth is a globe. Yeah. Sure, it confirms what people have been observing for centuries on these maps, which there are parts of that map, especially in like the South Pacific between South Africa and like parts of Indonesia and up to Hawaii and shit. It's just like nobody really goes that way very much. And I really think that they've extrapolated a lot. Well, sorry, I missed Australia there. My bad. But yeah, they've extrapolated, I think, in the South Pacific a lot about what they might or might not be able to see at certain points in the South. And so that globe map is just, it's not confirmed like the whole way. Sure, we have confirmed observations from Australia, Tasmania, South Africa, Venezuela. You can see the Southern Star, right? Or Southern Cross, Southern Star. Sigma Octantis. Of course, you won't all see it at the same time, which I don't know if that means anything or not. But there's vast portions of the South. There's just not much traffic. People don't go over there and map out that part of the ocean because you're probably going to die if you spend too much time there. Went on Google Earth and was looking for like small islands out South Pacific. There's a few of them. There's like one that had some airport on it. And we're talking about over thousands of miles, just a couple of parcels of land. It's crazy. It's like you'd be out of your mind if you took a boat down there. Down there. I mean, over there. Yeah, Earth is a mysterious place. Don't get it fucked up, man. Don't let them tell you what Earth is. Well, yeah, it looks flat because it's so big. Okay. That's why we're here. We're trying to point out that, hey, yeah, it's going to look flat if it was that big, but it would also look curved if you zoom in past the horizon and see the horizon keep on extending. That means it's not the curvature of the Earth. So,
Yep. And I mean, like when we say flat Earth, we're just talking about the surface underneath us, regardless of its size, regardless of its shape, right? Regardless of anything that happens in the sky. I mean, if we, investigate the geometry of the surface that's underneath our feet, and we find out that it doesn't have the curvature rate that it's claimed to have, if that throws a spanner in the works for everything else that you thought relied upon that understanding, it's too bad,
Well, like I was saying earlier, if they start to make excuses for why we discovered that, that means they concede that our test worked. then they have to come up with excuses for why our test was successful. Saying, oh, refraction, or you don't understand this and that. And it's like, dude, we shot a laser across this lake. We looked across this lake 20 miles. You can see the shore on the other side, with a camera 6 foot above the water. I mean, it's like, dude, 20 miles, that's a lot of drop. You wouldn't be able to see that if the Earth was a globe. And so what they'll say is like, well, they're going to immediately start to make excuses. And if their first reaction should be like, well, that's a fake video because I know for a fact the Earth is a globe and you wouldn't be able to see that. Instead, what they do is say, yeah, I acknowledge that you did your test and you saw that, but so they're conceding our flat Earth test was successful, and now they're going to make excuses for why we saw that instead of saying our video was fake. You know what I mean? Because they can't prove our video is fake because they can go fucking do it themselves, which they never do. Poor little globers wallowing in their own ignorance and self-pity. I think they got one over on the flat earthers, but half the time we don't even know what the fuck they're talking about because they bring their own globe and flat earth in here every day. Like I said, they never talk about what we're talking about. They want to talk about everything but what we're talking about. I'm going to say we're dumb because we don't want to talk about what they're talking about when they don't even know anything about the globe or flat. They're just super emotional that people are not believing the general narrative about the globe when they don't even know what it is. It's like, haven't you seen the moon? Oh, yeah, I've seen the moon a lot. Almost every night.
Yeah, like that other guy said, well, I just find it hard to conceive that if every other celestial body is X-shaped, right? Whoa. That's why I said, whoa. Where did you get that from? Like, what makes you think Earth is a celestial body? When did you ever experience it being anything but terrestrial beneath you? Never above you, never in the sky. Unless you're looking up at a mountain, I guess, like cliff face.
Like,
I see the Earth. It's up there.
I was messaging earlier in the chat. It's like they want to see the whole thing, right? Because they're used to that, right? It's like, well, if it's not this, then what's the whole thing look like? It's like, I'm sorry to tell you, man, nobody's ever seen it. And nobody probably ever will. Now I freaking lost what I was going to say. I was going to say something related to that. Something I was talking with DJ about in the chat. Seen the whole Earth. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's weird. It's a compulsion. Of course, you're going to want to know what the whole thing looks like. But if you can't, then you just fucking can't. You're going to have to get over it. If you're going to defer to the quote unquote pseudoscientists or scientists or science or whoever that is that told you they know what the whole thing looks like, the whole solar system, the cosmos, and all that stuff.
No, the pretty cartoons.
Yeah, you can defer to that. I mean, nobody's trying to force you into talking to any flat earthers. You can say we're dumb for all of time and memoriam. Just don't come in here and not talk about what the fuck we're talking about. Don't come in here and talk about outer space when we're talking about how flat the goddamn Earth is. We don't believe in outer space. We're not going to talk about it. We'll
not just not even a little.
No, I mean, sometimes we'll actually have to teach them about their solar system theory so that they can see how ridiculous it is, but we're always going to have to get back to the flat water, so yeah, sure, yeah, it's fun to play with the food because they just refuse to actually get down to brass tacks.
If you don't believe in space, then what is the space between us and the sun, for example?
I said outer space. Outer
right.
space.
Yeah. So there's clearly not air because remember, you'll say that air is the reason you can't see super far on land.
I'll tell you what I mean by
what is it between us and that?
I'll tell you what I mean by outer space.
Well, I mean, you could just answer the question.
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what I mean by outer space so you're not confused. Outer space is the fiction that Gene Roddenberry came up with, like Star Trek and that kind of outer space outside of Earth, solar system that like people can go into and travel through and all that kind of stuff. That whole fiction narrative of outer space, that kind of outer space doesn't exist. It's completely fictional.
Okay, you still didn't answer the question. And it was not
I did.
Gene Roddenberry. No. So the space between us and the sun. Okay, let me put it this way. How much of the space between us and the sun has air in it?
I wouldn't be able to.
It goes up to the exosphere.
All of it,
allegedly.
Right? All of it must, right?
It goes up to the exosphere, allegedly.
No, right. All of it must, right?
I don't know where the sun is, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, I mean, the fact that we can see the sun. Okay, why can't we see super far? 300 miles across on Earth.
Why can't we see something that isn't visible to us?
Yeah, why is it not visible if things above us
because
are
it's not visible to you?
All right, well, let me ask you this. Here's something I've been wanting to ask somebody that asked this dumb question. What would the Eiffel Tower, hold on, would the Eiffel Tower look like it was in your backyard if the Earth was flat?
Can you just answer the question?
Hold on, asshole. Would the Eiffel Tower look like it was in your backyard if the Earth was flat?
See, it's funny. You were saying that.
No, nothing through a long lens look like it's in your backyard. If I look at something, across the water, that doesn't look like it's in my backyard. So let me ask you again. What is the reason we can't see the Eiffel Tower or Mount Everest from, wherever we are?
It's too fucking far away, dumbass.
No.
Okay, so it must be farther away than the sun, right?
No.
Oh, you just said it was too far away.
Now who's getting emotional?
No, I'm talking about.
You just said it was too fucking far away.
Gale.
Okay, so if distance is not what determines what if we can see something, why can't we not see Mount Everest, but we can see the sun?
First thing I told you was I wouldn't be able to determine how far away the sun is. I told you that.
Right, but why can we see Mount Everest but not the sun? Why can we see the sun but not Mount Everest?
Can we bring it back for a second? Can we bring it back for a second? They're on. Yes, hold on a sec. The Globers, when they go on default settings like this, I'm pretty sure when I came in, Helioskeptic was already explaining to you that we don't need to be talking about what's in the sky and why we can't see things. We're talking about the ground, okay?
Right, I'm talking about Mount Everest is on the ground. So I'm going to ask one more time. Why can we see Mount Everest, or why can we see the sun, but not Mount Everest, like from London, for example?
You sound like a retard.
It's a basic question.
Okay,
here's a basic question.
Us, but everyone, the people in Mount Everest and the people of Mount Everest and the people in London can both see the sun. Why can't they see each other?
You think it's a smart question, don't you? It's weird. It's like
if you can both see something at the same time, why can you not see each other?
There's no reason to answer this because you think it's a smart question and you're so dumb you don't even realize it's ridiculous.
Yeah, don't even
answer the question.
Just ignore it.
Your voice got younger.
If you don't know, that's an answer. If you don't care, that's an answer, I guess.
There is no answer. It's a dumb question.
There's no answer to why you can see things and why you can't see other things?
No, you asked me why you can see the sun, but you can't see Mount Everest.
Great stuff.
How bright is Mount Everest compared to the sun?
Great stuff.
How bright is Mount Everest compared to the sun?
How big is it in your field of view if you're in whatever part of the Earth you're on? How big is the Mount Everest in your field of view?
I don't even think you guys know what refraction is.
Refraction.
Refraction. The fuck?
Yes.
What is refraction?
It's not just one reason why you can't see certain things, okay? There's it's your elevation plus the distance of that object plus the atmospheric conditions on the day. It's multiple
you can't even
reasons.
see the fucking car 2 blocks down the road hardly, and you're going to ask me why I can't see fucking Mount Everest? 5,000 miles away or 10,000 miles away. Get the fuck out of here.
And does he think he's the first person to ask these questions? If he has a positive claim attached to this speculation, then just say it. All these leading questions, and they frame them a certain way. Like, why can't we see Mount Everest? Why can't we see the sun? Why can't we see the Eiffel Tower? Like, come on, man. Just.
Well, it's like I've always said, why is the evidence for a globe a question? Why don't you just give us the evidence for the globe?
Because they don't have any. So it's
they don't.
The entire argument is based on interrogating you of why you don't believe in the globe.
Yeah, and they don't even know why they believe in it. They just, because when you ask them about the globe, they don't know anything about it. It's just like fucking weird.
It's hilarious, honestly.
It's not funny, man. Actually, it makes me sad, but
yeah, it is kind of sickening. It's borderline sickening. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, but we do it. We push through. Come on, guys. Right? At least if you're curious about why we think the Earth is flat, don't come in here and try to. It's okay to challenge our ideas, but you're going to have to kind of know what we're saying before you trash them or whatever, because we already know the globe ideas, and you don't. So and I think they get pissed off when we start teaching about the globe and they don't know, and they think we're like, well, obviously you flat earthers don't know shit, and it's like, okay. It's weird, man. It's like, start talking about what we're talking about. What's the real argument here? Not whether or not you can see Mount Everest. That's not an argument.
Well, it's group herd mentality, because we have these examples in classrooms. So if the teacher's telling the class something and the rest of the students don't want to speak up, but one student speaks up and starts questioning them, most times they're going to make fun of that kid for questioning it. And that's what it is.
True, and you can't help it if the teachers are just as indoctrinated as the students, and they don't have any more answers than
that's right.
This guy has. It's like we could ask all the teachers in the nation right now about the globe. They don't know anything more than the young people coming here talking to us. Their teachers don't know either.
And the thing with them is, so I don't know how many years I've actually been on Discord. It's been a little while now, but I've only ever spoken to Globers in flat Earth servers. I've never once seeked out a Glober-only server to go in there and talk to them. So these guys keep coming to us.
I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, no. But you can. I can tell you where to go.
Yeah, no thanks.
Okay, I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is like, They don't know anything that we don't know, because we all went through the same curriculum. No matter where we lived, it's similar. They might alter it slightly based on where you live, but it's the same curriculum.
Well, sure. It's like I didn't know most of the stuff I know now. I actually knew a lot more than most people about the solar system and the distance to the sun and the planets and stuff. I knew a lot more than, because I was a fucking space geek kind of, like science fiction. Like with the Star Wars films and stuff like that. And I was kind of a space geek. And I still like that shit. So I knew a little bit more than most people do about their claims about the solar system, the size of the Earth, and all that. So I was already familiar with the numbers. And once somebody said to challenge that, and I started looking at the information, I was like, wait a minute. Nobody's ever done this before? I thought they knew it was a globe because they measured the globe. Now, when you go out to find the globe, there's no fucking globe. It just, when it hit me, I was like, holy shit. There's no globe. Like all of the science fiction was just that.
Look, it's that simple. It doesn't exist. So even if you have a glober versus a flat earther, and say if the flat earther isn't that knowledgeable, and in that situation the glober has all these questions that the flat earth can't answer, okay, he's winning linguistically or whatever, but it's irrelevant because it doesn't exist in the first place. He's just trying to confuse and manipulate the person who hasn't actually had time to study the topic properly.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for getting emotional or whatever. I mean, a lot of people, we do meet a lot of younger people in here, and sure, it's Discord and people like to have a lot of fun. But believe it or not, we reach a lot of people. It might not seem like it sometimes, but we do.
Well, the globers that spiral, they actually can't help it. It's cognitive dissonance. It's a reaction. They're not in full control of their own behavior at that time.
Yeah, but you know what's really cool is a lot of them that have never been here before, they'll kind of get really defensive at first. And if they don't get themselves kicked out or muted or whatever, they get frustrated and leave. Then they get to think about what we talked about and then come back and they understand the room a little bit more next time. And they'll start asking better questions. So it's cool when people actually come back a few times and start to kind of get what we're saying, you know.
Mm.
So that's who we're here for. We're seeking the seekers. You know, we're not seeking necessarily debate, even though we can do it. We're seeking the seekers, people that are hungry for this knowledge. And we're going to learn from each other, and we're going to continue to do this on a constant basis.
Bro, it's almost 1 in the morning. Go to bed.
I know I got to go working, but yeah, it doesn't matter if 5 people are watching on YouTube. There's 5,000 people that will eventually hear this conversation. People will they'll start to make sense of it. So,
hey, the upside down Australian. Are you a vegan?
I am, yeah, I'm vegan.
Nice. Wait, you're a flat earther, or?
Yeah, if you want to call it that, yeah.
It's weird.
Bro, Luke, whenever you talk, there's like this weird, like,
yeah,
noise
static
in the background. Yeah, it's like kind of like static. It's like a buzz, like a glitch buzz sound.
Yeah, is it to my headset? How long have you been vegan?
How long have I been vegan? Since 2021. 2021. Yeah. Are you vegan as well? Or
what are y'all doing? Y'all need to go to bed.
Yeah, I am, but it's kind of weird for me to see somebody. Anyways, I don't want to talk about flat earth. You wanna? There's the English Hub.
That's what we do here. We're going to talk about flat Earth. That's what we do here.
Yeah, I'm allowed to ask the guy a question, man. Relax.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah.
There's a vegan channel on the English Hub.
Yes, they go to it and talk about it.
Well, okay,
you don't want to talk about flat Earth? Well, we do.
Yeah, but hold on a sec. I'm not going to take the channel over. I definitely won't do that. But I will say, like, Luke, if you want to just send me the link to that, that'd be great. Because I don't actually have many vegan servers, and then we can carry on with the flat Earth thing.
Nice. I'll send you. Yeah, okay.
I appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
So you find it difficult to believe that there's a vegan that's also a flat earther? I mean, why? Surely someone that's smart enough to be vegan should know that the Earth is a globe.
I'm not gonna judge. Like, I'm not judging nobody who's a flat earther, but it's just weird to me because most of us just look at the scientific evidence.
Well, can I give you my reasoning? Right. I'll tell you why it's actually the opposite of interesting. Yeah, the science. So I actually became a vegan because I realized that evolution is a false pretense. It doesn't exist. So the whole idea that we're supposed to eat meat in the first place, that's what I questioned. So flat Earth and vegan actually go hand in hand, if you ask me. But yeah, obviously you being a glober, maybe you see it as a bit weird. But I would say that it's more weird for you to be a glober and vegan because glober, you would subscribe to the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that sort of stuff. So you would never question the notion
that's science, right? Yeah.
Wait. What does our biology have to do with, or evolution have to do with?
Well, because humans Well, humans were hunter-gatherers in your paradigm. They were hunter-gatherers, and it's survival of the fittest, and that's how we became the dominant species. Through that, the process has always been the same. You hunt, you kill, and you eat it.
But that doesn't mean it's necessary or healthy in today's age.
Yes, but you're going. There's many different levels of this. I mean, some quote carnivores because there's no such thing as a carnivore. All humans are omnivorous. Carnivore diet never lasts long term. But some of those think that anybody going vegan is, a conspiracy theorist, and they've been tricked into thinking that seed oils are healthy and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, for you to believe in the globe, you also believe in the theory of evolution. You can't separate these two. And you also believe in the Big Bang theory because that's how Earth was created. So when you go against that, you have a problem. Like, you're living in a direct contradiction. Not necessarily, but you're going the opposite direction. So like on one hand, you believe in all of the other science, except for the one that says that you were designed to be omnivorous, meaning you also consume flesh.
No, we are opportunistic. We are not. We are our organisms. Yeah, we are omnivorous, but that doesn't mean we have to eat meat.
Well, I'll try to sort of. I guess I don't know how to say that, but I mean, why do you have canine teeth then?
Why does a gorilla have a canine teeth? Or any other apes?
So, okay, I guess the easiest way would be like, why did you go vegan? Why are you vegan, Ben?
Well, I saw the evidence, the medical science, and I stumbled upon the ethics of veganism, and it all just made sense. I was already 100% plant-based at the time, and it was a really easy step for me to just be vegan then.
Well, honestly, I respect that. Yeah, I just wanted to know. So it's more the ethics and the health benefits. Obviously, they go hand in hand once you really look into it. But I think eventually you will, maybe denounce the globe then, because if you're already halfway there to understanding that the science behind eating meat, which is pushed, is actually false, and it's not the healthiest diet. It's actually the least healthiest diet. For core morbidity and all that sort of stuff, long term, much higher risk of cardiovascular diseases, all these sort of things. Like, I mean, even down to the milk, right? Milk actually causes brittle bones. It doesn't.
Why would you look? Why would you consider why would you think that evolution has to do something with the food affecting our health?
Evolution with the food affecting our health? I'm not sure what you're asking me. I mean, if you're saying where I was,
you're making the assumption that just because let's say the evolution was true and we are opportunistic omnivores or whatever. You're making the assumption that automatically, just because we evolved like that, lived life like that, we are omnivorous, and it's the.
I don't think he believes in evolution.
Yeah,
I'm not understanding why would you make that assumption when you have
the lie that we. Yeah, so the lie that we did evolve in that manner, that's the lie to begin with. So we never evolved in that manner. There was a time where food was scarce and people started eating flesh. Depends which way you look at it. Religiously, it's after the fall. It's like a concession given to humans. It's satanic. It's actually satanic. It's part of blood ritual and blood sacrifice and all this sort of stuff. And it comes from that originally. It doesn't actually come from humans needing to survive and being hunter-gatherers and all that sort of stuff. And potentially back in a certain time, obviously the meat wasn't pumped with steroids and hormones. The living conditions of these animals, etc., wasn't as disgusting as it is now, which is leading to all these other diseases that are linked to the consuming of these meats. But yeah, I'm not sure what you're actually confused about with the health related to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to bring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah, go for it. They're the same thing, but go. It's fine.
So, Luke, like you say that you've studied like the medical science, right?
I don't want to stop.
So, Luke,
flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. So, just go on mute, then. Just go on mute. Yeah. Bye.
What's the question anyway, Peter? Yeah, what's the question?
I was just going to query him because he said that he's examined the medical science, and it's led him to, a decision to change his diet, right? Based on medical science, right? Science. So there's scientific. He feels that there's scientific.
Did he
support,
say
right?
medical science or did he say science?
Yeah, he said medical science. He said medical science. Yeah. You can go back and listen to the live stream because it's recorded. Click on one of the books.
Well, there are some people who would benefit from that.
So shut up, bro.
Not all.
So shut up. Yeah. So I was wondering because then he did express that he's because of his community leaning heavily on science to support their choices, dietary choices, that they understand that the globe is somehow supported by science, right? That the idea that the Earth is a globe is somehow has some scientific backing, right? And I wanted to ask him, is he aware of, has he examined the so-called scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe the same way he has done with his veganism, right? Or is he just under the impression that there is because that just seems to be the way it is, right? And if something says it's science and it's got literature and a lot of people believe it and there's scientists saying X, Y, Z, then it must be true, right? Like they wouldn't be lying about that, right? They wouldn't be saying, well, we have scientific evidence to the Earth of the globe when they really don't, right? I was wondering if he's under the impression that there is scientific evidence but hasn't actually looked into it to see if there is or not. And if it even classifies as being scientific evidence.
Yeah, well, I think it would have.
It's all good.
I think it would have. Yeah, I think it would have led there eventually because I was gonna follow him on that, where I was saying for you to be a glober and vegan, but your reasoning behind that is the science. Then, because there is no science that supports the globe. So naturally, if you were actually understanding of science, then it would actually debunk the globe. Physics and chemistry would actually debunk the globe.
Yeah, physicists and chemists disagree.
Yeah, but that's a false the way you're looking at this because the chemist and the physicist that has to study, they have to subscribe to the narrative to begin with. You can't question the narrative. So that's why you don't have college professors in these universities and colleges that are teaching flat Earth cosmology because they wouldn't be allowed to practice this. So when you go to get your PhD in chemistry, you can't be questioning the narrative. You have to accept things for what they are to begin with. But just because you say a chemist who has a PhD believes in Allah, right, doesn't mean that Allah then exists because they're a chemist.
Yeah, but Allah is not the domain of chemistry.
Yeah, but you're
nothing to do with practicing chemistry. Like if someone was a chemist or a physicist or whatever, if in order for you to be successful academic or renowned, you actually do need to overturn previously held views. You need to prove other people wrong. So if you could find stuff, actually it is, because no one's interested in a study that says the same thing as another study. Yes, if you want to have research, I'm telling you, if you want to have research, people are not winning Nobel Prizes for finding out things that were already proven.
Not every chemist is winning a Nobel Prize. No. You're misrepresenting what's being said here.
Right, but any chemist who is actually publishing stuff, doing research, whatever, they're not going to get a claim or relevance if they just do something that everyone else has already proved.
So now you're doing two things. You're saying that on one hand, chemists, not every chemist disagrees with that. Now you're shifting it to whether they have a publishing or not. What's
saying
required for a chemist to have a publish?
If you are a physicist or a chemist, your idea of if they don't follow the script that their teacher taught them or something, they won't be allowed to do chemistry. When in fact, the biggest way to become relevant, to get success, is to prove other people wrong, is to find out things that other people thought was false before, or change how we view things. Like your understanding of science.
But this is a separate topic. This is a separate topic.
No, it's not.
It is because
if you weren't.
Goodness.
It's not, because
you're talking about
if your teacher tells you something in school and you think you can prove it wrong, that would be a monumental thing.
Can you let me get a word in? You're talking about what's required for chemists or physicists to become recognized. Like they've published a groundbreaking study which actually questions something before. It's actually shown new information that we could have been wrong. That's a separate topic. We all understand that, yes, if you go ahead and do that, you will be recognized in the community. But simply just questioning the narrative, that doesn't get you recognized. And you have to subscribe to the narrative. You have to subscribe to the original.
If you can prove something or test something or publish something that disproves a part of a popular believed narrative, that gives your study relevance. That is interesting. That is what makes yours talked about. So again, if you look at people who are the most famous scientists, almost all of them have disproven previously held views about they've updated what was previously.
The problem is you can't, Donald. Listen carefully.
This is how science works.
Shut up. If you go to university and say, hey, the earth is flat, I've measured it, the following words will ensue. Fuck off, you're a weirdo.
Again, if you
won't get tenure. You won't get anything. You will get marched out, regardless of how brilliant you are in your field, whether it's chemistry, physics, or whatever. It does not matter. If you go in there against the narrative, you will not succeed. You will fail. You have already started off on a back foot. You're gone, mate.
This is nonsense. If you go to university...
You can say it's nonsense, but that's how it works. Go and do a bit of history research and have a look. Go and do some history research and have a look at all the people that have lost their positions because they went against the narrative within their own respective fields.
Okay, well, give me some of the most, established,
Donald, 2 seconds.
Scientists who prove something like this, and then we're not...
That's two different things, Donald. 2 seconds. No, 2 seconds before you misrepresent what I said even more. Okay, when I said it originally, I said that if you actually take the time to study physics and chemistry and understand how the world works, you would come to the conclusion that the Earth can't be a globe. You counted
everyone
that.
Who does comes to the opposite conclusion.
Finished. I'm not. See, okay. If you let me finish, that'd be great. I said that if you understand physics and chemistry without just blindly following the narrative, you will come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe. You countered that with an appeal to authority, saying that a chemist who has a PhD believes different, so therefore that's false.
Now, you just said people who actually study and understand these things, and I'm saying everyone who has actually studied these things for years and has done research and has any degree of respect or acclaim.
That's an appeal to authority. That's separate from being able to study chemistry.
It's noting that
being able to study chemistry and physics.
The more time someone spends studying chemistry or physics, the less likely they are to be a flat earther. And this is why you survey people.
What a load of horse shit.
This is just a fact.
What do you think? What do you think in chemistry? What do you think all these chemists, what is it specifically about chemistry that pertains specifically to the globe, that gives undeniable evidence that the Earth is a globe? What is it in chemistry? Crickets. Because all you want to do is argue with an appeal to authority that...
he's bailed out.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's typical. He'll come in here. I don't know if you've crossed him before. He goes by the name of Ice JJ Fish. He'll come in, he'll preach, and as soon as he starts running his mouth, one of the mods will mute him so you or someone else can talk. And as soon as he gets muted, chucks a wobbly and bails out because I'm here to preach. You shut up and listen, and I don't have to listen to any of your shit, so I'm out.
Yeah. Nah, typical.
How you been anyways, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Just chilling. About to go to work, so thought I'd jump on for a little bit.
You on night shift?
Nah, it's 3:00 in the afternoon for me. I don't do till night, but I'll finish around 7:00. Yeah.
3 in the Arvo. Where are you? South Australia?
Nah, WA. It's only 2:17 now, but I'll be at work at 3.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, just landscaping. So I just got a contract where I go do a bit of gardening till 7 today.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, just because he left, I mean, we shouldn't just throw the convo in the bin. But basically, yes, if you understand how gas pressure works, then you understand we require a container. The container doesn't specifically pertain to a roof, so they're going to immediately argue that whether it's a dome, what's the shape of the roof, and all this sort of stuff. You can have a container without a lid, which you'll still have gas pressure in there because it's bouncing off the walls of its container. It doesn't specifically pertain to a roof as the container. Now, if you understand this basic principle, which I'm pretty sure gases will fall under the field of chemistry. Yes, then you understand that we are in a container, therefore we're not in an open system globe, where the only thing holding these gases down is a magical, mystical, bendy, warpy space-time that's pushing it all down at all equal times on the globe. Now, that's fine if he disagrees with that, but his whole counter-argument for that is just an appeal to authority, that a chemist with a PhD disagrees.
Well, it wasn't even an appeal to authority. His claim that if you are a chemist and you've practiced chemistry for a long period of time, there's a low probability of being a flat earther. Well, actually, it's not anything to do with it. All it takes is something to trigger their brain into working correctly, and it doesn't matter if they've got 5 minutes as a chemist or 5 years or 50 years. Once they realise what's going on, snap, oh shit, it is flat. Their chemistry skill set means absolutely nothing.
Exactly. And I do know why he ran with the chemist one, most because obviously if we went physics, there's obviously a lot more in physics that would identify the Earth's not a globe. And that's why I wanted to ask him, what is it in chemistry that he believes is so evident of the Earth being a globe?
Actually, what I'm going to do for you, I've got a video for you, and I'm going to DM it to you.
Yeah, cheers.
Have a listen to it and the questioning structures throughout it, and that might help you with clowns like Ice JJ Clownfish.
Yeah.
I've just got to find where it landed. It should be in my downloads, maybe. That one. Where are you at? Upside down. There we are. Yeah, you may have seen it before, but yeah, it goes. I think it goes for about half an hour. Just have a listen to that and the way the questioning structures are in it, and that might help you rip apart some of these more difficult personnel we get through here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to head off now and start heading to work, so I'm going to listen to that on the way. So yeah, it's good talking to you, and I'll check back in later if you're still in. Yep. You take it easy.
Cool. Catch you, man.
Catch up. See ya.
Now, what was the person that was in earlier that Helio was trying to talk to that was just a numpty? How did he end up going? Bubbles. That was him.
Same as usual.
Same as usual. Resets after 30 seconds. The other day when he was in, everything was just getting referred back to medical crap. Oh, but you're not a doctor. You believe in your doctor. Why don't you believe in scientists? And everything just kept reverted back to the same dumb shit. And he was doing it today.
Maybe that's because, like doctors are actual scientists and, these fucking so-called astronauts aren't.
Well, what do I find interesting?
They're not doing any.
Why don't I believe these guys, but yet I believe someone else? Well, with the doctor, it's not his ability to diagnose because 99% of the time, people self-diagnose. You go to the doctor and you point to what you think the problem is. Oh, look, doc, my arm is in 2 pieces. I don't think that's good. And the doctor will go, holy shit, you've broken it. Well, I knew that bit already, but how do I fix it? That's what you're for.
Yeah, but the doctor always asks you first. It's like,
correct.
Right, so what we got going on here?
If he was so good, he wouldn't have to ask me. I could just walk in there and he'd go, check it out, bruv. You've got a busted eye, or you've got a big scar up the back of you.
First thing you do is first thing you do is walk into the doctor's office and go through the MRI, right? And then the doctor will tell you what's wrong. And this kind of reminds me of Idiocracy. Remember when he got in there and he's like, put this in your ass, put this in your mouth, put this in your armpit, or whatever. You remember the probes that he had to put on?
Yes, I'm not sure which order.
The guy that told him how to do it and shit. After he was done, he's like, "Oh shit, I think I got that wrong. This one goes in your mouth. This one goes in your ass. Oh wait, they didn't clean him between the other guy and it's like."
Yeah, I was just wondering how he went. Our little bubbles. If he just did the same thing as before and just reset.
No. Yeah, well, it's like I think people of course, they're going to feign ignorance because they think this is kind of a game, they're playing a character. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I am a little more bombastic than I am in real life, of course, on here because I love to be me on here the way that I am. But but at the same time, I'm me. If you're going to come in here and just. What character are you playing? If you're just going to play dumb and just challenge us on ideas and then pretend you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then that's just not fun for anybody. Because obviously, the difference between flat and curved, and you're just going to act ignorant or whatever, and it's just like, oh, what about? No, but that guy was completely. His defense or his debate tactic was say, well, you just don't, just like you
don't believe.
Yeah, just like you don't believe in the authority.
He was trying to justify us having a belief. That's what he was trying to do.
We went through step by step with him. It was like, all right, so and AI even came in here. It was like, so I'm going to get a diagnosis. I got a cancer diagnosis from somebody, boom, boom, boom. And so at that point, I shut up. And the doctor just figures it all out. Not going to tell me what it is, and I'm not going to go Google it when I get home or anything like that. I'm just going to go to the doctor. He's going to tell me what I have, and he's going to do everything. Come here for this, and come here for that. Come here for this, and hopefully your cancer is going to be okay. Don't ever look it up. I got this. I'm the professional. You don't need to do any research on your own. It's only your fucking body.
So. You don't believe in doctors, so if you've ever had a second, what you should have just asked him, have you ever had a second opinion?
We did ask him that dude.
Well, if you've had a second opinion, you don't believe your doctor.
Yeah, he was so stuck on, just saying, well...
Because he doesn't know. He doesn't understand. In his mindset, he has got no known way to just sit back and go, you know what, you got me. I don't actually have any measurements. I can't help you. So he is trying to justify his belief system.
Concession.
Yeah, that's
a concession.
That's his concession. Yeah.
But you don't go to doctors with trust. You go to doctors with hope, right? You might form some trust after they've,
if they get it right.
When you got the proof in the pudding, yeah, exactly, right. But I mean, like, there's a risk and benefit assessment with those kind of things. And doctors are actual scientists. They know about the scientific method.
Yeah,
right?
and a lot of the doctors will be honest
the scientific method to even try and cure you, right, or treat you, because like Matrix said, you go in, you say, my leg's sore, or whatever ailment you got, you describe it to them. They form a hypothesis based on that.
100%.
And then guess who's the test subject is? You are. They perform a fucking test on you to see if their hypothesis was correct or not.
Yeah. It's like, I think this is what's going on here. And they're going to tell you, here's what I think's going on, as if you understand it. You might not understand all of it, but it's like, thanks, Doc, for being honest with me. Let's take a look at this together. I know you have more knowledge about about human physiology, but I have a general knowledge as well, because I'm a smart guy. So me and the doctor are going to figure this out, and we're going to figure out my treatment plan. If there's something wrong, when they find it, if we're going to work on this together. It's not like I'm going to defer everything to the doctor. He's going to tell me what's wrong with me. He's going to prescribe whatever, this and that. Dude, I'm going to question every fucking thing the doctor tells me. Unless it's obviously a broken bone.
If he turns around, though, and tells you that it says here that you're retarded and your shit's all fucked up, then you got a problem.
Your shit's fucked up and you're all retarded, like that doctor on Idiocracy, right?
Right.
He's like, man, your shit's fucked up and your shit.
Bro, y'all gotta go to bed, bro. It's like 1:30 a.m. Y'all gotta go to bed.
No, it's not. You gotta learn to tell the time. It's only 29 minutes past 4.
Well,
what do you mean? Where are you?
Well, I'm sitting in front of my computer.
No, like in the world.
He's in the future.
Yeah, I'm a time traveler. It's all good. If you're confused,
he's from Tomorrowland. Yeah, he's in
Correct.
tomorrow. He's always in tomorrow.
If you're confused with the whole time travel thing, next time AI Overlord's in here, just ask him. It's really simple. I'm only a couple of hours ahead. He's actually done a bit longer than that, but yeah, it's like 4:29 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. It's like I know.
It's like daytime for you right now.
I know where I am. People in England are 6 hours ahead. I know that part. Depending on when daylight savings time falls, it could be a little bit different. It could, for like a month. But yeah, 6 hours from where I am is England.
I'm tired,
time.
so you're tired. So go to bed.
Why?
Yeah, Matrix.
Who invited fucking Grandpa in here, telling everybody to go to bed?
Yeah, Matrix. The Bubbles character there. He actually is starting to remind me literally of the actual Bubbles character.
Well, at first I thought, I really was. I was like, he's got to be trolling, but then he just like, is that really what he thinks? I'm concerned now. It's like, does somebody do? If he really thinks that, is there a lot of people like that?
I think so, man. Matrix, you're familiar with Trailer Park Boys, right?
Nighty night.
Catch up.
Have a good one, dude.
Later, man.
You've seen the Trailer Park? That's where the Bubbles character actually comes from.
Oh, right.
Yeah, check it. It's so stupid, dude. It's these three kind of like hillbilly-like characters in Eastern Canada, kind of like living in a trailer park, and they're just doing their shenanigans, and they're high on weed all the time, or they're drunk, and they just do the stupidest shit, dude.
Yeah, and Bubbles lives under the front porch.
Yeah, and Bubbles is like one of the characters. He's kind of like the sidekick kind of thing, and he's actually like the smart one-ish out of the whole bunch.
I like that. He's kind of like the smart one-ish.
I mean, they're all fucking stupid, right? But he's the one who might come in, out of left field, kind of like, "Hey guys, are you sure about that? Have you considered this? And it's really fun. It's a trip, man. If you ever have a chance to watch an episode, like,
I'll check it out.
Hilarious.
It's pretty funny, man. It is a good show.
Yeah, like they're the type of guys that are like, I think there's a famous quote. One of them, he's like, the saying, he's like, I'm not a pessimist, I'm an optimist. Oh, he fucks it up and says, I'm not a pessimist, I'm an optometrist. Little quirky things like that in context, like they're funny as shit.
I'm trying to find this meme. I got it's Bubbles in space. It's Bubbles with a fucking astronaut suit on. I'm trying to find it. It's in my fucking memes folder somewhere. I got hundreds of them, but
oh my god,
gotta find it.
Yeah, it was funny at lunchtime. I grabbed my phone and I've looked at it and there was like Knowledge was muted, someone else was muted, and I seen Bubbles there and I've just gone, oh man, this is going to be a slow lunch. And I was like, oh mad, Helio's in, this might be funny. And I was going to drop in and you're all talking, and I was going to drop in and go, oh look, Knowledge doesn't have any, Bubbles has been popped, and there was something smart for another one. There was 3 smart-ass comments I was going to drop on these 3 clowns.
You use Discord at your lunchtime?
Yes, I use Discord in my lunchtime. Next concern.
That was a weird question. Sure, some people come in here, they'll be on here all day while they're working.
I wish.
I can't do it. I mean, I work with power tools all day, so it would be. I would sound like AI when he's at work if I did that shit.
Yeah, but it's harder because he's here a lot.
Oh, I know who you're talking about now, 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about now, yeah.
Hold on.
That idiot. Yeah, that's the one.
Seen a few?
Yeah, I know. I've seen a few skits and things, yeah. He's got one where they're talking about the Earth being flat. And he's having a meltdown.
Can I ask, do I get banned or muted for insulting you?
You'll get muted just for not asking sensible questions. So what's today's sensible question?
Yeah, we never have fun here. We just
yeah, I don't think that was an answer, buddy.
Okay.
Bad guy. Every single day you've come in here, you've asked about, do I get banned or muted? Oh no, I'm going to get banned or muted. Listen, how about you pick up the whole stupid meta thing? Just pick it up, like as if it's a basket full of bullshit, and you're going to throw it out the front door. You're going to close the door, you're going to come back in and have a decent conversation. If you talk to us about the subject matter, which is the room title, just to give you a hint, there's not going to be any problems.
Okay, well...
Excellent. I'm glad we all agree.
I think you're wrong about the Earth being flat.
Okay.
Excellent. That's a beautiful statement. Why do you think you're wrong about the Earth being flat?
That wasn't a question, that was a statement.
I know.
Sure,
you put forward the statement and I made a question out of it. Why do you think you're wrong about the Earth being flat?
We're wrong.
Why do you think you're wrong?
Same difference. Why do you think we're wrong?
Yeah.
Helio, stop it. I was having fun.
Why do you think you're wrong?
I don't.
You don't? Why not?
You're the one that thinks we're wrong. I'm trying to establish why that is.
I'm the one who joined a server when there's like 20 people on your side. And you can't answer.
I don't care how many people. How many people in here has no relevance to why you believe we are wrong. We think the Earth is flat. Yeah, hold up. We think the Earth is flat. You think we're wrong. Why do you think we're wrong?
I don't think it's on me to explain it. I think it's on you.
Well, you're the one that said it. You put forward the statement. I'd like you to clarify why that statement rings true for your person. Why do you think we are wrong?
Well, I think you put the statement forward by making this channel.
Yes.
And you said it's wrong. We agree with that. So the question now, why do you think we're wrong?
But didn't you say who said it first? And
so Helio, I bet you can't. Helio, I'll give you 2 guesses why this numpty gets muted on a regular basis.
Oh.
I bet I only need one.
Because I prove you wrong.
Okay, bad guy. Let's try again. You said you think we are wrong about the Earth being flat. We get it? That's a statement. Very good. Now I would like for you to clarify your statement with a little bit more information. Why do you think we are wrong about the Earth being flat?
Okay. Do I not deserve to ask you for your information?
I'm asking you a question. You put forward a statement, I've understood your statement, and I am now clarifying your statement. Why do you think we are wrong?
Well, no, you're wrong. You made the survey.
Yeah, you've said we're wrong. You've already said that. We understand that bit. We're now doing the second step. The second step is clarification. You've already said we're wrong. Everybody heard you. We've got that bit. So let's go to the next step now. This is where Matrix asks you why.
Okay, why? Many reasons.
Pick your favorite one.
People have went to space, to the moon.
So, right, let's get this straight. You think we're wrong about the Earth being flat because people went to space and the moon?
Yeah.
So, what has someone's ability to fly up in the sky got to do with the shape of the ground?
Well, you know, when you use your neck, you can look back and you can see it.
What? What are we
and you
saying?
can also.
We're gonna do broke neck.
Go for it, Helio. Go for it.
Well, I'm just wondering, you can what? You use your neck and do what?
You can look back and look at the Earth.
Back, like, where am I going to see the Earth? I can only see the Earth from Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking about people who went to space.
Who went to space?
I'm sorry, are you slow or are you not following?
Yeah, well, I'm curious if you know who claims to have went to space. Do you know any of the people who claim to went to space?
The first person, the second person, the first
what
woman.
Did they do? What did they do exactly?
They went to space. They landed on the moon.
What did they do? Take some 4K cameras up there and just like snapshots, like selfies.
Would you like the first animal, first creature?
No, you said people went to space. You said people went to space.
Yeah, a lot.
And then they looked at Earth. They took. Did you say they took a picture of Earth from space as a sphere?
Can you say again?
Did they turn around and look at the Earth and take a picture of it as a sphere?
I mean, yeah, I'll assume you would.
No, I'm asking you if they did. Do you have like one of those, something we can say, hey, so and so took this picture?
Was I there?
I don't know. You said somebody did it. They went away from Earth and they took a picture of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's like saying, like, oh, this guy killed someone. Oh, were you there?
No, it's actually not, because I'll tell you what. Here's the reason why. I know that you're saying that we have pictures of the ball Earth from space
and proof and science
whatever
and stuff.
No, there's no science involved in this. We're talking about images you've seen on a screen. Images you've seen on a screen. Now, here's the difference. We're all standing on the Earth. You've never been to space or whatever that is.
Did you say there's no science behind it? Is that what
well, here's the claim. There's no science. All you do, what you're saying is there's someone that's been far enough away from this ball to have taken a picture of it, the entire thing, right? There's no science. Right? We're just talking about the distance. You said that somebody took a picture of Earth from space and it looks like a ball.
You said from a ball?
No, you said they took a picture of Earth from space.
I'm pretty sure you fucked up and you said ball.
He ain't too quick on the uptake, bro. I'm telling you.
Holy shit, bro.
But you did say ball.
Yeah.
Okay, ball. Okay, yes, we know that they claim Earth is a ball, and they've gone far enough away from it to take the picture of, the portion of Earth that you can see from space, right?
I'm just saying you messed up.
Hold on. If I make a misstep or say something a little bit wrong, you're not gonna. Don't focus on that. We're talking about the standard.
You never messed up, Helio. Someone's just not really fast on the uptake. He's like 3 conversations behind you.
I mean,
that's okay.
I think it's a pretty big mistake if I was saying like, "Oh, we took a picture from the disc," and you
wait,
were like,
what are you saying? We? I'm still stuck on this we thing. Are you we, or did somebody?
You said we took a picture.
No, I'm pretty sure you started with the we bullshit.
Do I need to like?
He was asking you about the claim of we took pictures. Did you take the picture of Earth from space? Yes or no?
Obviously not.
Excellent. Okay. Who did?
Yeah, even if you didn't, and you have an image you want to present and say, this is the picture of Earth, and so we can go over the image and we can look at the source data and figure out whether or not it's a real picture of Earth from space. Do you want to do that?
Say?
I'm trying to say that all of the images of Earth, quote unquote, from space can be analyzed and proven to be not pictures of Earth from space.
But how do you 100%
guarantee that's true. Prove what?
Yeah, how do you prove your pictures? That's a you problem. You're the one that's trying to prove them. We're not.
That's not how it works.
There are no photographs of Earth.
That is, Helio, hold on a second. You just asked us, how do we prove pictures? You're the one that's providing the pictures, so you have to prove them. I don't have to prove your pictures. You have to prove your pictures, not me. If I provide pictures, I'll tell you how it works. If I provide pictures and someone asks me to validate them, I will say, this is where you go to so you can take the pictures.
Yeah, but that's like
saying, that's what you've got to do. If you're going to provide pictures, you've got to back them up.
Okay.
But when you provide pictures, you back them up. When I provide pictures, I back them up. When Helio provides pictures, he backs them up. That's how it works.
Okay, that's like saying I take a picture, I show it to you, and you go, prove to me how it's real.
That's not what
that's a you problem.
Yeah, it's like what picture? I mean, like we can speculate about what we might or might not do. If you're talking about specific images of Earth from space, then just tell us about it.
Isn't it on you?
No, it's on you if you're providing something to back up where it came from.
You're the one who's saying it's fake. So hold on to you.
What's fake? What's fake?
You're yet to provide anything.
It's fake.
You haven't provided anything. See, this is your problem. You're trying to pee before your water comes. You're telling us we have to adjudicate your image that you haven't provided yet. So how about we do this one step at a time? You provide the image, we'll have a look at it. If it's fake as shit, then we'll tell you a new one. So, provide the image.
What's your favorite Earth from space picture? Just give us your favorite one.
Mine?
Yeah, Google it.
And this is where hey Helio, this is where you're about to go around in circles for the next 45 minutes because the last 3 times he's been in here, he has not provided any hard evidence. No pictures, no nothing.
Any picture. Show me where.
Not any picture. You're providing us your favorite picture that proves Earth is a ball tard.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so you're asking for one picture, and I'm saying all of them are real. Show me how they're fake.
You haven't provided any. What have you provided?
All of them.
You haven't provided any. When you say all, bad guy, shut up, or I'm gonna fucking ban you. Seriously. If you're saying all of them are real, please post all of them in the fucking side chat. Give me at least 3, and then you can say all of them are real. At the moment, you have provided nada. If you post one in the side chat, say, I believe this one is real. But at the moment, you've given us nothing.
You know what's funny, Matrix? I believe in my heart of hearts that if you grabbed any random professor from any university in the United States or in different parts of the world and asked them the same damn question, they'd be as stuck as this motherfucker right here.
I'm not stuck. I'm just.
I'd back that bet.
I'm not stuck. I'm just. He just threatened to mute me.
Excellent. If you're not stuck, then go to Google, click on images of Earth, pick the one that you think is the most real, and post it in the side chat for us.
Why? Which one's the most real?
grab one.
All of them are real.
You go on mute until you do
Pick
it.
any
Go grab one.
and say
Go
which
grab
one is
You go
fake.
grab one. You go grab one. You go grab one that you think you have confidence in. All right? Go grab one.
See, this is what he did the other day. It was just round and round in circles. It's not my job to disprove. It's not my job to prove it's real. So basically, his mindset is every single image is real until you can prove it's not real. That's how he works. They are all real until you can prove the negative.
Yeah, no, we're not going there, bad guy. That's not our burden. You're relying on these so-called photos of Earth from space. So you're going to provide the example that you think is, is somehow deemed authentic, right? You just don't want to put your foot in it. You don't feel confident enough to be able to. You don't feel confident enough to be able to pick one, right? That you think is legitimate because you're not sure.
But they're all real.
You're not sure.
That's what amazes me, T-Dub. They're all real, so it doesn't matter a shit which one you'd grab. You just grab the first one off Google and just splash it in here. There you go. That one's real. Choke on it. That's it.
Yep. That's right.
Choke on it, man. Choke on it. Because
dude's in. Look out.
You gotta choke on it because it's real. Yeah. Come on. Everybody knows.
I wonder if he went to Google, whether he'd type in real image of Earth from space or just image of Earth from space.
Come up blank.
No, I'm just wondering about the psychology of it, like whether, he'd actually just type in Earth from space, right? Just confident enough that any image that puts up, that's good enough, right? Or whether he'd put real in there. Exposing his admission to not being adept enough to, analyze any picture of Earth and determine whether it's real or not. He'd have to rely on Google to tell him, this one's real. Here, show him this one.
Yeah, Google Earth from space. Go. What do you got?
There you go. That's the first one I found. Done.
Okay. I like it.
And I typed in real Earth pictures from space. And that was the very first one that come up. Yep.
Wait, the moon there?
I know.
Just happened to be in the top corner there. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that doesn't look like a painting at all.
Not CGI edited at all. So what we do now is we take that image and we go fake image detector. Yeah, that might do. Drop image here. Okay.
Shout out to Math Powerland. What happened to that guy, anyways?
Don't know. Oh, he thinks he's won. You haven't provided anything yet, kid. Until you provide something, you are going to stay on mute. So it's going to be a long time. We're not messing around with you. You pulled this shit the other day and decided not to post anything. I'm waiting for one of these NASA engineers to be colorblind one day and do his rendition of Earth, and it comes out all weird and stuff. Alright, this image is likely human created. Oh dear. If you spend more time Googling shit and less time changing your name, you'd probably find you're more efficient at bringing photographs and posting them in the side chat. So I'll give you a quick demonstration on how it works. Alright, so I went out and took some photos. Now where's my photo folder? Over there. And D drive. Alright, so I went out and took some photos. So, whoop-de-doo, any numpty can take photos. So I'm going to post them up. There's zoomed out version. Oh, my hard drive kicks in. Come on.
You think they feel like if they just act incredulous? This is the way I kind of feel. It's like instead of addressing the real argument, they're just going to act incredulous and say, well, flat earthers are dumb because they don't understand. When obviously they don't understand either, you know, which we actually do. They don't even understand that they don't understand, but we do understand, which is weird. So they just act incredulous and think that's going to protect them from any argument that they throw forward. It's like, well, you guys don't believe in science, well, whatever the fuck that is. No, we're just asking for specific information, just like homeboy. We're asking you for which photo of Earth do you think is real? I mean, it's very simple. And I did that a few weeks ago with somebody on here, and he said, this one, how about this one? Do you think this one's real? And he sent me an image of Earth taken from a weather satellite, which when I researched the satellite, it's not, I mean, it's the same with all of them. It's a Photoshop image of data collected from that satellite. So it's not a picture of Earth, you know. So, it's just like, dude, your incredulousness is not going to protect you in this argument. You can fucking sit there and just bloviate all day about how you think we're stupid because we don't believe in science and all that kind of shit. Get out of here with that nonsense. We're talking about a very specific thing, And if you're not talking about that, you're not talking about the same goddamn thing we're talking about.
Yeah, you're not even in the game. But just to show you how it works, bad child, I want to post up some photographs that I've taken. So there's the first one. That's two separate photographs. I've joined them together for your convenience. And what they are is a hill in the distance. So this hill in the distance is 30.29 miles away. In the second ones you can see it. So there's a black and white version and the colour version. Black and white's done with an infrared camera to show you, to compare the difference, so you see how well it clears things, how it affects the blue light. Now, where can you go to do this? So how am I going to back up that I actually took this photo? Well, I could give you maps and show you where I took it from. You know, if you really got stuck, you could come over to my house and I could drive you half an hour up to where I took it from. Turn around, clickety-clackety. This is the issue you've got. You make claims, you don't back them. At the moment, we've just got hollow words from you. All of our stuff we do, we can reference, we can go back there, redo it. I can give Helio a map and say, bro, this is where it's done. Go there, grab your camera, repeat. You'll get the same result.
Yeah, and if you don't get the same result, then you don't. Then we can compare and contrast the ideas, you know, the images or whatever. Do the same thing, same kind of test. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, when they critique our test, as soon as they acknowledge that our test was successful, we saw the laser or we saw the shore of we saw the beach or the shore of the other side of the lake 20 miles away. Well, that's a successful test in our mind because that means the water's flat. And it's like, well, yeah, I agree. You can see it, but here's why. It was like, all right, so you're saying that, yes, our test was successful, and if the earth was flat, yeah, it would look like that, but it would also look like that if blah, 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 but they can't confirm anything. They haven't done their own test. They just critique our successful tests, which is, it's crazy. It's like, dude, go to the same place, do the same test, tell us how you did it, and you say, here's the earth curve, show it to us.
If you don't get the same results, that's what we want you to do. Go and test it and see what happens. Maybe we did it wrong.
Yeah, it's like the flat earthers are open to this. It's like, do the same thing. Here's how we're trying to test the earth to see if it's flat or not. None of you guys are doing it because they know that if they go do the same thing that we did, they're going to get the. And I say we, and I'll say we. I've never done it myself, but I don't have to do it. I know water's flat. I've seen enough of this to know that the only people who are doing it are flat earthers. And the results are quite clear. So I want to see the Globers go do the same thing and show us the curve.
So, bad guy, your side chat privileges were unlocked for the specific function of you posting up your favourite Earth image. If you choose to waste that, don't cry to me.
I'm putting a note on your name.
It's probably one of those situations. I would post it, but you wouldn't believe me. And they'd be like, you wouldn't believe me.
Yeah, probably. I'm putting a note on his name. Not to be unmuted
until posts any evidence of a baltard. There we go, profile.
Somebody delete something he posted.
Everything will get deleted until he posts up a picture of Earth that he considers real.
Yep, post the picture of Earth, bad guy, and it's that easy. You'll be unmuted. That's the cost, right? That's the cost for your privilege to speak in the VC.
post a picture of Earth like you said exist.
I could Google pictures of Earth right now, and I could post 12 of them.
Yeah, he said you pick one, right? Like, no,
it's not our job.
It's not our. It's not us that says that they have confidence in them, that they're real. So you just post one. If it's that easy, just pick anyone. But
he said any of them.
It's not unreasonable. It's not an unreasonable request to want you to support your claim.
What I'm hearing him saying is it's all of them. All of them are pictures of Earth from space. All of them. He's not going to pick one. He's just going to say all of them are pictures.
No, bad guy. No, we didn't actually. You said they're real. Right? You said that there is actually photos of Earth from space. So we don't even need to say that they're fake. We don't need to agree they're real. We just need to say you don't get to speak in here until you post an example of what you're talking about. That's all you need to be concerned with, not whether we think that they're fake or real, right?
Well, and like I was saying, I was talking to a reasonable person a few weeks ago, and I asked him what he thought his best picture, what the best image was, and he actually sent me a link to it was a news article. Then I did some research on the news article, found the NASA page, the weather satellite and stuff. So yeah, just give us the information, then we can do the research. We can look at it together. He's not interested in that, Where did the image come from?
No, he's trying to reverse the burden on us. He's taking our challenging him to.
I don't think he understands, T-Dub. I don't think he's got the comprehension skills to understand what a burden reversal is.
Yeah, probably not. But he thinks that us just simply asking for an example is us challenging.
So look at this in the side chat. You claim something, then say, prove me wrong. That's how stupid he is. He doesn't understand. He made the claim initially.
Yeah, you made the claim, bad guy. Your claim, not ours.
We have pictures of Earth from space. Okay, show us one.
So post them.
Jesus Christ. So, like I said, I could probably put 50 of them in the chat right now.
And this here, Helio, in the side chat now was why he was blocked in the first place. Because he just carries on with shit. It's all feelings. I win because you's muted me, but yet he never provides anything. It's just a waste of time.
Boring.
I mean, if not just for a sign of good faith, bad guy, just post one.
I can't believe he can't just Google the very first one like I did and just slap it in the side chat.
Let's talk about it. It's not even, dude. We all thought that the Earth was a globe, man. We thought those space pictures were real. We thought it was a real thing. Don't be sad. It's all good. Show us one you think is real, and then we'll talk about it. Like,
I'm thinking he's due for a 2-day vacation.
How about the Discover satellite one? Remember that one? That's supposed to be from 1 million miles away. The moon going across the Earth from the Discover satellite.
Hey, bad boy. I know your brain capacity is probably full of stupid cartoons and whatnot else, but the time you've wasted typing shit in the side chat, you could have typed some of that, maybe 4 words, into Google and grabbed the image and posted that in the side chat. I know you don't understand what I'm saying because you're a dubbo, but there's nothing I can do about that. Seriously. You make claims of images of space, provide one. You claim they're all real. That makes it easier for you because it doesn't matter a shit which one you provide. Just get one, stick it in the side chat. Obviously, your ears are painted on because you were clearly told you will be unmuted as soon as you post up evidence of your claim.
He's getting a little spicy now. He's calling people a fucking asshole and shit. Come on, man.
It's your choice. Why don't you test it? Prove me wrong. Post your shit in the side chat and see if you don't get unlocked. If you don't get unlocked, then feel free to call us liars. Till then, you stay on park.
Come on, at least you can you can put the one photo, the one image that's claimed to be a photo of the Earth from space, from 1976, right? Or was it 76 or one of those? Anyway, the one that's claimed to be a photo when they're halfway to the moon. He can't even post that one. Does he know about it?
See, and this is the other thing he does. Spends the whole time just poisoning the well. Oh, but you'll ban me. Oh, but you'll mute me. Oh, but whinge. Listen, kid, if you spend less time with the meta and more time getting on with the conversation, like I told you right from the get-go, you probably wouldn't have any problems.
That's all right. I have a feeling this is... Well, I mean, you already called it out from the very beginning, Matrix, that this is what he's going to do. He's not going to...
Yeah.
So we're actually feeding into the monster, It doesn't work. I mean, how do you
how do you fix it? 2-day vacation.
Trying to think of my old phrase, torture a narcissist, ignore them.
Yeah, it's just easier normally just to block the side chat. But the thing is, I want the information in the side chat because this is the issue I've got. We block him in the side chat. Then in 45 minutes' time, I'm blocked. I can't post your evidence up there. It's just, it's a sea lion that's too stupid to realise it's a fucking sea lion.
Yeah, well, and this is what I'm saying. People are like, I actually do kind of feel bad, It's like, yeah, this actually is too much information for you. I think you're having a visceral reaction, but this is like cog dis on a different level. It's just like, kind of like, how you have a bad rash reaction to like poison ivy or something. It's like, you don't know why it's happening. It's just like, I can't, it's like their cog dis is at a level where they just can't just rationalize one side or the other. It's just a visceral reaction. It's like, look at you, flat earther, and then they get into this little weird phase, just kind of like over phasing, and then their brain waves just kind of clump together, and they're just like, you muted me, ning. Fuck out of here, bad guy. Show us a fucking picture. Yeah, it's a short circuit. It's their cog dis. It's like, I've seen cog dis, there's different levels of it, It's kind of like, you maybe about 25% sometimes, 50%. Some people are reasonable, whatever, but sometimes that shit's pegged out, like in the red. This motherfucker's in the red on cog dis right now.
I'm gonna go full Ghostbusters. Buried the needle.
I got a meme for that shit. I was looking for that other meme. I saw it earlier. Hold on, I got it somewhere. The cog dis is in my folders somewhere. Yeah, man, he's got the cog dis meter pegged out, bro. It's like, dude, all we're asking is like, what's your favorite image or picture of Earth from space? Fucking, you can be incredulous, but still show us the real picture of Earth. But in his mind, it's all of them, all of the pictures of Earth, even the ones.
That's great.
Even the ones on Star Trek, the ones that they show on Star Trek.
That's what gets me. If they're all real, doesn't that just make it easier for him just to pick any random picture and slap it in the side chat?
100%.
Like if there was only, say, two that were real, and he had to spend the next 6 months scouring the internet to sort out the real ones from the fake ones. And it's like, oh, dude, that's a shit call because it's going to take me forever to get the right one. Hey, I get that. But when they're all real, it should be just eeny, meeny, miny, fucking that one. There's no selection criteria. It's just grab one. And that's where he's failing himself. All he's doing is it's just highlighting for everyone how bad faith he truly is. That's all it's doing.
Well, and like I was saying earlier, even this guy in the cogdis mode, the intellectuals, the high intellectuals at universities or whatever, they're not familiar with this topic either. So if they came to talk to us and we hit them with some of this stuff, because they would probably think, it doesn't matter if they have master's degrees, PhDs and shit, they think the space pictures are real too, right? So they're going to be as stuck as this motherfucker, stuck like Chuck. Because they don't have any real space pictures. And they might have attempted it instead of being like a dipshit like this guy. They'll be like, oh, they'll Google it. And it's like, well, this one right here. And then it's like, oh, yeah, I've seen that one before. Here's how they took that. And here's the CGI team that actually created that image. And then a sensible person will be like, oh, I didn't know that was a created image from other data. And, that's what a real intellectual person would do. I didn't know that. But all these idiots are just like, you flat earthers, fuck you. It's like, dude, they tell you how they create the image. And it's not our fault that we looked into it and you haven't, idiot. There are no space pictures. There's no pictures of Earth from space.
Maybe that's why this kid's having trouble, because he knows that. They're all fake. They've got me over a barrel.
Well, pictures of Earth from as high as you can go, we have a lot of those, and for the most part, you're going to use a wide-angle lens so you can see as much as you can, as you can from there. So, just be honest with yourself and the rest of humanity. If you're going to use a certain type of lens, of course, it's going to look like it's curved because you use a wide-angle lens. Even if you don't use a special wide-angle lens, it's still going to look curved a little bit when you go up high, but
barrel distortion.
Yeah, it's not the curve. So it's like, dude, this is where you just have to be honest with yourself. It's like, they always well, look at these high schoolers prove the flat earthers wrong by sending a fucking sandwich to space. Look at them, and it's like, dude, the same curve that was on the camera lens when it was on the ground is the same curve that they had when they went up, 100,000 feet. It's the same fucking curve. So is that the curve? Yeah, the high schoolers debunked flat Earth when on the ground it was the same curve. You guys don't understand lenses, dumbass. But then the teachers would be like, yeah, man, we're going to show the flat earthers. It's like, well, you teachers are just as dumb as you are. How the fuck are we supposed to deal with this? It's like, they can look at the camera footage. They turn the camera on, launch the balloon. The same curve is on the ground. And when it gets to 100,000 feet, it's the same fucking curve. And they're saying, look, flat earthers. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking burrito in space. That's what I'm saying. You can ask any random professor that you guys think are intellectuals and higher minded people. You think all the flat earthers haven't been through college or they misunderstand, and that's why we think the Earth is flat. No, the Earth is flat because it's flat, because all the water's flat. It has nothing to do with anybody's postulations about the universe and all that kind of shit. That's philosophy. Which, shit, that's all we have, really, as humans. Philosophy, yeah. Very important, I think, as far as discussion goes. But, if you're going to call the Earth a globe, is it actually a globe? Oh, it's fucking not a globe. We've proven it. So that vein of philosophy is completely debunked. We've already disproven it. It's going to take the world a little while to catch up. But check this out. We know, and they don't know, that there are hundreds of millions of flat earthers. So that's what I'm saying. In about 50 years, everybody's going to be making fun of people that used to think the Earth was a globe. I'll be dead, but I'll be laughing from the grave. And it's still going to be the same situation. Most people are just waiting for the intellectuals to tell them what the Earth is. And they're not really interested, which is fine, because people are concentrating on their jobs and family and shit. It's okay, because that's why we're here. We're supposed to know our Creator, live and utilize the Earth in the fashion that we do, have relationships and with our Creator and with our people around us and everything. Sure, that's part of life. But this whole philosophy of the globe, it's really twisted people up in the past couple 100 years, and there's no foundation for it, so it's going to fall. I'm going to live long enough probably to see many corners of that foundation fall, hopefully. Just like I said, there are hundreds of millions of flat earthers, and you globers hate to hear that, but there are. What's really sad, most of the
that does offend them when they find out there's heaps of flat earthers. Some of them trigger about that. I don't know why.
Oh, and it's funny. It's like when they look at who's on their team, like this idiot bad guy. It's like, well, there's your glober. You going to defend this bullshit?
Here's your sign.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
it's
yes.
It's like always.
Who was that? Carrington.
No, it was that's
was it Rodney Carrington? What was the other one?
No, Jeff Foxworthy.
Foxworthy, yep.
Yep. There's your sign. Yeah. We need to come up with a little gimmick.
There's your sign. Globetard.
You might be a globetard. I will steal it from fucking Foxworthy. You might be a glober.
Well, here's your sign.
No, here's your sign. No, that was Foxworthy did the you might be a redneck. Here's your sign is
Rodney Carrington. It's either Carrington or Foxworthy.
It is. Yeah. They were on the tour together. Yeah.
Yes.
With fucking what's his name? Larry the Cable Guy. Yeah, Rodney Carrington, Larry the Cable Guy.
Next time someone says refraction, here's your sign.
Oh, we need to make a meme for it. It was like
yeah,
and it'd be a sign showing actual refraction. Like, are you talking about this? Here's your sign. It's like, dude.
Right. Can't believe this kid's too stupid to realise that if he just posts a picture of a ball tard, we'd unmute him so we could find out information on it. But all he wants to do is just post dumb shit. I think he needs a 2-day break.
Yeah, he doesn't want to know. He's under the impression that I don't know. I mean, I think maybe he's watched too much Simon and Dan. That's probably
I don't know.
it. that will poison your brain if you watch too much Simon Dan. That dude I think have you ever seen, well, I'm sure you've seen his video, but like his face, like, doesn't it look like his eyes are crossed? He's got this weird haircut, like his hair sticking up, and it looks like his eyes are crossed a little bit. And he's like, "I'm Simon Dan." He looks like a fucking idiot. Simon Dan. He's just so. It's like, the first thing I'm going to do is straw man everything that the flat earthers say, but I won't even address what they're saying. I'm going to make up my own flat earth so I can straw man it and show you that my flat earth doesn't line up with my globe either. And I bet you any money, all of us know more about the globe than Scam Man Dan does.
Actually, we should do
and Brenda,
we should do a video.
Yeah, Brenda. I'm sorry, bro. You think you were here the other night when, like, Brenda was like, "Hey, why don't you guys review this one?" And he was talking, and it was like the top 4 flat Earth.
Yeah, I was here for that.
Like,
that's what I was going to say. I think we should do that. Go through it and rip that to shreds.
Dude, that and some of the some other.
When we're in the other channel, was it yesterday?
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
That's what I said to the boys. Do it, but pick short ones. Don't pick like 3-hour-long episode ones where they just ramble on with shit. Pick short ones where we can just get straight to the point, break them down, and then just kick them out the door. Next,
right?
So we can
we won't
chop
do
it up
like,
in a hurry.
We won't do so like some people do and just play like 10 seconds of something and critique it before the whole point is made. I was like, well, I'm not,
at least get a full sentence in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, all right, we're gonna play the video, let him make his full first point, then we'll pause it and critique it. Don't freaking say,
actually, if we're gonna do Professor Dave, we're gonna play it until a fallacy gets spoken and then just call it out.
You can't do that. Bruce already did that shit.
You can nearly do arena challenges with it. Just play Professor Dave. Everyone's got there's 3 or 4 people on the panel. They've all got access to the pause button. Whoever pauses has got to call out the fallacy. So you hit pause. What is it? If you get it wrong, minus a point. Do it like Sailor of the Century or some shit like that. 24/7 versus Professor Dave and his dumbassery.
Yeah, Bruce McGuire did that one video with Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave, and it was like, I don't know how many fallacies that Professor Dave had. It was like,
one of them there was like 200 and something, like 240 or 270. It was off top.
He did another one with. Did you see the one with Jeranism and Witsit? What was that? Yeah, Bruce broke that shit down. It was crazy, bro. It's like Jeranism was even worse, of course, because that dude, I gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it. I remember I didn't listen to the whole thing, of course, because why? But yeah, I don't know. It's like Bruce McGuire. What was it? The name of his channel? Because he got it taken down and then he came back doing Bruce McGuire. What was the name of that channel where he did the video, the critique of Flat Earth Dave and Professor Dave?
Sizin amanıza koyayım lan. Orospu çocuklar ya.
English, bro.
Si, senor.
Hang on a minute. Was he ordering a kebab? Get me one,
dude.
Mixed with chili sauce and the full lot, just everything, chili sauce.
Hey, Matrix, I got a correction.
Oh, here we go.
It wasn't Rodney Carrington, Bill Engvall. That's who.
I thought it was Carrington. It was either Carrington or
No, here's your sign. That's Bill Engvall. That's true.
Oh, there you go. That's awesome. Thank you.
Bill Engvall. Yeah.
Here's your sign.
Rodney Carrington, he has the more like controversial, kind of like weird country songs that are kind of, some of them are racist kind of stuff. if I'm thinking of the right person, Rodney Carrington. But anyway, but yeah, it was Bill Engvall and Jeff Foxworthy. They had what was that tour they went on with Ron White? What was that tour called? I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, it was Bill Engvall. Here's your sign. Anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. No, it wasn't Kings of Comedy. That was.
I was going to say it was years ago. It was back in like the early 2000s, like 2003 or 2004 or some shit like that.
It wasn't like Redneck Comedy Tour. It was something like that, but it blue collar.
Yeah, something redneck.
No, it was blue collar comedy tour. That's what it was. Blue collar comedy. Ron White, Bill Engvall, Larry Cable Guy, and Jeff Foxworthy. Blue collar comedy. They have some specials on Netflix and stuff too. But yeah, Ron White.
So here's your signed Christmas video. That was in 2009. I knew it was before then.
It's like that's so funny though, that blue collar comedy tour. It's like Bill Engvall, Larry, and Jeff Foxworthy. They're kind of like PG, maybe PG-13, especially with Larry Cable Guy. But Ron White, he's the rated R guy. Little tour. This is so funny, man. If you know anything about Ron White, he's fucking crazy though. But anyway, yeah, blue collar comedy tour. That's what that was. Here's your sign. Kings of Comedy was the black dudes. Who was it? Who was in the? Hey, did you see that Cat Williams thing I posted in the mod chat yesterday? He roasted NASA for a little bit. It just came up in my feed, and I was like, "Oh shit, there's Cat Williams roasting NASA." Yeah, it's in the general chat on the.
Oh, yep.
It's funny, man. I was cracking up. It's good stuff in there. Cat Williams is crazy. But hey, man, I got to jump off. Seriously, it's 2:30.
That's what you say when you go to the dentist. 2:30.
That's right. It's 2:30. I got a dentist appointment.
All right, mate. Not a problem. As always.
Matrix, everybody, man, I love you guys. I want to actually make this. I mean, it's good, and people are like, oh, nobody's watching. They're watching. They know we're here, especially like all the Globers and the Flat Earthers hate us, and that's okay.
That's free rent. That's good.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
We're here. We're always going to be here. I won't say we'll always. I mean, but we have a really solid crew, and we know what we're all about. we call each other out on nonsense and shit. So it's a beautiful thing. And I don't know how popular that it's going to make anything, but I think it's like you were saying, we start making a few like videos or whatever with just, or we're not just talking to noobs or whatever. We can like do a reaction video to some of these anti-FE shit. You know, that'd be fun. Just have a few of us in there and make a 30-minute video. Maybe we can get some traction. Who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that long. I think shorter videos that have got real clear, concise points are better because the younger generation just can't handle long-form information.
All right, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. If you guys get some ideas.
Well, like 30 minutes is good, like nothing longer than that, though.
Yeah, like a Simon Dan video. Want to do a quick review. All right, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, mods, review. Simon Dan. So, and what's cool is like we can put that title in the video, Simon Dan or whatever. That might not like we're exploiting it because they do that shit to us anyway. So it's like we're going to use their name in the title of the video. We'll get some views, and see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I think this would be fun actually. Breaking a few of these down.
Let's fucking do it. And I also think that moderators here, we should do at least a 2-hour show once a week, breaking down, a week in review or something. Just, shit you need to get off your chest. Talk about developments. No, man, we get
they got me for that.
I know. We get a lot of shit off your chest in here, but I'm just talking about like just mod only kind of thing. It's like, here's what's going on. Here's what I think is important for us to focus on, whatever. And I think a lot of people that listen to the stream a lot would rather hear us talk to each other sometimes, and kind of throw some ideas back and forth than just, the same old that we always do with whether it's new people or classic anti-flat earthers or whatever that come in here. Doesn't hurt to
I'm just waiting for my turn to get it off your chest. Right. Take a deep breath and go for it. Actually, no, I pretty much get it off my chest straight away. That's
I get.
It's so much.
I get you. It's just like there's a lot of things. Like there's a lot of times when other people are in here and I'm not in here and they're not in here when you're in here and all that kind of stuff. Where there could be like a certain couple times a week or whatever where we're together, we're just like either do it in a room on the main server or.
I think a room in the main server.
Yeah, just
staged.
Just moderators, whatever, or staged event.
Well, I think staged because then you could have your main people up talking. Others can sit in and listen. That's not a problem. You'd have the bot in there anyways, so it's not like it's a big deal. But it would stop people accidentally dropping in and wrecking what's going on. Like if we did it here, you could guarantee there'd be 3 N-bombs. JJ Ice Clown would have to stop in and say something that's totally incorrect and just make more of a drop kick of himself.
Well, and I'll tell you what. I mean, what I'm talking about is like it would be a time when I'm sitting in front of my computer and I can actually host it. Yeah, I'll control OBS and I can screen share, and like the whole thing would look different on the screen than our normal format. So we could actually share videos, play them, watch them.
That's something you might be able to help me in OBS. Do you know how you can select either the full screen or just the software that's running? So it creates those squares around those particular things. Can you select just a small square where you can put it over something in particular? So like, for example, I can select Discord and put it on OBS, but I can't just select one small component of Discord, which is all I want.
Yeah, you have to create different scenes and then add components. Say when you create a scene on the left.
Yeah, I know how to do that, but what I want to do, I don't want the entirety of Discord. I only want The chat section.
Well, when you see my screen, on the live stream, that I had to actually, or I'll tell you how to do it. I think I know what you're asking. The shift key for the window size, like when you select the window capture screen.
Yeah.
If you want to shrink it down to only capture a certain portion of that window, the shift key will shrink the window, but keep all of the stuff in the window. But if you press the Alt key while you're click and drag, that cuts the screen off. Fuck.
Did I get him? Hold on, I've got to find out. I might be in the wrong person here, but we'll find out anyway. We can unlock them later on. Control V, and did I get him? Yes! Fuck, I'm good at this.
All right. So when you click on that window or whatever, and when you're creating your layout on the screen, you click that window, you see the little red square, little red things on the corners, and then the middle and top and bottom, left and right.
Yes.
If you hold the Alt key and you use your mouse, that will cut off that portion of the window. The Shift key will stretch it, but the Alt key is like a cut. It's like a clip. It clips the screen down, so that portion of the screen will be out of view. So then what you do is use the Alt key, kind of clip it down.
Oh no, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Not when. Okay, you know how you've got your red box that shows you what you've highlighted with the little dots and things around it. Over on Discord, I've got a yellow box which highlights the entirety of Discord. It's the yellow box I want to modify. I want to make that small so it only highlights a very small portion. I don't want all of it.
Yellow
if you know
box.
what I mean.
No.
Okay, I've got dual screen. So I've got on my right-hand screen, I've got OBS taking up the full thing. So the top half shows the image that I'm showing. You can have a split one where it's left and right. I've just got it as single. On the left-hand side is where...
When you say single, you mean studio mode versus...
Yeah.
Okay. When you click studio mode, when you click studio mode, that means you can work on the one on the left. You can change it and everything, and it won't affect what's actually going on.
Correct. Well, that doesn't worry me because I just want it preset, press record, that's it. So what I'm after is when I select that box, so at the moment I've got it set up as window capture, I don't want to capture the full window. I only want to capture one small component of it. But the thing is, I can't just slide it around so it's in the scene and make it disappear because it's still got the other half of it to the right-hand side that I don't want.
That's why I'm saying, did you use the Alt key? You said you know what I'm talking about, but if you haven't used the Alt key to cut that part of the window out, then you don't know what I'm talking about. So like what you do is you hold the Alt key down, grab one of those little red squares, and drag.
All right, yep, now I've got you. Right. So now I can just butcher that.
Then,
excellent.
Then hit the Shift key and it'll stretch it. It'll keep the parts you cut off with the Alt key, and it'll stretch it with the Shift key.
Excellent. Right, there's that gone. Doing this in real time. Winner, chicken dinner. And so if I press Shift key.
Yeah, that's how I created the entire scene you see on the YouTube. It's like there's probably there's probably like 13 different things in my on each scene.
That's what I wanted to know. So it's just multiple scenes. Yeah. I knew that there was a way to do it, but it was just doing me head in. I'm like,
Alt key. Yeah, Alt key. You just cut out a portion of the video or portion of the window.
And then create another scene, create another portion, and glue them together however you want. Epic.
You
That's what I want.
5 window captures in there, name them different things, and you just capture different portions of the window.
Yep.
Boom, 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 put them in there. Yep.
Because what I've got at the moment, in one scene, I've just got it as Discord standard, so I can record. I just click on that and press record, and it will just select the whole lot and play it. And it's also got a slideshow running beside it.
Well, that's cool. That's what I really like about OBS is that, like, if you want to set it up and record something, it'll record exactly what you see right there, so you can have the whole thing set up. and you got it ready to go, hit record, it'll record everything exactly like you see it.
Yeah, it's just very handy to have. Like, sometimes the bots aren't in here and I can just go click record. And yeah, sometimes you get good conversations. Yoda got told where he could, what he could go and do with himself the other day, which was awesome to have it recorded. So that gives us ammunition to make people stay away for a long period of time, as in perma-banned. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's just handy to have it ready. Yeah. So I'm happy with that now. That's cool.
That solved your problem?
That has fixed all of my problems.
It did when I figured it out too. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like,
Now, the other one I want to know is, can you set OBS on a timer? So you can set it to run for, start at a certain time, say at midnight, and then run till 6 in the morning.
That's a negative. No.
That would be very handy if it could do that.
Yeah, I wish, dude, I had that question as soon as because I've been running the live stream for 8 years. I wish I could do that.
And the reason I say that, you'd run 4 instances of it, and you'd run, or probably 8 instances of it, and have them run 3-hour lots. So it'd run for, say, 3 hours and 10 minutes, and then the next one would be 3 hours and 10 minutes, but would overlap 5 minutes each side. So instant 1 would be midnight till 3, 2 would be 3 till 6, 6 till 9, and have them just broken down like that.
Can't do
that would save a lot of horsepower.
Can't do it.
I know. Instead of, and the advantage of that, and as you'd know, for people looking for specific clips, they've only got to handle a 3-hour tape as opposed to wait for the 12 to finish before they can even go and get it.
Yeah.
That's why I was just curious. If you could set it as a timer to do that, that would be spectacular. Like, hey, the show comes on at midnight, already recording.
Well, it's just like I restart it every 12 hours because I have to actually do that physically. Yeah, I can't put it on a timer to restart. Yeah. I already tried to figure that shit out. It's just not, there's no option. As far as I know, I mean, maybe somebody could.
Be some way of running a script or something.
Yeah. But even then, to automate it to fit, the format, change the title for the next, script. It's just, it does, we're doing the best we can with what we got, and I think we're doing all right. But yeah, I'd really like to do some focused shows with like some reaction videos to some anti-FE content, and just have like a couple times a month with just a show with the moderators, just talking about what's going on in the Discord. That'd be cool.
Yep. All right, mate. I've got to go myself now. Apparently, I go and referee squash games when I'm not playing. So
squash.
Yeah, he still plays. It's funny when I bump into mates from school. It's like, holy shit, you still play that? Yep.
What is squash? Is that like hitting the ball against the wall, like
racquetball?
Paddle. It's like racquetball.
Yep, except the ball is a little bit smaller and doesn't bounce as much.
Are they the paddles? Are they netted or are they like wood?
Netted. A bit smaller than a tennis racket.
Okay. Interesting. Squash.
Yeah, Google time. Anyways, you were supposed to be going to sleep, weren't you?
Yeah, I gotta be at work in
2 hours.
No.
Get up in 2 hours.
No, I gotta be there at 8, so I can get 4 hours of sleep. I'll be good.
Not a problem, mate. I'll let you get some rest, and I got to get going because I'm already running.
All right, brother. Yeah, but seriously, yeah, let's work on figuring out.
Yeah, let's get this happening.
Get some more exciting FE content. Good.
All right, cool. Peace, mate. See ya.
Peace, man.
is flat. Why?
You can't
Okay,
have
how
a
does it
vacuum
do that?
you can't have a vacuum next to an open system without a container.
Again, still, I don't get if the Earth is flat. Why would the people that calculate stuff and actually do it don't make it as flat?
They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Then what
They're not
are they
doing what
doing
you
there?
think they're doing. They're not doing what you think they're doing.
Then what are they doing? Because if I don't know what they're doing, then you don't know what they're doing because they keep it a secret or what?
Oh, so if you don't know what they're doing, no one knows what they're doing. That's awesome. So you are the be-all and end-all of knowing what's doing.
Okay, but you know what they're doing, because I can tell you the same. Do you know what they're doing? You say they're not doing.
You couldn't even detail to us what they're doing. You don't even know what they're doing. You couldn't even detail to us what they're doing.
I agree, but then you tell me what are they doing? If you say
that doesn't make the Earth
not measuring. Yeah, exactly. Not measuring a globe. That's definitely what they're not. They're definitely not doing that.
Yeah, friend. Excuse me, friend. Proof that we know they're lying to us doesn't mean we know everything that they're hiding.
Okay, again, so now you actually said that they're lying to us and they're hiding stuff, which you said they're not lying.
No.
So they are lying now. What's the interest? What do they have to gain from lying?
No, they're not. They're not necessarily lying. They could be mistaking. They could be doing something else completely. They could just not care.
Okay, so if they don't care, then why do they do that with their lives, occupy their time? What do they have to gain if they don't care or lie or think it's wrong or don't even care or whatever?
Maybe this has nothing to do with concealing Earth's nature at all. Maybe this has everything to do with something else.
Yeah, we can only speculate, whether it's other lands, other resources. We can only speculate on why they would lie.
They tell us with their own words and their own documents that they have a space program in order to project power and capabilities, to project scientific achievement that may or may not even exist, in order to advance America's image and interests. They say this in their own documents from 1958 when the space program started. Maybe that's all they're doing.
And to instill within their citizens a sense of patriotism.
Knowing they're lying doesn't mean we know what they're lying about.
Okay,
they could still think Earth is. They could still think Earth is a globe.
What do they have to gain from lying? You don't have to know exactly what they're doing if they're lying.
They say they hope to gain American prestige and power.
It's not about America. Don't be a default.
That's what they say. Listen, I can show you all the documents where they say this.
Okay,
and now they've got you, a non-American citizen. Hey, now they've got you, a non-American citizen, licking their boots.
I'm not licking America's boots.
Their bullshit.
I don't care about America. I don't care.
Yeah,
Russia also did.
Why are you defending them?
Why are you defending them? There are other countries.
You care about America.
Even my country did space experiments.
You care. You care.
Okay, but I don't care about America exactly.
So guess what? It also says that they plan to involve other countries that'll go along with the space program for the same reasons, for the mutual benefit and security of those who practice this together.
Okay, but some enemies of the American country also did it. So some countries, yes, it's for the interest of America, but others definitely.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can I quickly interject? Do you really think because in the public view, two people are enemies, that they're actually enemies? Are you that naive? I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, where we have 3 presidents, firstly. Right?
Yeah, I know.
All of them are corrupt. And all of them in the media, as you know, hate each other's guts. They say the worst shit about each other. They almost get into fights. But when there's no media, what they do, they turn a lamb around, drink the same beer, and enjoy each other's company. So don't be naive to think just because, quote unquote, Putin is America's enemy, right, that he actually is. Come on, use some common sense. You see this all the time.
Okay, bro, I'm not talking about Russia. I'm not talking about
No,
Russia.
it doesn't matter what country. It's in general the same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It could be Australia, China, Japan, Guatemala, whatever, bro. Narnia. It doesn't matter.
Okay, but does that mean it's true that every country is with America on the thing that we just for its own interests? agrees that space, we have to do this so that the blah, blah, blah. Maybe
Do
some
you mind
countries are not
rereading?
even related to
DJ
America
will
at
read
all.
you DJ will reread what he just read. Please do it, DJ.
Oh, I can't mic up right now.
Well, in essence, from the documents what DJ's read, it's stated that they are planning on adding other countries to do the same thing, right? For the same reasons.
Okay,
so that
other
people-
countries, but not all. There's definitely one country that is not added. It can be all countries.
Did I say all countries, firstly? I said other countries, and not all
Exactly,
countries.
exactly. You didn't say all countries. So not,
Pause. Not all countries have a
my
space
point.
program. Not all countries have a space program. Only a few
Yeah, and there are
countries do.
some who are not related to America.
And you had Russia doing it too, and you had allies of Russia engaging in the same behavior. So now you have both sides of whatever fake civil, or Cold War.
There are not only two sides; there are more sides. There are more than two sides.
Yeah, I know. Well, today it's definitely a multipolar world, right? Because India sided with Russia during the Cold War, and Pakistan sided with the Brits. And today, India is closely aligned with America. You have all these examples, right? You have this crazy relationship between China and America, where the two countries are mutually dependent on each other for economic health. And yet they both spy on each other and steal from each other all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so get this. How about this? Okay, in order to secure the whole world from going to war with each other, how about we get all the governments together to go in on a big space program in order to project power and capabilities that don't exist. That way everybody can blackmail each other. And now everybody can control each other. And now not a single member who's party to this mutual blackmail will go so far as to commit an act of war against each other. Because if they do, then everybody else can release the files and destroy the credibility of that nation with its own people.
I don't think it's that simple to solve the war problem.
It's not simple. It's not simple. For one, there are flat earthers out here that are saying you guys have all fucked up.
Oh.
They hate us so much they censor us. This is probably one of the most censored topic on earth.
Exactly. What do they have to gain from censoring you?
Yeah, we should ask them.
I mean,
tell us what they have to gain. Tell us.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, Lewis, you do not have any reason to ask that question unless you're accepting that the Earth measures flat. Because at this point, you don't think there is a lie. So why would you ask why would they lie? Establish whether a lie has been told first, and then ask that question.
Well, a lie is basically something that's not true. That's the lie. I think we can agree. And my definition of truth, my personal one, what I believe, is that the truth.
Establish whether a lie has been told first.
From my perspective, it has. From your perspective, it's a lie. It's not true when I say the Earth is round. From my perspective, it's not true when you say the Earth is flat. So that's the reason, and that's the lie I'm pointing out. I'm trying to reach into your mind.
No, you're not. You're trying to
still haven't
you're trying to justify it because of cognitive dissonance is causing you to find reasons why it could not possibly be true.
No, I'm not trying to necessarily see why. I'm just trying to see why
that's what you're doing.
Let me give an example. Louis, let me give an example of what he just said is true. You just asked the question when DJ said we are they censor us, right, on social media platforms such as YouTube, whatever, TikTok, whatever it may be, right? Doesn't really matter. And you asked why would they censor you? Well, think of how many other conspiracy theories there are out there that people believe in with all their hearts. A lot of people do, and yet they are not censored. They're just able to talk about it because it doesn't matter to the people at B, right? It's insignificant. It's probably not even true.
But you are not censored. The videos of you still exist. You're not censored. You're not cancelled global wide. Like your content is not allowed
When we
on
say
any
we're
platform.
censored, one second. When we say we're censored,
You're
right?
not fully censored.
Let
So
me
it's
finish
basically you're not.
speaking, please.
But you're not
I'm
censored.
trying.
It doesn't matter. You're not censored.
Bro's retarded. Okay, I don't care at this point. He's retarded.
I mean,
He doesn't wanna talk.
censorship means cutting it out completely, like blurring it, like doing something.
It was.
Really?
That's the bit your deaf ears are not hearing.
Who's cutting you out completely from
Congress?
putting your ideas on
Congress in the United States had a massive meeting about censoring FE.
Okay,
And it's
but
only
your videos are
just
still
in the
up on
last 2 months that they've unlocked some of it.
Your videos are still up on
Censorship doesn't
YouTube.
necessarily.
Wait a second,
Censorship
Luis.
does not necessarily.
How long have you been investigating this topic? Exactly.
Censorship does not necessarily mean completely, like blocking out all the information. It can be partly blocked out. Like a document that's been declassified, some of
So you
it will
mean
be
to tell me
blotted
that
out, some of it
television
won't.
censors because the television is censored? That means when we turn it on, it's just a black thing because nothing's on there? Or does that mean they're not allowed to say certain things when they censor television? What does it mean?
Okay, but the second one. But the thing is, you are allowed to say certain things that you are still allowed to say that the Earth is flat. So why does the censorship matter? How do they censor you? Why would they censor you?
Because, like, as you said before, you showed us a video that has 24 views because our views don't get counted in YouTube.
Because most people are not even interested in your topic.
You think we've given out a link more than 24 times?
As the guy who's here conversating with us, no one's interested in your topic.
So I'm interested in the human mind, not necessarily the flat earth.
Why is it that there was a conversation in Congress? He wants to talk about humans now, not flat Earth anymore. He gave up.
Hold on, let me explain.
Hold on, I want to explain something. Lewis, hold on a second. I want to explain how the censorship works. It's not just, right, so look, they got together. This is what happened in 2015, 2016. Flat Earth was becoming one of the most popular search terms on all of YouTube. In the 2016 Donald Trump elections, it even took over Donald Trump's popularity in the most searched thing on YouTube. Now, Congress got together with the head of Google and Facebook and YouTube, etc., and they decided that they were going to shadow ban flat Earth information. Okay, they admit this. We have the videos of the Congress meeting. So what they did was they actually hid the flat Earth videos from the search results. Okay, so if you type in the exact name of the flat Earth video, it wouldn't come up. And not only did they do that, they replaced the flat Earth videos. Okay, so instead of getting the flat Earth video that you wanted, it comes up with a playlist of propaganda. That's what happened. Okay, and that's been going on. And not only that, they started demonetizing all of the flat Earth content creators. They started deleting channels. They started removing people's subscribers, and they put warning messages on all the videos. So yeah, they basically killed it through censorship in the search results.
And why is that wrong? Because you can still say publicly, and you can still have meetings where you guys meet. Why does it matter?
Why did they have to do that? Why did they have to do that? There's nothing
the
to
money
this.
can be repurposed.
It's a dumb idea.
Guy thinks all
Just keep
He doesn't want us making
following you around.
Hold on. He said he doesn't want us making money. The money can be used somewhere else.
Yep.
Nobody here is making money.
He said, he doesn't want flat earthers making money.
What a clown. He honestly believes that anybody here is making money off of this. That's kind of sad.
Well, of course not. I know you guys don't really
keep moving the goalposts. So listen, the reason why they are censoring this topic may have nothing to do with them being worried about people thinking the Earth is flat. What they may be worried about is, while they still think Earth is a globe, they're worried about people's faith in the space program being undermined, because the space program is absolutely essential to them advancing their political agendas.
For some people, I don't really care about the space program.
They do.
They can't funnel enough money away from the public, services if they don't have a space program to fake.
I don't know. I wouldn't look when I vote like who has the better space program. I don't care about that. Some people do, some don't.
Did
The way
anyone see
you've
if
been
this
talking,
guy
it sounds
knows
like you do.
what a thing is if it measures flat?
Yeah, we've been talking to these guys for hours.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, Lewis, we could go back and forth all day on why would people lie? What about outer space, which we can never go and check? Or we could just test the Earth, right? If gravity is real and mass is attracting mass, that means the surface of the water would have to be getting pulled towards the center of the Earth, which means it would have to be curving. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a huge distance. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there would be over 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, for example. And it would have to be curving at that rate if the Earth's a globe. Okay, you can't have anywhere on the globe. Well, you can't have any 10-mile body of water on the globe that's not curving at approximately 20 meters over that distance. That would be impossible. If it wasn't doing that, it would completely debunk gravity. It would debunk the globe.
Yeah, so it does that because it
doesn't
respects
do
the laws
that.
of nature.
No, it doesn't do that. Okay, because we went and tested it, and I can show you that it doesn't do that right now if you want. If you want to see.
Okay, but if I look at it, am I gonna see math and actually?
Then your eyes are not going to burn. You're not going to catch on fire, and your eyes won't burn if you look at it. So just pay attention.
So I can look at it, but right after I would look at something that tries to disprove it and try to understand that as well.
Okay, you can try to debunk it. Okay, nobody has been able to debunk it. We've discussed this with physicists and satellite engineers and various people that come in from the academic community. Okay, they can't debunk
Did you
this.
find the dumbest space engineer, or who the fuck did you find?
Yeah. So Josh, you can look him up. His name's Josh Ingersoll. Okay, he's very decorated with his credentials, but he's just good at memorizing and regurgitating the information that he learned when he was getting his degrees. When it comes to this real-world empirical evidence, he admitted that he cannot debunk it. All right, so look, I'm just trying to show you the observation. Now, the observation itself was done by a very smart guy as well. Okay, his name's Dr. John Dee, and he originally went out to try to debunk flat Earth. He has a PhD in optics. Now, he went out and he did this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so we're testing over an 18-kilometer stretch of water in this one. Okay, and I'm going to show you all of the mathematics. Right, so I'm going to show you some screenshots and some video footage from his video. So this is all from a full-length, high-definition video where Dr. John goes over everything. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is just a GIF of the zoom footage. Okay, so what he's done is he's set his camera up at 1 meter height on a tripod at the shoreline of the ocean, and he's zooming out into the ocean, and we can see 6 windmills in the distance that are out in the ocean. Okay, the reason he did it when he has the windmills out there is because we're trying to have a distance marker. Okay, so we know the distance to the windmills. Okay, this is called Rampion Windmill Farm in the United Kingdom. And the closest windmill tower that you can see on the left is 8 miles away. Right, you okay with miles? You understand miles?
Yeah, I can convert them quickly.
Okay, cool. All right, so the one on the left is 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further away until you get to the one on the right. That's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so we have a 3.5 foot observation height. Now I'm going to put a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator in the side chat. So you could go to Google and you could just type in Earth curvature calculator, and dozens of these calculators will come up. So they basically calculate based off the globe radius, how far away the horizon should be, and by how much something that's beyond the horizon should be obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, so what we put in 11.2 miles. That's the distance to the windmill that you can see on the far right-hand side. Okay, then we put in the eyesight level, which is the height of the camera, which is 3.5 foot high. Right, and then it's going to calculate the distance to the horizon. Okay, so it does 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that gives us a horizon distance at 2.29 miles. Okay, that's the distance that the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet That should be there. That's what the definition of a horizon is.
Yeah, okay.
Flatman, can you not post? I'm trying to present something. All right. So look, on a globe, that horizon should be at that distance, 2.29 miles. That's why he has the windmills.
Okay, but he zoomed in.
Yes, he's zooming in. So when he zooms in, he should see that horizon line at 2.29 miles away. 2.23, whatever it is. 2.3.
When you zoom in, you get closer. Like it's like physically getting closer.
All right, so have a look at the diagram that I just put in the side chat.
I don't really get. You're saying that because the horizon is only like 2.29 miles, you shouldn't be able to see the windmill or what?
Yeah. The bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. It must be like physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth.
That's without zooming. He zoomed in. He went.
Okay, so hold on. So let's go over this. Okay, so have a look at the diagram that I just put in. I'm going to read it out. Can you see it? It's got a guy standing on a globe. It says a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, so depending on the height of the observer, that's how far away the horizon should be. We can calculate it. And then it's got a picture on the right-hand side that shows what the horizon looks like. You shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that horizon line. Anything that goes past the horizon, as you can see in the diagram, should
with your naked eye, yes, but with a camera that zooms, you can.
Okay, so picture that. See that tangent line coming from the observer's eyes, right? The black dotted line to the surface. Okay, just zooming in doesn't allow you to see beyond a physical obstruction, right? Like if I go over a hill, you can't zoom in and see me again. Okay, you're just going to zoom in on the obstruction. Or if let's say we have a long hallway, okay, and then the hallway curves away slowly, and me and you are standing there, and then I walk off down the hallway, and then I disappear around the corner of the hallway. Okay, you can't zoom in and see me again. I'm gone behind a physical obstruction. Okay, so you should be physically. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. You're basically moving forward, but on the exact same line. You still reach the point.
Yeah, exactly. So just flip the hallway sideways, horizontal, and then we got the same situation. Okay, so according to the Earth curvature calculator, the bottom 52 feet of that windmill tower should be hidden. So 52 feet, that's like a 5-story building. That's a large amount. Okay, so I'm just going to show you just a couple more pictures quickly. Because we don't see any obstruction. Okay, here's a close-up photograph of the same windmills, just so you can see what they look like close up. Now, when it's low tide, we can see the black paint has been stripped off the bottom where the salt water comes up and down constantly. Okay, so that's what we can see close up. Now, let's have a look at the zoom footage, or just a screenshot from the video just underneath it now. Okay, so we can see the whole towers. Okay?
Yeah.
All of the water that you can see there in that picture should be hidden behind the horizon. So you should only see water up to 2.29 miles. That should be the horizon. And then anything beyond that should just be things sticking up from behind the horizon. So you should be able to see the top portions of the windmill towers. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon line. Okay, but we can see the horizon line is actually way, way, way beyond the windmill towers. Right? We can even see a boat off in the distance. Right? Here's another picture. So when he zooms in, you can see the whole windmill towers. We don't see any sign of that curvature. We don't see the byproduct of the curvature, which would be that geometric horizon. And we can see a boat far off in the distance behind the windmills. Now, Dr. John D went on the ship tracking radar when he was there, and he pulled up the ship tracker, and he tracked that ship that you can see off in the distance. Okay, and here's a screenshot that he took.
I just found a photo with the other windmills that are obstructed, like they're actually cut off, like by halfway almost.
Right. So sometimes.
I found a photo that works.
Right. Yeah, I can explain how that works. Okay, so the reason that he picked this particular day to go there is because there's no waves, there's no swells, okay, and it's extremely good visibility. Other days, it can look like the bottoms of the windmills are obstructed. Firstly, it's because sometimes we have waves. Okay, so if you have a wave in the foreground close to you, it can block something large, at the bottom of something large in the background, because the thing that's in the background has shrunk, apparently due to the way that perspective works, right? Things move further away from you, they get smaller, but that wave is still very close to you. Similar to the way that you could hold your arm out in front of your face and you could block a big object in the distance just with your hand because of perspective. So if you've got a wave in the foreground, it can make it look like the bottom of the windmills are obstructed. And then sometimes we can have atmospheric conditions, right? Like there's a particular effect called sinking refraction, which can make it look like things are doing what you just suggested, right? Hidden behind the horizon, even though they're not actually obstructed. So that's something that can happen as well. What's that, Tito?
Yeah. I'm just wondering if Lewis can post the image that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Look, I've got some examples of it. If you want me to post
a video like the one DJ posted, so it really doesn't count.
Yeah. So what we find is that sometimes you can see things that are disappearing bottom up, but there's perfectly logical explanations for why that can happen sometimes. But most of the time,
why can't the opposite be true? Like there's perfectly obvious explanations for why it sometimes shows. Like why is the truth that it's not curved and sometimes it appears curved? Why is not the truth that it is curved and sometimes it's appeared more clear? Why isn't that the case?
Okay, it's very easy to explain that. Okay, because there is no possible meteorological conditions that could exist to just flatten out 15
if
miles.
If it happens, I'm sure they exist.
No, okay, so what type of effect are you talking about that could just make everything look flat and completely hide the curvature
I guess
of the Earth?
refraction and atmosphere can bend light, I guess the refraction is the refraction light.
Okay, and make everything completely flat? So what you would be saying, this is what you would have to be saying.
No. Not make it flat, but make it appear flat. Again, you're basically saying that it's flat and sometimes it appears curved. Why can't the opposite be true? It's curved, but sometimes it appears flat.
No. It doesn't ever appear curved. Right? The horizon's always flat. The horizon's always horizontal. You're never seeing any curvature. Sometimes you can see bottom-up obstruction. Now, I think I have the perfect video to show you right now, to show you what causes bottom-up obstruction. Okay, on a flat surface, on a small scale. Okay, so I'll show you what's happening. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, but then I'm going to look for a video that explains why your case happens. I mean, bottom-up obstruction is the default.
Yep, find me. This is what I would recommend. Find me one observation, okay, where they've accounted for refraction, okay, accurately, and it matches a globe. Okay, because what we're showing you here is the horizon should be at 2.23 miles, but we can see the horizon beyond 14 miles. There's no type of refraction that does that just completely flattens out and completely hides the curvature of the Earth over this huge distance, and everything in the distance that we can see is crystal clear, right? We're not seeing any miraging effects, right? It doesn't match the definition of any miraging effects. And we don't see a mirage. Okay, you can clearly see what's going on in the image, and he went back and he repeated it on different days. All right, so have a look at this video that I'm going to put in the side chat. Okay, so this is just done on a flat floor of someone's house. All right, have a look at this. So what they've done is they've put some blocks across the floor, and they've put a red light over there as well. And now all they do is they alter the temperature conditions in the room. Okay, they introduce cooler air up higher, and then all of a sudden, it looks like there's a horizon. It looks like the blocks start to disappear behind the curvature, and the red light completely disappears behind the horizon. Even though this is a flat floor, that effect happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, you can get this effect. It's called sinking. Okay, you can't find me a demonstration where you have a curved surface and then someone adjusts some temperature conditions and all of a sudden it all looks flat again. right? There isn't a condition that does that. You're more than welcome to research it. I don't expect you to take my word for it, okay? But we can show you that every single observation doesn't match up with the globe. And I would challenge you to find us a single observation done by anyone throughout all of history that matches up with the globe, right? Preferably consistent observations, because one observation, we wouldn't just show you one observation. We could just keep showing you observations for the next 12 hours straight, which we're not going to do, obviously. But this is what happens anytime anyone actually goes out and tests for the curvature. They either become a flat earther or they don't release the footage. So Dr. John Dee, he went out to try to debunk flat Earth. Okay, he was doing long distance laser tests like the one I just showed you, and he was kind of forced to become a flat earther in that process because he couldn't find the curvature that was there, and because he's an expert in optics, right? He has a PhD in spectrophotometry. So that's to do with the way that light travels through mediums and that kind of thing, and lasers and all of those kinds of topics, right? So with his expertise, he was like, damn, this is impossible on a globe. All right, and he has an 1 and 15-minute video of this test that I just showed you where he goes over all of the details, step by step. And he explains everything technically. All right, so I'm going to post that. If you want to check it out, like you said, you need to research both sides. So that's what we encourage people to do. We say, hey, research the globe, get the globe evidence, research the flat earth arguments, get the flat earth evidence, and then put on your critical thinking cap, analyze them critically, and come to a logical conclusion based off which side has more empirical evidence.
Again, what does empirical actually mean? Like tested by human or like?
Yeah, like physical, real-world tests that can be repeated in reality. Okay, it's not something that requires belief or faith or anything like that. Something where you can actually go out and physically do the test. Right? It's falsifiable in reality. So you're actually testing something real in nature rather than making assumptions and then doing calculations based off the assumptions or something like that. Okay, actually testing the thing.
Yeah.
Right, putting the full video in the side chat so you can check it out if you want to. What did you post, Lewis? The Jeranism test with the flashlight?
Yeah, and it's only 52 seconds, so it's that easy to disprove it. Just 52 seconds.
No. Dude, okay, so that's out of a Netflix mockumentary. You know what a mockumentary is? It's something that teases, right? It's aimed to tease.
I know. Something. Okay, so it's a wordplay mockumentary.
Yeah, so it's a mockumentary. Okay, and apparently in this mockumentary, this idiot called Jeren, okay, the guy in the video, they were supposed to do a laser test, but they broke the laser. And then they decided that they were going to use a flashlight because they already had all the people there. They had it all set up. So they decided that, we have a flashlight. Let's try to do this test with a flashlight. They did it at nighttime. Okay. And then what Jeren says happened is that they edited the footage in a way that made it look deceptive and that the flat earthers had debunked the flat earth. Okay. And then there was a lawsuit afterwards because the flat earthers were trying to get a hold of the original footage so they can prove that they edited the footage in a way that was deceptive. Regardless, in the footage that they show us, they don't show us the setup. They don't show us the test. They basically just show us, like you clipped, right? 52 seconds worth of footage where it's just basically they're telling you that the flat earther debunked himself. Okay? We have tests that have been done similar to that completely show you that torch test, right, debunks the globe. Okay, we've done that same test, but over a 13.7 mile lake, right, where we have the whole test in high definition during the daytime, Okay, you can see the setup. They give you all of the measurements. Okay, and what they do is they put the torch 5 foot high, and then they put a high-powered zoom camera on the other side of the lake, 13.7 miles away, and you can see the flashlight perfectly through the camera. And then they tell the guy, okay, put your hand in front of the flashlight. And then all of a sudden you can't see the flashlight. And then he takes his hand away. You can see it again. Okay, so we have tests that debunk these silly little Netflix mockumentary 50-second videos, right, that are aimed to try to, I don't know, trick people or something like that, turn people away from flat Earth. But we've got tests that have been done professionally, okay, where we show the whole test, start to finish.
You still worried about debunking the flat earthers?
Oh, he bailed on you.
He bailed? Huh.
Wow.
They always run away.
Yeah, that's a shame. I was just about to show him the torch test.
You're way too generous with these guys, DJ. The moment he responded to your thorough presentation of that observation test, with a 52-second video, should have told him get the fuck.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but I also understand that these guys have crazy cog dis, and sometimes you got to be extra patient with them. But because if I tell him to F off after showing that, he's just gonna think I'm bad faith and go off thinking that he won because I had to kick him off or something.
Well, if you want to be the mother that the child continuously runs to, because it's always going to validate, then go ahead. But I don't agree with that approach. Children, treat them like children. They either show you respect, engage with it, or they can get the fuck and be ditch diggers.
Great instructional for the audience, though, and a learning lesson for delivery for the rest of us. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
it was interesting listening
time would
to
be
it.
better spent going through these observations for newer, real flat earthers, actually.
Yeah, but I think there's a place for listening to the delivery and instructional, and it sure helps me anyway.
Listening to their response, if you go back and actually listen to his answers, I believe, they believe, you should believe. Everything was about belief. And I see that's a common theme with a lot of these globers that come in here. We should believe too. And I think that's what we've got to break, is this dependency on believing. How about we put the beliefs aside, boys and girls, and go out and test it for real? No more beliefs. Every third word from him was nearly, early on, was nearly believe, believe, believe. And it's like, dude, I see what the problem is here.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I can tell when the person's being disrespectful. I can tell when they're going through the cog this and all of that sort of thing. But I'm thinking about what's it look like from the person that's going to be listening to this in 2 months' time. If they replay the stream or something like that, and then I just yell at him and tell him to fuck off. When they'll think that, okay, this guy's presented evidence, and the flat earther dismissed the evidence and told him to fuck off. The glober won.
Right. Yeah, I don't mean to use them words in a literal sense. I just mean, like, if he's not going to properly engage, if he's going to meet your standard of evidence with such a low tier standard of evidence, you need to stop him in his tracks there. and show him what he's doing. And that's why he's built up this completely flawed perception of how the world operates. I don't mean to just straight up say, right, I'm done with you, get lost, leave the channel. Obviously, handle it politely.
I mean, sometimes it needs to be done, you know? I mean,
I had to yesterday. I had to yesterday.
If you listen,
yeah,
dude, if you listen to earlier in the conversation, I was going off at that guy.
Yeah. No, but like there was people in here before. There was people in here a few hours ago, and they just kept on gish galloping. Just wanted to they'd ask a question, I'd begin to answer, they'd interrupt me mid sentence, and ask me another question. Right. Eventually, when I did present evidence, right, to them, the 3-inch observation, and it was just basically hand wave. Wanted to talk about gravity, blah 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 blah. It was like, come back and address what I've just shown you, right? Like, don't just move on, hand wave it, move. And I had to end up saying to the person, look, I don't think it's worth discussing this with you because you don't want to address any of my points. You're not listening. You couldn't recount any answer I've given you, right? Like, it was just pointless. I had to just tell them I have to disengage.
I'll just point out, you can see what he's commented in the text chat. So he's still here. He decided to leave summarily, and apparently was just here because he's bored.
Well, that makes sense.
That kind of disrespect bothers me, you know. Like,
well, no, the boredom.
I appreciate.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I really, these people frustrate me that they don't have any respect for others and their time. And, you know, and it's clear that he didn't know anything when he came in, and then he suddenly was coming up with refraction, but he wasn't even, you could tell by his responses that he wasn't even really listening to the effort being put in for him. And that just really bothers me because it's so rude. And then to back out, not say goodbye, not even say something polite, and then talk about how he's just killing time. Yeah, I'm just sorry to hear that. I know we do it for the audience, and I appreciate that, and that's important, but these guys are really starting to get to me, I guess.
Yeah, the two things I have for that is that this topic is how we win, because their education or their understanding of a globe model can't provide them with the entertainment value they're seeking. Despite Star-Lord, Star Captain of Tomorrow, Star Wars, Star Trek, Starman, you know, sequels, reboots, reshoots, fan fiction up the wazoo, Artemis, none of it can even give them a few moments of entertainment. So they have to come here because this is where you find the real deal. Because that stuff is boring as hell. It's just fake believe nonsense. Not even worthy of discussion at some point. So what they try to do then is they try to win. I heard another word on another server called it goon mogging, where you go and you try to waste someone's time by wasting someone else's time, or something along those lines. I have to look at how it was posted again. But it's kind of hilarious. Like, they think it's a joke to have come in here and be like, watch this guy waste his time talking about flat Earth, while then he just disconnected from the call, and the guy kept talking. But it's fine because I heard it. Everyone else heard it. It's a way of articulating it. There's an audience who's listening. He didn't waste anyone's time. He goon mogged himself.
Well, that may be true sometimes, but a lot of times we have somebody on deck who is willing to have a good faith conversation, and we can't always anticipate someone's motives, and I understand that, and I understand that it is for the audience, but I'm just expressing frustration that I wish there was a better way to suss these guys out.
That's a rub right there, because you don't know when you're supposed to stop and move on to the next person.
Yeah, exactly. It's just general frustration. I don't think anything's going to change, and I don't necessarily think we can do it any differently. But it's just an unfortunate state of the world today, I guess.
Hello, but my English is not good. That's why I didn't join. I'm just asking via chat, okay?
Well, it sounds pretty good to me, but that's okay. Could you refrain from using all caps, because all caps is shouting. I don't know why you're shouting at us.
Cool. I'm not sure.
Yeah, thanks. Ask reasonable questions. You'll get a reasonable response. Your English sounds okay, by the way. It might be easier, but whatever.
Okay, I would ask you to, how is the world if it not, how is flat, where is the end of the world? And also I would like to know, I'm living in Netherlands now and night time, and I can see sun now. Where is the sun? And I know where is the sun now because I can verify with my friends, which is living other side of the world. And can you explain me how is working this system on your perspective?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to necessarily tell you how it works, but I'll describe to you what you experience and the rest of us experience. You asked the first question, how is it flat? Well, it is measurably flat. All the water is flat, level, horizontal along the surface between all points. So the Earth is measurably flat, and then the best indication of this is because all the water is flat. Number two, where is the edge of the Earth or the end of the Earth? I have no idea. I don't know where to look for that end. Number three, the sky, the sun, it moves across the sky. You'll notice in the morning it rises in the east and then moves over your head and sets in the west. Well, it does that for everybody along a flat and stationary Earth. So, yeah, right now the sun is not over your head, it's over your friend's head wherever he lives. I hope that helps you out.
But sun is also flat?
No, I didn't say the sun is flat. I didn't say anything about the composition of the sun. I said that the sun moves and it goes from one place to another.
Where it goes? I don't understand. So there is
over my head right now. I have the sun now.
Okay. So
It's
how
about
is
10 degrees above my horizon.
how is turning the sun?
I don't know how it works, like I told you. I don't know how it does what it does, but the sun does move over the surface of the flat Earth.
How?
I just told you I don't know. Why do you keep asking me how?
Sorry?
You keep asking me how, and I tell you I don't know how it does it. That's just what it does.
But we know how it's working, but if you don't know, I can explain you. It's turning around the world, and
what makes it turn? What makes it turn? What makes your stuff move?
Okay. Another question: how do time zone exist?
Wow.
Hold on
if
a
the sun
second,
is
bro.
small and moving above the flat
Egan, bro, you got asked a question about the way that you see the world, right? You think that you're on a ball that spins, right? So Triggering Triangle here asked you a question. How does it do that? And you ignored him. Why do you do that?
Sorry, I didn't catch because really my English is not. Can you repeat again?
How does the Earth spin if you think it's a globe that spins in space? How does it do that?
How does it do this? Around the sun. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah.
No, I didn't ask for. I want to know what mechanism or what causes the Earth to spin.
Which mechanism? I don't know, gravity or something. I'm not professor, and
so you don't know how that works. So Earth must not be a globe.
I know, but I know I don't know exactly how can I explain this. That there's some how you call this? Sorry, yeah, I don't know this term. Sorry, this English is not my native language, and wait, I will check. Gravity.
It's gotta suck. It's gotta suck to be able to ask questions in a language and not know the answers in that same language.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Nothing.
What nothing? With this, you cannot speak with me like that. I didn't say bad thing to you. You cannot speak like insulting like that. Okay?
Well, you started by insulting us in the side chat, so you kind of get what you get. Now, Seisu asked you why does the Earth spin, and you said gravity, which is the wrong answer. Maybe you should say I don't know.
The answer? What is the correct answer?
Okay, so you don't know, right? That is the correct answer. I don't know. That's the correct answer that you should be saying, not making something up.
So explain me, how is your system? Can you?
Okay, so you don't know why the Earth spins, right?
But I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just to know how.
Okay, so you should be able to say that I don't know why the Earth spins.
Okay, I don't know how it spins. Yeah.
Right,
okay.
But you were calling us uneducated in the chat, where you don't even know why the Earth spins. Right.
Okay, what's your education? Okay, can you tell me your education, please?
Oh yeah, on this matter, I have a lot of education on this topic. Yeah, I know all about the.
No. I'm talking about what's your university and what's your.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
I'm
that
curious.
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Okay, what matters is that you need to be honest with us.
Nobody cares.
No, I'm curious. What's your education? Can you tell me?
University, higher than yours probably. No,
My education level will blow yours away, so don't ask.
Yeah.
Okay, this is so narcissistic. Come on.
Well, let's just get back to the conversation. Let's stop waggling our dicks around. Nobody's interested. We're just interested in the subject of the Earth, planet on.
Wi-Fi Jedi.
Thank you.
Yep. So Egan, the Earth is measurably flat. That's why we're here. You don't need to ask us any questions about the whole system, right? Whether or not we have explanations as to why the sun does what it does. We're not making any claims about the sun right now. We're talking about the surface of the Earth and how it is flat across its surface.
No. This world is not measurable flat. Come on, you just see this world map.
I accept that. I accept your claim. So you have measurements of curvature that you can show.
Make it for you. Actually, it's
Egan,
not flat.
Egan, you just told me that the Earth is not measurably flat. So can you measure for me the Earth curvature that you think exists? Can you show me any measurements by anybody?
What? I don't understand your question. How you measure the world flat? If you go all the time to west, you will go. You will come same place.
Egan, that's non sequitur. Those two things are not coherent together. Traveling between points has nothing to do with curvature necessarily. We're talking about the surface of the Earth and whether it is curving or flat.
Have you ever used plane?
Yes.
Yes, I've been in a plane many times.
Okay, what did you see in the sky?
Out the window, it was completely flat and horizontal.
A 360-degree circle around an observer, as always, when you turn around. No part being higher or lower than the other one.
Fair enough, but we're getting away from the point here.
I know.
So let me do some housekeeping real quick. Hey, friend. I took over the mic, so it's my turn to speak, not your turn to interrupt me. I didn't interrupt Jedi so that you could interrupt me. So let me do some housekeeping. Thank you.
Okay, calm down.
Mr. Says who?
You can take your time. Okay?
No.
You cannot speak with me like that. Okay?
Hey, friend. You just interrupted me. I'm just telling you. All right, dude. Do you want to get muted or kicked from the room?
Oh my God!
Okay. Yeah, dude, just calm down and let me go. I don't need you to give me permission. Just stop talking so I can talk, please.
I'm calm, bro.
Fair?
I'm calm. You should calm.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Yes. You need to stop talking so I can talk uninterrupted.
Okay. Don't speak like that. Okay.
All right. Okay. Here, I won't speak like that. I'm just going to have you muted. Okay. That way I can speak and I don't have to worry about you interrupting me. And then when I'm done talking, I'll unmute you so you can talk again. Okay. So, Mr. Says Who said the Earth is measured flat. You then were talking about a plane where you see that maybe it looks curved, but he said measured. You're talking about two different things. So maybe you should ask him, how do you know the Earth is measured flat? That would be the appropriate question you should ask him. Right? But you made a counterclaim. You said it's not measured flat. But then you only presented something as what you see. So you need to talk about the measurements. You need to either ask Mr. Says Who how he knows it's measured flat, or you need to inquire, well, I have measurements of curvature. That's what's on the table. All right, I'm going to stop. You can go again. Go ahead.
So, are you interested in understanding how the Earth is measured flat? Yes, no. Okay, now you're on mute. Okay, well, fair enough. Well, for everybody else's benefit who may have not heard this already, in every major industry, the Earth is measured flat. Okay? Now, that's kind of a general-based claim, or I don't know, it's kind of vague, but surveyors, people who make maps, all of them refer to the Earth, reference it as flat and stationary, but they also use something called sea level as their base datum, because we all understand that water itself is flat and level across the surface. We know this. And every section of the Earth that we measure is measured against that flat and level horizontal reference. So everything is measured according to the flat level reference of sea level, which is apparently 70% of the Earth's surface, sea and water and ocean and all that stuff. So all the water is flat, all the measurements according to that flat level plane are also angular relationships to that flat plane. So the Earth is measurably flat and observably flat across the surface. There is no curve detected anywhere by anybody. Period. Now, we would certainly entertain if somebody said or may have some kind of curvature measurement that they could point to, and we would look into that. But so far, we haven't had anybody offer that to us yet. It seems to be impossible to find. So,
Egan, what's a blogspot.com? What do they write there? Since that's your source, is that a scientific magazine or something?
Egon, you've been unmuted. You are free to speak.
He said there's a photo, so go ahead and talk. What's the photo of and what does it prove? I'm not looking at the chat, so you got to talk.
Did you take the photo?
Oh, maybe that's his blog spot. What's the guy's name?
Yeah, I posted the relevant image that he was concerned about. It's just various different projections.
So he thinks that's what the Earth looks like? Different projections? That's pretty sweet.
What? Pretty sweet? What? This is projections, you know? Earth is not a flat. And
Yes,
that's why
you're projecting,
oh,
dude.
come on. You were crying all the time about interrupting. Why interrupting me? Come on. I will not
highly
be
emotional.
like rude.
You need to calm down.
Okay, you ask me
Egon.
and I'm answering.
You need to calm down.
Come
You're
on,
highly
I'm talking
emotional.
with him. I'm not talking with you. This is some,
Just relax.
you know,
Relax, bro.
some rhetoric. You are making this for everyone.
I'm just asking you to relax because you're freaking out. You can just have a normal conversation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Calm down,
See?
bro. You know?
Listen.
I'm listening to you. I'm calm.
Okay,
you
so
know?
what's your
I'm
point? You
relaxed.
posted some map projections. Now what's your point regarding those projections?
What's my point? You were saying the world measured flat, and I'm saying, no, not measured flat. You are seeing flat map because there's a few projection that you can see, you know, 2D, but actually it's not 2D world, you know?
This is irrelevant.
I already discussed with you. In fact, I went to great lengths to describe to you how the Earth is being measured flat by everyone. And you gave us a map projection, and I'm trying to figure out how those two fit together. I'm talking about reality on the surface of the actual Earth, not a map.
Okay, tell me, where is the sun? Where is goes? How it spins around the
No. We're
flat
talking
world?
about the Earth, Egon. We're talking about the Earth. Okay, let me be very specific with you. Okay, over the surface of the water, it should be curving if the Earth is a globe. When we go out and measure the surface of the water, it's not curving, which would not be possible if the Earth were a globe. In reality, not maps. In reality, when we go out and actually test over large distances. Understand?
Yeah, but word is not like a small, you know, it's we are
Yeah, do you know the size? Do you know the radius value of the globe?
I can check and I can tell you how big
Okay,
is
so that would be a
Earth, you know?
no. So I can tell you, I can help you, I can educate you here. Okay, so it's 6,371 kilometers. That's the claim. So we can go off that radius. That's the claim on the globe side, right? If you think the Earth's a globe, the mainstream is telling us that that is the radius value. Okay, so we can calculate how much the surface of the water should be curving over distance, and then we can check to see if the curvature's there.
So there's some end of this flat something, Earth?
No, you don't seem to be tracking with the question. So if we calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance of water, it should be curving at a specific rate. And if it's not doing that, okay, so if we go and check it over and over again and it's flat on the surface, then that means the Earth, being a globe, doesn't work.
Okay. Now I believe you. The world is flat. Okay. Tell me now. I took a car. Okay. I'm going to end of the world. Okay. I'm using sometimes boat, sometimes something. Okay. What is the end of this flat things?
Why are you derailing? Just ask him. Just agree or not. Like, is that a good standard? Is that a good way of showing whether the Earth is
I'm not
curved or not?
talking with you. I'm not talking with you. And this is too noisy.
You're pivoting. You're pivoting.
This doesn't matter.
I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back
He's
on the
not
rail.
pivoting. He's not pivoting. He conceded the point that the Earth was flat to continue his line of questioning. He says, okay, I concede the Earth is flat. Now, if I continue in a singular direction, what happens when I reach the end of the Earth?
Yeah,
That's a fair question.
So he didn't really concede.
Exactly.
He didn't really concede.
Listen, who cares? Hey, Egan, let me help out. It doesn't matter whether he really conceded or not. He's conceding for the sake of the argument. That's a fair tactic when you're inquiring about someone's position. He says, okay, if what you say is true, then what are these other implications that I'm curious about? There's nothing wrong with that.
I think what DJ was trying was like setting the benchmark, seeing if the guy agrees with that standard, and then maybe there's like evidence that shows whether you actually see the curve or you don't see the curve over long distances. That might persuade him one way or the other. Like, as long as he agrees that's a good standard, but if he rejects it, then I think DJ was going to ask why.
So is there an answer? Because I don't know who talks. I don't know.
So the idea that DJ was getting at was he was being really productive with you. He was being kind, and I don't think he was like swearing at you or anything, but you seem to be like talking to him and condescending, like, oh, you're a flat earther, you're like, everything you say is wrong, you're dumb.
What did DJ say?
Well, DJ was going for like, well, look, like if we have a hypothesis that the Earth is a certain radius, well, then we can calculate how far we should be able to see before things go over the horizon. And DJ was asking him, well, you agree with that? And then he dodged and went, oh, well, if I drive a car off the edge of the Earth, is that fine? Can I do that? It's just pivoting.
This seems like a derailment by you at this point. So we'll go back to Egan. Egon, I already answered this question for you, friend. I said, I don't know where I should go to find the end of the Earth. Do I believe it myself personally? Yes, I think there is an end to this realm. I don't know where to find it. Hope that answers your question.
So we should find how possible. There are many.
You should. Yep, you should. You should get right on that, dude. Go.
What?
Let's go together.
You're a millionaire. You'll be able to write books and you'll live you will never have to work again. I would go do it if I were you. I like working, so I'm not going to go do it.
Oh my God, you believe this? If your logic, we should see some end of two.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
So where is your photo? Can you show me any photo?
No, kind of. I agree with what you're saying. If we live on a finite Earth, then there would theoretically be a limitation to the Earth. Yeah, I understand that, but we don't have any experience of it to take a photograph of it for you to bring it back. We haven't experienced this. Now, I understand that you think that maybe you can just get in an aeroplane or get in a boat or, like you said, get in a car, right, and travel to this location because we're used to small distances, 100, a few thousand miles. But theoretically, the Earth could be any size. It could take you a lifetime to even get 1% to the limitation of the Earth. You could possibly never find it. How would we know? But the point is this. It is kind of irrelevant because the surface of the Earth that we can measure is measured to be horizontal. We don't know the limitations to the system. We just can measure and describe the system, the surface that we're in.
Can I interrupt? How we know, how measured flat? Who says this? What's your source? Can I see? Can you send a link?
Yes. Okay, so says who said this earlier.
Because
we all measure and utilize the surface of the Earth as flat. Everybody does. Now, we can do this very simply with surveying tools. Do you know what a surveyor does?
No, I don't know what to survey.
So he's a man who will go out with tools to measure across the surface of the Earth. Before, for example, you build a house.
Do you know Magellan?
Pardon?
Magellan, Ferdinand Magellan. Have you ever heard?
Yeah,
Egon,
yes.
do not
We've heard
change
about the guy
subject,
in a
please.
boat, but I'm trying to explain how we measure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, we measure with tools. They can be things like lasers, things known as theodolites. We can look with telescopes and big cameras, right? We can measure across the surface of the Earth. When we measure across the surface of the Earth using lasers, we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily over water, to be horizontal, where if the surface of the Earth was curved, we would measure curvature if the Earth was a sphere. So what we're saying is with direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, we measure it to be flat. In the same way that you measure your height. You might be 6 foot tall, for example. You know that because you measured yourself to be true. In the same way, we know the Earth is flat because we measured it that way.
Who measured? I don't know. There's some source of. Can you write on chat, please? Because
certainly. We can post some stuff in the side chat for you. Of course, just give us a moment.
Okay. So, okay, you believe gravity, yeah? And you see the moon, you see the sun.
No. No, think about this. Think about this. No. Don't say you believe gravity. Don't say you believe gravity and then expect that we're going to let you continue talking.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Let me explain.
Let me finish, please.
Well, hold on a second. So no, you started your sentence.
I didn't say anything. Come on,
yeah, you started your sentence off.
If you want to talk, you can talk. I have question I wanted to ask, but even I couldn't start.
All right. Well, okay. So don't tell us what we think.
Okay. I'm sorry. What I said, I'm sorry. I took back. Okay. So you see the moon. Can I say like that? You see the moon. You see the sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I true? Yeah. You see the sun every day.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think we don't see the sun and we don't see the moon?
And they're not flat. Yeah. And I see not flat. And sun also not flat.
Right, but the Earth is flat.
But Earth is flat. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a planet though. You can't tell the shape of any light at a distance. Okay, all lights look like this circles from a distance.
So sun and moon is globe and
don't know about the sun. I have no idea. I didn't check them. We checked the Earth.
Do you see this shape is not
I see
flat.
the round. We see round lights in the sky.
Round, round.
Any light from a distance looks round, by the way. So any star that you see, or if you look at two car headlights in the distance, it looks like one round light. Okay, we see lights that way. So when it comes to the sun, I don't know if it's a ball or not. The sun is not the Earth, and the moon is also not the Earth. Like if I go out into the bush and I watch a tree, right? That doesn't mean that my dog is also a tree. Just because I see a tree over there, it's like, oh, why isn't your dog also a tree? Because you could see a tree over there.
No, I'm just trying to understand. You're okay. This is round, so you can believe world also round, but can be flat.
Round can be flat. Round as a compact disc, right? A CD is round. A circle is round. A donut is round.
Yes.
A hula hoop, right? So round can be flat.
Which shape? Round and flat, or how?
Flat's not a shape. Yeah, flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface area that's not curving.
But how thin this Earth? I'm asking this.
I don't know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. You are. You're the one claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Okay, is it triangle or?
No, flat is not a shape.
No, I'm asking.
You called? You rang? You called me?
What?
Wait, you're talking about like the perimeter of the Earth. They're talking about what the surface is, right? Do you understand the difference?
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah,
and also like talking about the moon or sun or whatever, like all of that stuff can exist over a flat plane or a globe, and so it doesn't do you anything to talk about them. They just want to start with what you can see right now on the ground. So they're posting tests in side chat where there's a laser that the laser is coming from an origin that's beyond the horizon from the Earth. And then they're asking you, why can you see it?
I'll make it even more simple, Egon. Okay, if the Earth is a globe and we have a body of water that's 20 miles across the surface, okay, it has to be curving at a specific rate. If you think gravity is real, if you think the Earth is a globe, then that water would have to be curving at a specific rate. If we can test the surface of the water and show you that it is not curving at all, then that would be a problem for the globe and something that you would need to take into consideration. You got some background noise or something, or?
Sorry, my girlfriend watching some TV series. Sorry.
Okay.
But you still doesn't explain this where sun goes every day, you know?
Because the sun doesn't have to go anywhere. If the sun isn't as powerful as you think it is, it can just, you don't see it. It's like if I have a candle, I walk away from you, at some point you're not going to see the candle light anymore. It's still there. You know what I mean?
But I see it moves. The sun moves every morning, you know, every night.
Exactly.
You know this, yeah? You see
exactly.
this. Where it goes? How is working this?
Somewhere else.
Yep. 100%
Somewhere else?
agree.
Oh my God! You cannot say like that. This is not.
All right, have a look. Just have a look at what Stark, Egon. Just have a look at what Stark posted in the side chat there. When things move away from you, they look like they go down because of the way that the way that our perspective works.
No,
Okay,
but no. Example. Which country is this example? Give me any country.
It's Australia.
Australia. Okay, if it's Australia, but other side sees this. What's the other side? Show me.
America.
We can check it even. You know this.
It will be dark.
Night time.
That light
Australia.
there,
Okay.
it's going to make its way.
Okay, if it's
go
Australia
ahead.
is day, but Russia is night, and we can
Correct.
check it. So
because the sun's moving, you see the sun moving in the GIF.
Okay, what
the sun?
Sun's moving, but sun's just give light. Australia a little bit stays there, and then goes Russia,
a whole
and
section.
then goes Denmark. And how it's working? If it spins, it's too
it's not spinning.
We can understand. No, I mean this globalist idea. They think Earth is globe and we are moving around sun, and you know, if Australia is day and Russia is night, and this every day is turning spins like that.
Right. So that's what we've been taught. Yeah, we got taught that growing up. Okay. In reality, we just see the sun moving across the sky. Now, if the sun is much closer and smaller than they tell us it is in the heliocentric model, and the sun is taking a particular path above the surface of the Earth, then the same thing will be able to be explained. Why you have daytime and nighttime in different parts of the Earth. Because the light from the sun cannot penetrate through all of the air on the Earth and make it to light up the whole the whole Earth at one time. So as it's moving over the surface of the Earth, it's going to light up different sections of the Earth. So when it's daytime in Poland, it's going to be nighttime in Australia, for example.
But it's changed all the time, you know, not all the time same.
Yeah, it's
winter
moving
is same. Winter is same. Summer is.
It changes.
Different changes. So
we have much shorter days in winter and much longer days in summer.
Yeah. This we know already.
Right. So it's something that you can explain if the Earth is a globe, and it's something that you can also explain if the Earth is not a globe.
But we can, we can know this if it's a globe because everything is correctly is working. But if it floods, something is not working like that.
That's not true.
Okay, I'm not asking this is true or not true. Can you explain me how it's working?
Whoa. Yeah, the sun moves. The sun circles east to west throughout the year. It changes its path daily, creating seasons. You'll notice this because the sun rises on a different part on the horizon every day of the year and sets in the same way. It's moving. The sun only illuminates a small portion of the earth at any one time, leaving the rest in darkness. We call this darkness nighttime. When the sun moves, it illuminates other portions of the earth. Let's say, for example, it moves from where Australia is, over the top of India, over the top of Africa, and across the Atlantic. This is how time is created if we are to use the sun. Because the sun is only directly above any one point of the Earth at any one time, it moves, dude. It's quite simple.
Okay. I want to really understand. But how? I understand. You say it moves, but how
Yes.
moves?
I don't know.
From left to right
Oh,
side,
sorry.
right side to left side, and you know how it's working.
Okay. So the sun moves from east to west. These appear to be circular paths that change daily and throughout the year.
East
But the
to west.
sun is just, yeah, that's where the sun rises, right? Sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west, don't they?
Okay, I open this world map and I'm looking now. There is a US, there is Europe and Australia, something. Okay, sun starts from US, and then daytime in the US, and where is the nighttime if it's sun in America? For your explanation, because if it's flat.
No, we don't need our explanations. We can find out. You can Google it, right? If it's daytime here, my friend, you can Google it, right? We don't need an explanation. We can know where the sun is.
Yeah, but globalists are explain this. That's why you can Google it and you can see where is. But
yeah, we're just talking about when we see the sun and when we don't see the sun. If we want to know if it's daytime here in America, let's say it's 12 o'clock midday, then we can just Google what time it is in Russia. It's probably going to be somewhere around about midnight, I would have thought. So no sunlight there because the sun's not there. It's like if I have a light above my head, it's going to cast light locally to me. It's not above your head. It's not going to cast light locally to you. As it travels towards you, it's going to come up from the horizon and then appear to go above your head. For me, it's going to appear to go away. That's the sun. It moves.
If it's flat Earth, everywhere should see this light, you know?
Why?
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 Because sun is too big, you know?
Oh, excuse me. Too big?
Yeah.
No, at the moment we have day and night. Obviously, the sun is only able to illuminate a certain portion of the earth. We can put this down to the ratio.
I should interrupt you because what is this proportion? Can you tell me how much?
Yeah, I was just about to. Yeah, I was just about to.
Do you know?
Just about to. I don't know what it is, but we understand what ratios are.
Who's this professor in writing these things? Hey.
Yeah, Egon, think about this just as an analogy. Okay, let's say we have the ocean and we have a sunny day and the sun's directly above us, it's midday. If you just dive down into the ocean a small distance, let's say 200 meters, it's completely black. Okay, you can't see the sun above you, you can't see any light from the sun.
Yes.
Okay, even though the sun is so intense and so bright, it can't penetrate through the medium of the water. It becomes absorbed. Okay?
Yeah.
Just 200 meters down that you can't see the sun anymore. Okay, now the air, the atmosphere is also a medium similar to water in the fact that it absorbs light. Okay, so if the sun is much closer to the earth and much smaller than what we get taught in the heliocentric model, when the sun moves away from you, that sunlight cannot push forever through the medium of the air, just the same as it couldn't push forever through the medium of the water. Now, we also have something called the inverse square law of light, which means that when the light...
Just a second. But there's a layer, there's a layer inside the ocean, you know? That's why I absorb this light. This is not the same thing, I think.
No. Okay, so the water is absorbing the light. That's why you can't see the sun anymore when you go down a certain distance. So the air is also absorbing the light. It's just a different scale because it's not as dense as the water. So over a long distance, we have light attenuation through the atmosphere, and we also have
how's work? I will take. Okay, if it's flat, my table, my desk is flat now. Okay, I took some Coca-Cola can, and this is the sun. Okay, I'm moving from the west, and I'm going to east. And how is this scale? It should be, it should miss some point. Example in Russia, maybe some other side doesn't see this light, and it should go all the time. Like 4 different moves.
Right.
Because
You can check the scale on timeanddate.com or suncalculator.com. They use the equation of time.
These are globalists.
No. They actually they use the equation of time. Okay, they don't presuppose a shape for the surface of the Earth or anything like that. Okay, this is just based on what everybody observes in reality. Okay, so the sun moves in cycles, right? So we can predict exactly when it's going to be light in one place and when it's going to get dark. Okay, so if the sun is much smaller and much closer, as the sun moves away from your section of the Earth, the light from the sun cannot penetrate through all of that air and light up the entire section of the Earth, because there's also something called the inverse square law of light. Okay, so as the light moves away from the sun, right, the light source, it quickly diminishes in intensity. So every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity of the light. It's called the inverse square law. So while the light is being absorbed by the medium, it's also being diminished by the inverse square law of light. Okay, so we have to take these things into consideration. I'll show you go ahead, Drace. Was it Drace?
Yeah, even if the sun is gigantic and much further away, we still, and the ball was much bigger, we would still have sunrise and sunset at about similar distances, because you can see the sun itself, the light from the sun scatters as the sun gets closer to the horizon. And that's because the light from the sun is traveling through more and more air, because the air is less dense above you, but as you look across the Earth, you're looking through compounding more and more air. And so as the sun gets down towards the horizon, it starts to get very red. Red is the last color of the visible spectrum. So why do you think there should be light of the visible spectrum when it's all been scattered out of there?
Good point.
So I didn't understand what's spectrum red something. I don't understand what you're talking.
May I?
My question was.
You understand red, yellow, green, blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Different wavelengths of light. Yes.
Yeah.
We can see. Sometimes we lose the ability to see some before others.
Because it goes other sides.
Because of the air that the light is passing through. When you look at the sun at hold on. When you look at the sun at midday, you go blind, don't you?
Yeah, true.
When you look at the sun on the horizon, you can look at the sun, can't you?
Okay.
Yeah, it looks red. The reason why you can look at it is because the light has a lot of air to pass through. Red is the last spectrum of light that we can see. So obviously, as the sun changes from midday to on the horizon, its color's changing because of the light is having to pass through all of that air, and the air is scattering the light. You understand, right?
No, I didn't understand. If it's flat, if it's same scale of far, the sun, why should change
dude.
this?
Dude, you don't have a scale for your globe.
I mean,
now let's get simpler. Let's get simpler, brother. Let me ask you. Hey, brother, I'm going to ask you some simple questions. I just need simple answers. Have you ever owned a pair of sunglasses before?
Yeah.
Okay, sunglasses don't let all the light through, correct?
Yeah.
So now if you took 17 pairs of sunglasses and stacked them on each other, that'd be less light coming through, correct?
Yeah.
And eventually, once you have enough sunglasses, you wouldn't see anything on the other side, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the atmosphere is the same way. The atmosphere blocks a certain amount of light, and the more and more atmosphere between you and what you're looking at, eventually you can't see the thing on the other side. Do you understand?
No, I didn't understand, because air is different things and...
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, sir.
Wrong? What is wrong? You cannot speak like that.
No, you are wrong.
I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm trying to understand you, and I'm putting my argument. And you cannot say you are wrong. You cannot speak like that, because, you know, all people are saying to you wrong, and I didn't say wrong.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. So you're trying to tell me that if you have enough atmosphere, it's not going to block light, dude.
I
That's what
can
you're
say
saying,
every
right?
second you are wrong, but I didn't say, you know, respect, you know.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Air is different and sunglasses different things, and this is matter.
Girls and boys. Girls have a penis, boys have vagina. There you go.
Yeah, he wasn't saying that the air was actually sunglasses. Like, I know you're confused and don't understand what's happening or the concepts that we're talking about. However, he was trying to teach you that if less light goes through, you see less. So the light becomes less bright, etc. And so he was trying to teach you the basic principle because you don't understand the scientific principles.
Me, I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand it.
Yeah, you don't understand.
So fair enough. So if you didn't understand the basics, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to tell you the advanced. Okay, so we went simple. You didn't get it, so now I'm going to tell you the advanced. So the advanced is there's a formula called the Rayleigh Atmospheric Coefficient Extinction Formula. So in other words, after a certain amount of atmosphere, no visible light can pass through, and the atmosphere essentially becomes like a brick wall. Anything after that you cannot see. Now, the Rayleigh Extinction Coefficient formula says the ambient atmosphere at approximately 300 miles is opaque. That means you can't see anything after it. Okay? So after 300 miles of atmosphere, you cannot see any light at all. At all. In the visible spectrum. Nothing with your eyes can be seen. Nothing with a telescope can be seen. The atmosphere is literally a solid brick wall at that distance. So just like the sunglasses being stacked up, once you stack up enough atmosphere, you can't see through it. It's that simple. It's not up for debate. Now, the Rayleigh atmospheric coefficient extinction is wavelength dependent. It means you have to put in the wavelength of the color of the light to get the answer. And like our friend earlier told you, red is able to go through more atmosphere than blue. So the last colors you're going to see are in the red spectrum before you're not going to be able to see anything. And then you're going to be able to see infrared, but you can't see it with your eyes. So you'd have to use a machine. And then eventually you won't even see infrared. Now, I have a science degree and an education degree, and I just quoted you the science from Mr. Rayleigh himself, the grand poobah of the physics of optics about all these phenomena. So I'm clearly correct. And so you just have to bow down to me since I have a degree. Right? I mean, I have a degree, so I'm correct, right? 100%, right? Go ahead. This concept, look, I understand where you're coming from, but this concept is absurd when you think about it, because you've experienced in your own life where you can't see as far as you can some days versus others, right? Some days you go out, you can see far. Some days you go out and it's a little foggy or hazy in the air and you can't see as far. So you already know for a fact that stuff in the air can stop you from seeing a certain distance. You already know that. You've experienced it in your own mind. The problem is you're not thinking about real experience. You're thinking about the world in this conceptual manner that you've been taught through the globe model. So you're not even thinking critically or realistically. You're like, if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. Even though in the days when you go outside, some days you can't see as far as you can other days. It's like it doesn't even make sense, brother. So what's going on, my friend?
Hey. Is there, half of it as a hominem? Don't think about my personal things, what I'm thinking, and how is my IQ or something. I didn't say anything.
What are you talking about? Nobody said anything about your IQ, sir.
No.
No, you're just confused. Just relax. Just relax.
You don't understand. You do something. This is, or I didn't like this debate.
No, you admitted to not understanding it. That we're not making anything up. We have it recorded.
Okay.
Hey, put your girlfriend on. I bet you she understands that 17 pairs of eyeglasses you can't see through and 300 miles of atmosphere you can't see through. I bet she gets it. She could teach you.
Sorry, sir. I'm still waiting answer for how is moves this sun, but nobody say anything. You are just trying to fight and using some rhetoric and trying to beat people, but you.
No, incorrect. He's teaching you basic science.
But you don't explain how is working what you believe.
We did explain it. Yeah, I'll tell you. It's very simple.
No, thank you. I see.
I'll tell you, it's very simple. So the sun moves, and the light from the sun reaches the sources that God wills it to. There you go.
How moves? Okay, I understand. Moves.
I just told you God. I told you God does it. There you go.
There's no any sense, like moves. Okay.
No, dude. God is a transdimensional, omnipotent being that can make anything move in any location in free space that he desires, much like a video game designer. So he can make the sun do whatever he wants. There you go. Problem solved. So now that I've proven that God can do it, why don't you prove that the Earth is curved with actual curvature of the Earth rather than asking about the sun? Now, I do agree that it's curious about how the sun does what it does. But see, our friends already told you they don't know. They don't actually know exactly what the sun is doing and exactly where it's going and exactly how it works. And guess what? Neither do you.
Okay, I'm not trying to prove the world is globe, but you are saying flat, but you don't know how, this is, yeah.
No. We do know how. We do know, friend, you're mischaracterizing. You're mischaracterizing. See, you just said, we know the Earth is flat. You said we know the Earth is flat. And then you said we don't know how the sun works. Notice how the sun is not the Earth.
Mm-hmm. So? What?
Exactly. So, for example, your girlfriend has physical features that you don't have, and you have physical features she doesn't have. Wow, that's amazing. It's almost like things can be different.
Maybe.
Oh my God! This is so.
Yeah. Well, listen. No offense, brother, but I mean, did your family teach you that things are different, like shapes, triangles, circles, squares? They're different things. You never heard of that before? Different objects can be different.
Oh my God! This is, in psychology, this narcissistic disorder. Really, what you are doing?
Okay, fair enough, sir. Do you know that shapes and objects and attributes can be different? The answer is yes, you do. So stop playing silly, man. You know this is a fact, dude.
Yeah, also, that's actually an ad hominem. You're trying to talk about him and imagine up some garbage psychology. Actually address what he's saying.
Yeah, I only argue that the sun isn't the Earth because I have narcissistic personality disorder. Wow.
Yeah, right.
So when your girlfriend says, hey, let's go out to eat, and you say, let's go to Italian, and she says, no, I want Cuban, you say, oh, you're a narcissist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, can we get a response from this guy? Does he understand now?
I think he ran away.
Yeah, I think he left.
Okay.
He had to leave before his girlfriend started messaging me.
That's cold.
I don't know why he got hung up on what's making the sun move. He couldn't even tell you why he thinks his sun moves.
half the time we have to point out how the first questions that jump into people's heads are completely irrelevant.
Where's the proof that the sun radiates light in all directions equally? Where's the proof that all available daylight is coming from the sun? Like, they can't even get past those two hurdles. It's his girlfriend on his account. All right, that's enough. That's enough making fun of the guy, but he got it, man. Okay, we don't know how the sun does what it does. We do know that whatever it's doing it, and the Earth is flat. So our interpretation of what the sun does must be congruent with that the Earth is flat because there's no demonstrable surface curvature. So you may say, well, my explanation is congruent with if the Earth is a globe. Well, that's okay, but you also have to prove the Earth is a globe severally. So we can demonstrate that the Earth is measured flat. You can't demonstrate that it's measured as a globe, which is why you have to think about what other things are doing besides the Earth to make your conclusion that the Earth is a globe, because you don't have any direct measurements of the surface that you can provide. So that the not understanding what the sun does is not a limitation for the Earth being flat. Now, it is a limitation for your worldview because you think the phenomenon of what we see is a direct relationship between the sun and the Earth. And that makes the Earth what it is. But we don't think that way. We understand that the sun is different than the Earth, and that if the Earth measures flat, it's flat. And our interpretations about the sun are therefore wrong. So if there's any flaw in my reasoning, Mr. Egan, let me know. Also, don't worry. I blocked that other person who was messaging me, so you'll be fine.
By the way, is my mic any better?
Yeah.
Well, cheers. Thank you. I mean, it was entertaining when he said, I was trying to get in, and then I guess my mic was glitching, and there was quite a few number of people trying to get in all at once. And he said, all right, I accept that the Earth is flat now. Now I'm going to get in a car, and I'm going to drive in one direction and reach the end. What will I find there? That was essentially his question. What will I find there? Well, I wanted to say, I don't know, I haven't done that, so you tell me, you let us know. Let me know when you get there, because you just said you're going to do it.
I actually have the answer, brother. I have a photo that my drone took when I arrived at the end after driving in my car in one direction. Here, let me post it for you.
Oh, finally. You should have hung around. See?
There you go.
Damn.
There it is, bro.
Whoa. Okay, so Newt was right. Bro, I'll show you what Newt posted one day. I'll just go get it.
Now, interestingly enough, dude, people may mock me who are globers for this, but do you know many globers believe that reality is a simulation? in a fundamental level, even prominent globers who wrote books, right, who are evolutionary biologists, physicists, psychologists, etc., right? So they're focusing in the worldview that we came from a Big Bang or something similar, and we evolved over time, became sentient at a point in time, you know, and that the fundamental grounding of all of reality is like a simulation where sentient minds exist eternally. Like they all believe this stuff. So they'll laugh at me for posting this picture, but they believe it themselves. It's hilarious. Oh, by the way, dude, if reality is a simulation and it doesn't have any concreteness in itself beyond the parameters of the simulation, then that literally means that the edge of the earth could be infinite. Now, if it's truly physical and only physical, then they could argue, well, it can't be infinite because that would break the concrete physical barrier. But if it's truly simulatory, then it can be infinite because it could be expressed as an infinitude of possibility, right? That's never actually materialized at any given time until it's needed for the sentient observer to experience. So in other words, reality goes on indefinitely. It's just not rendered unless there's a sentient observer there. Now, guess what? Many famous quote unquote scientists and philosophers believe that already. They believed it 100 years ago.
If it's an
so like most of these globers, go ahead.
Sorry about that. If it's an asymptotic plane, how can we still maintain gas pressure?
What? Why would that interfere with gas pressure?
Well, because it would. There's no container. There's no end. There's no barrier for the gas to press against. It would just go on forever.
Well, there's your answer. If it goes on forever with the same amount of gas pressure, then it wouldn't need a barrier, would it?
Forever?
Well, let me ask this question. What physical barrier is there in the boundaries of a level in a video game? Like when you walk Mario to the end of the world and you can't walk anymore, is there a physical boundary stopping him from going further? The answer is no. It's all encoding, right? It's all in. It's a software limitation, a coding limitation. Like the boundary doesn't exist in physicality.
So you're saying it's still like pre-rendered?
I think he's giving you an example, not actually saying this is what it is.
Yeah. So, for example, why does gas? Well, let me ask this: Why does gas need a physical barrier at all to not increase its volume and just keep going? Why? What does the physical barrier do to stop it from increasing?
Well, it provides a surface for it to bounce off of because of Brownian motion.
Okay, why does it need a surface?
To get the pressure.
It can be particles. Doesn't have to be a surface. I mean, yeah, it has to be a surface.
But what if the unloaded chunk? But what if the border of the unloaded chunk acts as a surface?
Yeah, the gas when it reaches the end of the boundaries of reality, it's coded to treat it the same as if it was a solid surface. So it reacts the same way. It just changes its direction in the exact same manner as if it was a solid surface.
All right, thanks.
Because the more important part about it is a fixed volume, not necessarily a solid surface. Because if you have available volume to enter, it will enter it unimpeded, correct? So all you need is no way for it to enter a greater volume, and that just means a fixed volume. And you could create a fixed volume through many, many different means.
You have to set a boundary.
For example, they got the Tacamac reactor and other such things were Globers throughout the years were trying to prove you could have gas pressure without a container, even though the tacomac is within a container. But how it works is it's within a metal container, but within the metal container is a vacuum, and then within the vacuum is a plasma, and then within the plasma, which is being suspended by an electromagnetic field, is gas that's not going past the plasma electromagnetic barrier. And that plasma electromagnetic barrier is not a quote-unquote solid surface per se, but it's definitely acting as one. It's preventing the gas particles from leaving the center and to get into the vacuum that's on the outside of the plasma field, right? So what they did there is they limited the amount of space that the gas could go to. What did they do? So they created a metal shell that then created an electromagnetic field which holds the plasma, and then the plasma holds the gas. Now, let me ask you this question, friend. This is going to blow your mind. Is a magnetic field a solid barrier?
No.
Correct. That's the correct answer. You could take a powerful magnet, attach it to a string, take the magnet and the string and pull it horizontally, put a piece of metal fixed to the ground, and that magnet will pull the string and try to jump towards the piece of metal. And so the string will basically be floating horizontally. You can then pass your physical hand through the gap between the magnet and the object that's metal, right? So you can whatever's causing it to be attracted, you could pass your hand straight through it. Your physical hand goes straight through it with no physical obstruction. So what does that mean? That means there exists things in reality that can cause motion to stop that aren't in themselves necessarily physical objects. Now that's easily demonstrated, as I just gave you a demonstration that you can recreate and prove it to yourself experientially. Right. So in reality, there are phenomena that we witness that have forces that operate in a manner which is beyond solidity, let's say. That's just a fact. In the words of the infamous philosopher Insane Clown Posse, magnets, how do they work? Now the Globers have the same problems, by the way. They have the same kind of answers that they have to answer. So if they say, well, where's the end of the world if the world is flat? Okay, well, where's the end of the world if the world is a universe? Is there a boundary? Can you reach the boundary? What's beyond the boundary? These kinds of questions cannot be answered.
Why?
Infinite regression.
Yeah, if there's available free space beyond the limits of space, that's like self-imploding logic. That makes no sense. Infinite physical space also makes no sense. Infinite potential space makes sense, but where is that infinite potential space located? Is it within the universe or outside the universe? If it's outside the universe, then it's part of the universe because the universe is all that there is. So you end up with this paradox, infinite regression, and self-negating propositions. And heck, even in the expanding, real quick, even in the expanding universe model, their universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, which means you could never reach the boundary, so you could never know anything about it ever. Never.
Okay, no, I'm saying, like, what about people who have traveled across the planet in one direction in, like, roughly a straight line, and then ended up in roughly the same place without ever turning around?
I know that sounds that in
They've never
theory
done that.
but
they've never done that.
It's so impossible. Yeah, it's so impossible to do. It'll make your head hurt. Just how do you do it when you're out at, like, let's say the South Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles from land, and the water's all flat? How do you know that if you're being carried by a current or not, being twisted around and turned, or being pushed laterally in one direction for hundreds of miles? You'd have no way to discern what's happening to you.
Okay, so there is a company called One World that give you round the world airline tickets, where you will go in one direction.
It's not a straight line. No, it's not a straight line.
A straight line. Well, it's not exactly.
They don't stay up. They don't stay up in the air for 24,900 miles.
Yeah, we looked into that too. You're about to get some posts probably in the side chat about this as well.
I'll give you another heads up. Julian. No one has ever been on a latitude and traveled east or west in a straight line and stayed on the same latitude. If you go straight in a straight line, if you're facing north and you turn 90 degrees and you head in a straight line, you will not stay on the same latitude.
That's right. If you look let's say you're facing north, okay, and you're facing north not by a compass, but by looking in the direction that Polaris is, right? So the angle of Polaris gives you your latitude on spherical grid. And, like, if you were to look directly to the left, 90 degrees left, this would be heading at 270 degrees from your position, by the way. And you were to identify another star that's just above the horizon, and you're looking at it, that's actually south. If you keep going in that straight direction, you'll be heading southward. Because if you were to head westward, you'd have to start curving to the right. I only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to back off right now. Nice chatting with you. Feel free to come back.
You're good. Yeah, east and west are just circles around north. That's all that is. But as far as going in a straight line and ending right back where you started from, nobody's ever done that before. Ever.
Hey, sorry, I was at work, so I had a customer.
No, you're good. But see, and like all these questions start coming into your mind once you hear that the Earth is flat and you get evidence for, like, why it would be so. And then you have all these other questions, because honestly, the truth is, if the Earth is not a ball with the size that they tell us that it is, the entire cosmology is wrong. You no longer have the distance to the moon. You no longer have the distance to the sun, the planets, the stars. All that shit is wrong.
Mars missions, then?
Prove that it's real, man. You're going to have to prove that you can have gas pressure. Can you prove
that I'm real? Like, look, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but can you prove that I'm real by that logic?
Yeah, because I'm talking to you right now. And you're
I could be AI.
Uh-oh. The dude lost it. Now he thinks he's not real, but in his not real world, Earth is still flat.
I know I'm real, bro.
Like, guys, please, I promise I'm in good faith. All right, don't dogpile me. But, like, come on, I really do. I don't want to engage. Every photo we've ever seen is fake. Come on.
That's the whole point, right? Like, if you think you're an insignificant speck of dust, then are you even real?
I know I'm real, right? I don't care how insignificant I am. I live my own life, and I that's just axiomatically important to me. That's fine.
Right. But, like, so we can agree on terms, right?
You want me to prove that the Mars missions are real? Like, I haven't been to Mars, but we have photos.
Here's the first thing. Here's the first thing. Well, I mean, I have a photo of Elvis Presley and was it Bigfoot riding on the Loch Ness monster? Does that prove that that's real?
Not the photo itself.
Right.
But you do realize there's more to a okay. The Mars missions have backing to them for their legitimacy of actually happening.
No,
for
I
a few reasons.
want to ruin your day, dude. Tell me when I'm allowed to. Yeah.
They're bottlenecked by the
You want to ruin my day, bro? I'm not bad faith. Like, this is why nobody wants to fucking talk to you guys. Like, I'm trying to ask questions.
Give me some facts about your Mars shit. After you're done telling us your story, I'm going to ruin it all with the truth.
Congratulations. What I'm saying is that entire institutions with people with very conflicting interests, individuals and stuff like that with their own lives, are all collectively sending probes and like looking at celestial bodies with their own equipment. They study for years to do this. These are all individuals who are not in on a conspiracy, okay? And then they have like video and photo evidence of sending a probe to a different planet. That's the foundation for me saying that.
I know. There's a chain of custody issue with all the data that's being processed and disseminated. There are certain choke points, and we cannot verify the information that we're getting from these choke points.
But okay.
Furthermore, the claims themselves contradicts what we know to be true in physical reality. And there are plenty of motives for the.
This doesn't prove it to be true, but why would they lie about the Mars missions?
Well, for the same reason that NASA was founded in 1958 from the first place, where they said that they would project technological capabilities and scientific discoveries as a psychological tool.
NASA has basically no cultural clout. They're underfunded as shit, and don't.
No.
You know, America doesn't celebrate NASA. America doesn't celebrate space.
You haven't heard the good news, dude, about NASA, have you?
What's the good news about NASA, dude?
In September. Yeah, in September, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency now, so you don't have to call them a space agency anymore. Now they can just put out propaganda, and they don't have to get in trouble for it because they're a spy agency like the CIA. Do you like that?
Okay, so a global conspiracy needs to make a legal distinction in order to be allowed to lie? Like, come on.
No, listen, this is all about projecting technological progress and capabilities that may not exist, not about necessarily hiding, flat Earth. You can't hide flat Earth, right? It's obvious. You measure it that way.
Not obvious to me.
So, well...
I'm not being closed-minded about it.
You've never tried, that's why.
Right.
I've never tried.
We haven't even got to the best part yet, Julian. We haven't even gotten to the part where we talk about how the air that you breathe is gas pressure and how you can't have gas pressure next to an empty vacuum system.
Yeah, it destroys outer space as a vacuum, yep.
Okay, have you heard of gravity?
No, what is it?
We can talk about that. You want to talk about gravity? You said you're not into physics. Unfortunately, this goes into physics.
Well, I have a layman's understanding of gravity.
Okay, how does gravity work?
How does gravity work? By my understanding, it's the folding or distortion of space and time.
So that's an air container?
By massive objects.
So that holds air?
That holds air? Air comes together through molecules and atoms.
Is that what makes air pressure? Folding,
air pressure?
Folding space-time, yeah.
I'm sure it contributes to it.
No, containers make air pressure. You got that wrong. You're right. You are bad at physics.
Okay, is this a joke or a game to you guys? Like, again, no. I came in here. I'm not trying to fuck with your heads, but everybody here is like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna dunk on this guy. I'm gonna dunk." Like, come on.
We got 10 years of live recordings, 24/7, 365. All of our interactions documented.
No, why are you getting upset about it, man? We're just attacking your argument, not you.
No, you guys are treating this like it's a fucking blood sport. Not all of you guys, but like at least 2 of you have done that. It's really stupid.
So, I mean,
if you're trying to save me from the globalist agenda, this is the worst way to do it.
Can you bend space and time?
Can I bend space and time? Technically, yeah, I do.
Okay, how? Using the scientific method.
Look, I may be American. I'm not that massive, but an object with mass does have a distortion effect on space and time.
Prove it.
Prove it? Relativity? Like, what do you mean prove it? That's disingenuous. I can't
Relativity
bring out the
doesn't prove
textbook
it.
right now.
Julian,
What?
can I give you a piece of advice here? We've reached an impasse now. When people like to dump a lot of shit for hours, and you're just going to get overloaded. The best course of action here is just to take a little time to think about this and then come back at another time, or it's going to lead to
You do realize this isn't my fault, right? Like, I came here asking.
No, you don't have to leave, dude. You don't have to go anywhere unless there's somebody else here like you, because you are going to suffer the way other people have had to suffer when they found out the Earth was flat. You're going to get the same treatment.
Same treatment? What, am I your enemy or something?
No.
No, not at all. Just deprogramming you, and it's starting to come out. You're starting to get angry at us.
I think Yoder did a good job explaining the position to you, and now you need time to think about it.
Okay, don't pretend to know my psychology, bro.
Why are you getting upset?
That's how you want to play it, then stay and fight. But I think you could actually maybe, understand the method and so forth, and
Okay,
you don't have to
I
fight
said
about it.
gravity, like, is the consequence of, like, a massive object distorting space and time, and somebody fucking told me to prove it. Like, what, do you want me to start from first principles? Like, come on. What I'm doing is I'm trying to ask, like, look, because I'm not a physics expert, I can't delve into the advanced mathematics and calculus, okay?
All right,
Dude,
boys.
I'm at work,
Go
all
ahead
right?
and-
It's
Come
not
on.
about mathematics.
Like, I can't do that
We
right
want
now.
the physical demonstration. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah, we want to see how gravity holds air into a ball and makes air pressure.
You could also ask us to present some of our observations and measurements from our server.
Okay. So is Earth under a glass dome? Is that the alternative?
No, it's not like that.
Then what's containing the Earth?
Why does the Earth have to be contained like that?
Well, I mean, the absence of matter. We agree matter exists, right, guys?
This is where extreme humility has to come in to the picture here. And the fact of the matter is we don't know. We have some speculations, okay? No.
No, I'm not dogging on you. I'm saying that, okay, we don't know. Fine.
Yeah, we don't know.
But the absence of matter is a vacuum. We agree on that, right? Like, that's
correct.
We can create artificial vacuums. Okay.
Yeah.
Something would have to be containing the Earth.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a natural vacuum. We can only create artificial ones.
We can only create it.
So your,
okay, but
so
like
your
what's
space vacuum,
holding the air inside
space
the Earth,
vacuum
though?
is not a natural vacuum. That's an imaginary vacuum.
What's containing the Earth, though? Like, we haven't found the edge, but we can at least hypothesize about one.
Earth is already in contained air.
In contained air. Okay, but someone just said that it doesn't have to necessarily be contained.
Julian, I'll keep it real simple for you, all right? And so, again, all we can do is speculate. But if gas pressure requires containment, then our best guess, it's not even that we have any evidence for it, but our best guess, other than that gas pressure requires containment, is that we live inside of a terrarium. And what the shape of that terrarium is, we have no fucking clue.
Dr. Hannes Alphen from NASA, he's one of the founders of the plasma or electric universe cosmology concept. He gave a seminal talk back in the late 80s, along with a fat 300-page paper on plasma physics and how it relates to the Earth and what space is. And he basically dunked on all the people that were proponents of relativity and gravity and all this and said, look, what you're proposing has absolutely nothing to do with the real dynamics, the real physical forces that we know exist up there. Space is 99% plasma. We're going to use it that way. He invented a form of physics called magnetohydrodynamics. Like, this is a NASA guy doing this. We can present his information. He actually built a plasma field simulator in order to conduct model studies on it, in order to help understand the plasma fields, the double layers of plasma above Earth. I mean, so there's not like this gigantic consensus going on that people think there is regarding what our cosmology is like.
So I did a Google search on atmospheric pressure, and although my explanation is simplified, it's correct, or at least it's sort of supported by the results of this Google search. So gravity is the mechanism by which air pressure is maintained on planet Earth.
No.
And actually, it would make sense, right? So objects with more mass or that are denser are going to go towards the bottom or like the epicenter, like the center of a massive body, right? It makes sense that the air is on top, right?
Yeah, gases go in all directions. They don't go towards a ball.
No, they are still like bound by gravity.
No, they're not, and this is provable. This is provable not only in laboratory, not only in laboratory demonstrations, but also in the natural world. I've got a great article from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies on this very thing.
Hold on, does gravity
talks about
exist?
thermal diffusion and mixing of gases happens in caves that have been isolated from the outside world, and there's no stratification whatsoever of the different gas molecules by molecular weight in relationship to gravitational forces.
Does gravity exist?
Well, gravity is not a factor in the entire kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior.
Can you please
you want a simplified version, Julian? Julian, you want a simplified version?
Yes, very simplified. Does gravity exist?
All right. So when you have a soda can, right, and it's full of air pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you open that soda can, what happens to the air inside the can?
It spews out.
Right. Why doesn't gravity keep it inside of the can?
Why doesn't gravity keep it inside the can? Because that's not how gravity's supposed to. That's not how gravity works. Gravity is supposed to keep it at the bottom.
Come on, bro.
Okay. Do you want me to answer that, or do you want to say, is this a gotcha for you?
No, it is a gotcha.
Okay. So gravity doesn't require things like denser objects will like go to the bottom of anything. They will gravitate towards the bottom. These are more massive and they're denser. They have more matter packed into the same space. So if you say put a rock inside a cup of water, right, that rock is going to go down. It's more dense, and
I'm not disputing
that's how
that.
density works.
But that's
now,
a different
same way,
phase of matter.
the air
okay?
inside that can is less dense than the can and the air around it, so it's going to go up into the air.
It's not only less dense, dude. It's unbonded. It's an entirely different phase of matter, and it seems to behave according to a different set of laws.
Wait, difference of the air in the can behaves according to a different set of laws compared to what?
A solid or a liquid.
Different states of matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different state of matter. It's also less dense than the can.
Of course it is.
And the air around it, so it's going to float upward. But it can only float so much higher. It can't go infinitely into space.
Oh, well, if it were a vacuum, yes, it would. It would go indefinitely. Gases are weird.
No,
dude.
because gravity keeps it within a certain radius.
It's called an adiabatic expansion. You can Google Joule-free expansion. Gases expand as long as they have heat applied to them. They will expand forever, indefinitely, and in straight lines.
Gas will always expand forever?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless
you can read about this in the theory of heat by James
yes, unless there's a force that's keeping them, like maybe like a gravitational force that's keeping them within a certain radius.
No, they have to bounce off a physical object to come back.
They have to bounce on a physical object?
Yes.
So again, like this isn't how gravity works. Like,
it's called an elastic collision. It's an elastic collision, dude.
Gravity to you guys.
It's a phenomena of a seemingly downward acceleration of solid objects in a vacuum.
What is down?
To the floor. It's not inward to a ball.
So what? Okay, what is down though?
Perpendicular to the floor.
Go horizontal. Perpendicular to horizontal.
Yep.
Okay. And all right.
Horizontal is your horizon, the natural part. That's where we get that from.
Yeah, but like that.
See, here's the weird thing, right?
So what about Albert Einstein?
They told you the way that you experience reality.
No, hold on, everyone. No, Albert Einstein is horizontal right now. Yes, he is horizontal. That. Okay, good for Albert Einstein. He's nothing to do with anything. He has nothing to. He's not. He doesn't do anything. You guys lie about him. That's all.
I mean, Einstein's research The
Dude,
theory
you
of
have no
relativity. Is
idea
that not
what
true?
he researched. You don't even know what the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is. Come on. You have no
Bro,
idea
you
what
just
gravity is.
spit
Full
four-dimensional
stop.
manifold of
Full
space
stop. You
and
don't
said
even
that
know
that's a
what
gotcha.
gravity is. Full stop.
So this is why I wanted to know, like, the
Painful,
person's
isn't it?
conviction that he wants to be a flat earther, because you have to deny
Isn't it
so much.
painful? Yeah, you have to deny reality, right?
Do you know the difference between a theoretical physicist and a practical one?
I can infer the difference, but I haven't been told.
I'll say theoretical physicists don't do experiments.
How would
They do
you
thought
build a
experiments.
scientific
They
theory
don't do
without doing
practical.
experiments?
They don't apply what they're talking about to
They
reality.
How would they? How would
They
they
Find it.
theorize?
about it
How
and
would you
write
build a
it down.
scientific
That's how you
theory
do it.
without doing experiments?
You don't. It's not. You think about it and you write it down, and that's your experiment. The end.
If I do a Google search right now of a theoretical physicist that's done an experiment, would you believe me?
No.
In our field, it's
They could know about the scientific method, and
Then it wouldn't be. Then it wouldn't be a theoretical experiment.
Yeah, they could do a practical experiment.
This just feels like a word game, dude.
It's just that they don't, right? Einstein was a theoretical physicist. He never performed a fucking experiment in his fucking life.
So yeah, it is a word game, dude. They bamboozled you with words to make you think you live on a ball.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
That sounds right. That's Michio Kaku.
You wanted to rip this Band-Aid off, man. This is it.
But I'm not really sure what to, like, I'm sorry, you guys, and this is not me being obtuse. The reason you guys haven't been very convincing is because I get this feeling that everybody here is like enjoying this, or somehow enjoying the idea that I'm somehow getting dunked on for being a stupid globalist or something, which makes me question what your motivation is for even believing in the flat Earth.
Enjoyment, man.
Wow.
You guys sound very gleeful.
I question your projection.
Like, if this were an actual conspiracy that you guys like.
Oh no! Hold on. Let me give you some glee. Yeah, I'm super gleeful because now I know that you know the Earth is flat and you can't do anything about it except think about it all the time now, and then you'll be a flat earther. So yeah, I'm full of glee.
It's like when you say hand me. It's like when you say hand me a screwdriver so I can hammer in this nail. I say, bro, the screwdriver doesn't work for that. You say, no, hand it to me. I can do it. And then we hand you.
You know, I'll make a great analogy. This is like somebody who didn't know anything about the Epstein files, like who like never heard of Epstein, right? And then like somebody thinks, that like, oh well, the government's like, doing its best. No, I don't believe this, but somebody who believes that the government's doing their best and maybe they're just like, not very good at their job, but they're authentic in their convictions, and then somebody like shows them the Epstein files, and then the people showing them the Epstein files are like, haha, fucking retard. Like, wow, you thought the government was good? Huh? Like, that's how I feel right now. Like, that's
weren't you the guy, I may be wrong, but weren't you calling everyone delusional earlier?
I didn't call anybody delusional.
No, he came after.
That was a different guy. All right, my bad. Like I said, I may be wrong. Fair enough.
Okay.
No, we're not here to dunk on you, man, but we are here to give you the right tools because the tools you were given weren't even tools, man. They just put stuff into your imagination and told you to go with it.
I mean, that contradicts what you guys just did, though. Like,
no, you should be glad you came in here, dude.
You guys enjoyed like dunking on the globalists.
I enjoy turning people into flat earthers. It's a hobby of mine. I enjoy it.
Yeah, you sound pretty bloodthirsty, my guy.
He's just mad because he hasn't had lunch with his mom and his sister yet.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like,
I only have lunch with his mom and his sister.
Imagine saying something like that to somebody who is apparently, from your perspective, super ignorant and just wants to know the answers and wants to know the truth. Imagine saying something like that. You know?
Well, if the truth offends you, man, if you're upset by the truth,
No. You said, "Oh, he hasn't had lunch with his mommy yet," because I like didn't know that.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Triangles. I said Triangles hasn't had lunch with his mom and sister yet.
Yeah, because I had lunch with your mom and your sister.
Dude, for the same reason somebody thought I said...
man.
Somebody misheard me earlier and thought I called him delusional, but I didn't. People make mistakes, okay?
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else.
Yeah, it was somebody else.
It was somebody else. He was just
say triangle.
But think about it. We get that kind of crap all day long. Just keep that in mind. We get that kind of crap all day long.
Okay, but you guys are the one dishing it out to me when I never did it.
I'm not.
I'm trying to make things clear so that you and I aren't arguing.
I didn't say anything to you. I just told you facts.
Yeah, but you seem really gleeful and like the discomfort somebody feels from like being surrounded by people who want to rather than show them the truth.
What's the discomfort about knowing that gas pressure needs a container? Why is that discomfort?
So like, okay, what's a container?
What do you mean? What's a container?
Because that word's doing some heavy lifting. I want.
Yeah, it needs to be solid and it has to be able to contain the gas.
Yeah, it means there's no opening.
It can be a liquid too. It can be a liquid too if it's done right.
Yeah, just like bubbles underwater.
Okay, but those bubbles eventually rise upward, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know density. We know why the gas is at least, like the air we breathe is at least on the surface, right?
Okay.
But gravity, I feel like this wouldn't even disprove the flat Earth, but all it's like gravity.
Let me ask you this: Do you know what the law of conservation of energy is?
Yes.
What is it?
Energy can't be created or destroyed; it can only be transferred.
Right. So where does all gas exchange occur?
Where does all gas exchange occur? I guess it depends on where the gas is.
At the surface of the Earth.
There's gas beneath the Earth's surface.
Right, but it's still at the surface.
No, beneath the Earth's surface.
Right, but it's still at the surface. Like we're talking about like
the crust.
Within a mile up and a mile down, most gas exchanges occur in that area, right?
Okay, I wouldn't consider that the surface, but fine, that's just semantics.
I mean, so anyway, if gas exchange is only occurring there, right? There would be no reason for it to go extremely high, especially if we, weren't filled to capacity, right?
I mean, if the least dense material is like the gas, right? Gas is not a very dense state of matter. So of course, like for the same reason that like a bubble of air in the ocean floats to the surface, air on the Earth's surface is going to like rise.
Right. We don't deny something called specific gravity or the density medium relationship.
So air is not going to get pulled down to the ground. It's going to rise, like you said.
What's your mechanism for explaining why gravity does what it does?
Do you see your contradiction now? No, you need to explain your contradiction. You said air rises from the ground.
Rises from the ground? It's less dense than the ground, so it's not going to like stay there.
So how come it gets pulled down to the ground?
Gravity.
How does gravity pull it down while it's still going up at the same time? Which way does it go?
It's a contradictory force. So if I'm holding a pen in my hand, gravity's pulling it to the ground, and then I have a stronger force pulling it upward and holding it up in the air with my hand.
So at what point does air know it has to stop going out into outer space?
At what point does air know? Air doesn't know anything.
Okay, what point does gravity know to stop air from going out into outer space?
Gravity is a function of the like distortion of space-time, right? So air is only going to like go up in the air proportional to the other forces exerted onto it, and that it's exerting onto the world around it. So let's take the soda can again, okay? There's pressurized gas, I believe carbon dioxide, inside the can, right? You open it, a bunch of gas escapes and goes into the air. That's less dense than the can, so of course it's going to escape, but it's also not dense enough, it's not massive enough to be held down by Earth's gravity so strongly that it just goes to the floor. It's exerting a force against gravity, but only to an extent. It's not strong enough to escape.
So if I took a vacuum
velocity.
so if I took an empty vacuum chamber and then I let a little bit of helium into it, so the helium is more dense than nothing, will it go to the floor?
The helium is more dense than nothing. Will it go to the floor? I actually don't know. I'd have to see.
No, it'll just go in all directions.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so gases go in all directions. Gravity doesn't pull them down.
Gravity does pull it down, but it's not strong enough to pull it all the way down.
You can't have gases going all directions.
Okay, you think this is a contradiction?
Gravity pulls gases down. You can't have both.
Sure you can. If the gravity's not strong enough to hold it to the floor.
That's because you live in cognitive dissonance. You hold two beliefs.
Dude, take a deep breath.
At the same time,
You're getting
and they're
really
both
worked up about
opposite
this,
beliefs, dude.
All I said was the gravity's not strong enough to hold it all the way to the floor. Right? Because that would require constant, strong enough force. Gravity's not strong enough to hold that helium gas all the way to the floor.
It's on Earth. It should all lay on the ground.
That's not how gravity works, though, and I never said it was. Like, the helium is exerting an upward force through, like, not an upward force, but, like, it's not dense enough to, or it's not mass enough to be held down the way gravity is.
More dense than the nothingness of a vacuum, right? So it should just sit on the floor of the vacuum
Can you show
chamber.
me the experiment? I'd love to learn more. Can you show me that experiment?
Just go do it yourself.
Go do it myself. I'm sorry, I don't have a vacuum chamber, you dishonest. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, I have one. I thought everybody had them.
You know, there's a roast here you could do. I'm not doing it.
You're privileged. You have vacuum chamber privilege.
Oh, okay. I just went and got one so I could do all this myself.
Anyway, man, what happens when you have a vacuum chamber and you put like a bowl of water in the vacuum chamber with the air, and then you suck the air out of it? What happens to the water?
Can you repeat that question?
If you have a vacuum chamber, right? You put a water bowl in there, little bowl with some water inside of it, right? And then you suck the air out of it, right? Does gravity make the water stay to the bottom of the bowl?
No, in fact, it would probably start boiling because the lack of air pressure, the boiling point of water decreases with the decrease of air pressure.
So not gravity then. So it's air pressure that keeps the water in place. See how that works? It's all air pressure, dude. You're starting to figure it out.
The gravity contributes to it.
It's all of it. Without air pressure, you can't do anything.
Under your model, gravity
without air pressure, you can't do anything.
Again, you're so gleeful to like dunk on me when I'm just like trying to give a hypothetical.
All I said, I don't need a hypothetical. I'm just giving you facts.
It's reality, man. No hypotheticals. Talk about testable, repeatable reality.
Hypotheticals in the sense that we're not doing the experiment right now, dude.
I could go do it right now if you want me to, but I'm not going to, because if you do, you're going to have to pay me because I'm lazy.
Not lazy enough to dunk on somebody who wasn't even trying to attack you.
Nobody's attacking you.
But no, honestly, you think this is fun. Like, this is how you get your kicks. Obviously.
Do you think it's fun?
You're having a great time right now.
I have a good time at showing you how air pressure is what's making the water stay in place.
So
and now you realize that if you don't have air pressure, you won't have water either. Now you have to figure out why does air stick around the ball in a vacuum when it doesn't do it in reality? How does it do it in outer pretend space?
Outer pretend space.
Yeah, space is fake. If it was real, we wouldn't be breathing air.
That's how it works, man.
So, okay, back to the bowl of water in the vacuum chamber, right? How does the water get held down there? Like, you didn't even mention the fact that the water would boil. Did you even know that it would boil in those conditions?
It does more than that. It does more than that.
Well, no, he didn't even. Do you even have, like, maybe you do, but, like, do you even have a vacuum chamber to test this with? I don't know if I believe that. Because, like, if you'd done this before, which you say you have, then you would have known the water would boil, and you didn't even mention that.
He's done it live in here on camera.
Okay.
No,
That's
I
just a
wasn't the
weird-
one who
really weird
brought
way
it
to
up
phrase
in the
the
first
question.
place. I wasn't the one who brought it up in the first place. I was letting him explain it to you.
Oh, then I just got confused with who had the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, it'll do more than just boil in a vacuum. What do you think it'll do in a vacuum if it does more than boil?
Turn into a gas?
And then what happens to that?
It might float
in a
around.
vacuum?
It sticks to everything on the inside of the vacuum chamber until it dries up. There, I got to the punchline.
Okay, dries up, like from the heat, like evaporation.
Yeah, so once it goes poof and has nothing holding it down, it just goes like a gas, and it's all on the inside, on the top, on the bottom, all on the sides. It's wet, and then about 20 minutes later, it dries up, and it's all completely dry in there. You just turn it off and put another bowl of water in there and start all over again.
Proof that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
You definitely can't have a water ball in a vacuum of space.
The bottom line is, a lot of the things that you're fed to be told that is reality is fake. And they've been telling you what you know to be reality. They've been telling you that that's an illusion your whole life.
And it worked.
And it worked. I fell for it for 39 years.
You have no obligation to defend the claims made by dead men who are no longer here. Stuff made by people long ago. They're not actually your claims. You were told that, and you can defend it if you want to, but you don't have to.
Hey, it's not you we're dunking on anyway. I mean, it's the idea that we live on a big spinning ball that we dunk on. If people want to defend that idea and then start realizing that they're failing and feel like they're the ones getting dunked on, it's not our fault.
Well, the thing is, I feel like, honestly, okay, this is not me insulting you. I think you guys take advantage of the fact that, like, we don't have a degree in physics. And so you will cite, because, like, every single one of you cited, like, a billion different, somebody said, like, fucking, like, space manifold. Why the fuck would I know what that means? And, like,
You're under the impression that those guys have the answers too, bro. You're under the impression that these guys have the answers too. They don't.
Hey, the reason why I said the bending and warping...
You'll be more convincing if you did have the answers.
Listen,
but the thing is, the global Earth model explains a lot of what goes on around us. I'm not convinced by the air container thing, because gravity still exists.
Explanations require evidence, and there is no evidence for the explanations.
There's no evidence.
There's no model.
None.
I mean, the photo of Earth being a globe, you guys say it's fake, but you can't prove that's fake.
You can't prove that it's real.
No, we can prove it's fake because
yeah,
if
I
it
already
was real,
debunked outer
then
space. I already
if it was
debunked outer
real,
space, so you can't go there to take a picture. So forget about it.
right?
Okay,
Also,
rockets going up into space don't actually go anywhere.
Hey,
Fake.
Julian, we can do it in another way too. We can go to a large body of water, because if that image is a true representation of the form of the Earth, and when we go to a large body of water, we'll see and measure the geometric consequences across its surface, and we don't. It measures flat.
The geometric consequences across the surface. Over what distance?
What, 20 miles?
Over 20 miles. You probably won't see very much curvature of the Earth over 20 miles.
260 feet? That's not enough for you? 80 meters?
Flat disc. You can make a flat disc, right? The disc isn't going to curve. Like, say you have literally a CD, okay? Like, things can be flat without the world around it also being flat.
What? What?
Are you saying, like, the existence of a span of landmass that doesn't have, like, meaningful curvature proves that the rest of the world isn't flat?
No, all measurements show the Earth is flat, not just a piece. All of them.
So if your physics is true, right, your gravity, then the surface of liquid is going to be equipotential, meaning it's going to have a curvature rate to it.
Okay, so I was looking up the helium thing. I was looking up helium, right? And somebody, I looked at an explanation of an experiment where you put a helium balloon inside a vacuum. Okay, it would just sink to the bottom. It wouldn't float.
That's because it's rubber. Yeah, you're trying to.
The rubber does.
Yeah, rubber's heavier than nothing. Remember?
Rubber's heavier than nothing, but the helium
that the balloon
also
has
be heavier
weight.
than nothing, so it floats.
Also, it didn't tell you that the helium balloon expands to fill the container, did it?
It didn't. It could explode too. That was also one of the explanations. Depending on like how strong the balloon was, it'd probably explode.
Because it's expanding to fill the container. Because that's what gases do, and there's proof of it right there. See that? You just debunked yourself again.
Again, you are enjoying this so much off of like.
I do love it. Because you're trying to debunk us. So I'm just smacking them out of your hand. As you hold them up, I go, pow, and knock them to the ground. Like a video game.
So this is just a blood sport to you. Like you don't like this is you will always enjoy being on the other side, the subversive side, no matter how true it is.
Side of truth, yes. I like being on the side of truth and facts. That's a
it's contrarianism.
It's a winning hand to have. I hold the winning hand. Yes, that's correct. I know I hold it.
It's contrarianism that motivates you. Not
Hold on a second. Bro. Do you think that it's going like we find some pleasure in this? It sounds like you're hoping to find pleasure in it yourself. And so now that you're not doing well, you want to blame everybody else.
I'm getting no pleasure from this. I want to know the motivations of somebody who believes in the flat Earth model.
Motivations? Hold on a second. Before you go any further, you're already really starting to piss me off. Number one, there is no model. Nobody gave you any model here today.
Flat Earth is a reality. Model as in like the Earth is flat.
No, it's called reality. Everybody measures the Earth flat. Everyone.
No, we always approximate reality. We'll never have perfect access to reality.
Dude, I'm standing on the Earth. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, we can only through the scientific method we can only approximate reality.
We're not
using
the scientific method yet. This is geometry. See, this is how ignorant you are.
No, I'm not even talking about the flat Earth at this point. I'm just saying you say, oh no, I'm just on the side of reality. Are you trying to say you're on the side of scientific consensus or like scientific truth?
My goodness, man, why don't you calm down? You're so disheveled. You can't stop speaking, and every time you speak, you say something stupid. Relax.
Oh my God, bro.
You're not making any sense anymore. It's all incoherent. Okay?
You know what I mean when I say science never proves anything.
It
approximates like an explanation.
No, you don't approximate things. You understand me? The Earth is what it is. We measure very accurately the surface of the Earth for very important reasons. Because in some instances, people
die. Science? What do you think science is?
Dude, science is a method.
Mm-hmm. A method to do what?
To find what cause and effect relationships are in the physical and natural world.
That's that could be a motivation, but the scientific method.
It's not a motivation. Are you out of your mind?
Hold on. What it accomplishes is like it builds models or theories that explain what has happened, explains observation, and can predict future observations.
No, it does not. You're so wrong. It's not even funny. It is a deductive method to find out cause and effect in the physical and natural world. Everything else that you think is science is pseudoscience because they don't use experiments. That's that approximation thing.
Okay, so in my biology class in college, when that's how they describe the scientific method to me, that they just
were wrong. They lied to you. Sorry.
Looks like I came in just in time.
Finally. Oh, man. Oh, this is a bad one. I got to go lay down.
Yeah, just in time for him to leave.
Oh, that's a shame.
He called me gleeful.
Did he run away?
Looks like it, mate.
we're intellectually sadistic, apparently.
It's okay. I could hear the soy in his voice.
Anybody else out there? I promise not to be gleeful this time.
Oh, it's Sifu. I got you. I got you from the general chat. Yes.
No, I'm not.
Easy work.
Okay.
Easy work.
I'm not here.
I laid the trap, and here you are.
I'm not.
What's up, Sifu? You said you had some glow proof or something?
No, I didn't have any proofs, or just like want to debate. Like, if you want to prove your point, you can go ahead.
Ah, okay, yeah, easy. You know, water, the most abundant liquid on Earth.
Yeah.
You know, by its nature, a body of water at rest will be level, flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. So they say 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in flat water. So you can't have a 70% flat ball, can you?
But gravity, like, should play a role in like make it compact.
Well, whatever gravity is doing, it's resulting in flat water. So that must be making the Earth flat. It's
How
not
about
making the
pressure,
water
though?
curve.
I don't know.
No, that's true. You know the water does that. That's what you've always experienced water to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know. But flat.
But the government's told
Like,
you otherwise, right?
no, the government,
You were told in school, Sifu.
You oppose the
Sifu,
idea of like a planet, right? You
They told
oppose
you
the
at
idea
school
of a planet.
the water isn't flat, even though that's what it is obviously doing everywhere. That's measured.
Okay. Let's say Earth is flat, okay? So like a flat planet, or just like a flat?
No. Planets are in the sky. The Earth is below your feet.
Mm.
So a planet, when you see a planet, that's a little moving dot of light in the sky. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the ancients, when they were talking about planets, the word planet comes from Old Greek, and it means wandering star. It just means it's basically a star that moves out with the constellations, because all the stars, they move in fixed constellations, like they're on a single field. Yeah, that's why it's called a star field, because all the stars move together as one. But the planets, they have a course of their own. They move out with these constellations. Think about it. The constellations are constant, right? They're just all uniformly moving. But the planets move independently in their own little trajectories. So that's why they're special. But that doesn't mean they're like the ground beneath your feet. And that was never how they were envisaged or described up until very recently, where we've been taught those little blobs of light in the sky are basically what you're standing on.
So what are we?
We are Earth.
Yeah, Earth. Like, what's Earth?
It's a unique system that we all inhabit.
Okay, like, what's the difference between us and the moon?
Okay, well, what's the similarities between us and the moon?
Yeah, like I can ask you.
Okay, well, when we go out, let's think about it. We go outside. What do you see? You see grass. You see dirt. You see trees. You see water. You see animals. You see life. Yeah. See any of that on the moon?
I didn't see the moon either, except like it's like a rounded.
Yeah, you see a disk of light.
Oh.
Yeah, you see a disk of light in the sky.
Yeah,
and so far no similarities. Yeah, no similarities with what you observe here on the Earth. You don't. The Earth is not a disk of light, is it? In the sky.
We can
It's
be
a
a
surface
disk,
beneath
but
your
not
feet.
disk of light. Yeah, how about like everything is a disk, but you see it? I don't know. You get my point, right?
How do
Well,
you know
that's
it's a
your
disk?
imagination. There'd be no reason to assume
I'm
that
not knowing. I'm
everything is a disk.
assuming right now. I'm just saying. How about like I'm
No.
not sure.
This is why we stop. This is where we think logically and critically. We don't say imagine everything's a disk, imagine everything's a ball, imagine everything's a square. No. We go out into the world and we say, what do we observe? What do we measure? What can we prove? And we go from there. Yeah? That's how we logically understand reality. We don't start with an imagined concept and work backwards. We start with empirical reality, what can be observed, what can be measured, what can be tested in reality, and we progress from there. You understand that?
Yeah.
That
So
makes sense, right?
Earth is a flat structure, like moon, spherical
No,
structure.
Earth is not like the moon.
So
Right?
different
It would be like
the moon, like
it would be like going into a big room and then seeing that there's a big light bulb in the ceiling and then looking at that light bulb and trying to say, well, because that light bulb looks like a ball, I'm going to assume that the floor that I'm standing on is a ball. That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
yeah, but literally around you, like you can see the moon and the sun and the other planets around
Yes,
it.
and none of them are
Why you
like
are
the
not
Earth.
around it as well?
None of them are like the Earth because they're not the same thing. They're very different things. Really, what the sky is like, the sun, the moon, the stars, they're like a clock. They're like a clock for us human beings on Earth. So they're like hands on a clock in the sky. So they're not equivalent or the same as the surface that we live on. They're a guide. So human beings know when to plant and when to harvest and how to live their lives. Yeah? Days and nights, months, years. It's a giant clock. So they've got you confused because they taught you in school that the lights in the sky that you see are actually similar to the ground that you live on. But that's not true. So you need to get that out of your head if you want to understand where you live.
So we are the exception.
No, we are the place. We are the only thing. It's no exception. It is the place. It is the thing. You only think it's an exception because you've been indoctrinated into thinking that it's somehow an exception. It's the different one. No, it is the default, what we are talking about. You experience the motionless topographical plane of the Earth that you live on. Right?
Yeah. I don't know, but I still.
Well, that's because you're starting off with the sun, the moon, and the stars. This is why you don't know. What I'm telling you to do is think about something that you do know, like water. That will help you. You will be anchored to something that you do understand, that you can observe, that you can test. Water. You got a glass of water in front of you?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, look at the surface of that water.
I don't think about
Look at the surface of it. It's the most perfect flat surface you can get. It's been used throughout human history as a reference for level horizontal. They use water as a tool to measure horizontal level. Okay? Now you scale that up from a cup to a bathtub to a lake. It's the same. Okay? That's
yeah, but okay. How about saying S is a spherical structure, but like
No, it
goes
can't
under
be
some
because the surface is
physical,
flat,
like
not spherical. No,
yeah.
Sifu, you can't. If
I'm
it was
just
a
assuming.
spherical
I'm just like
structure, the surface would be curved, right? What we're saying is the surface is observably and measurably flat, not curved, but cannot be a spherical structure. That's the whole point. So let's say the
why
surface is
though? Did you
flat,
try
yeah?
any sphere before other than S? I don't know. Try
No,
to make it like I don't know.
no,
You need
forget
to
this.
try to experience it like on
There's no
other surfaces.
sphere. There's no sphere to be found.
right? Just concentrate on the water. If the water is flat, let's proceed from there. Unless you can show us that bodies of water aren't flat, then we have to just proceed with the flat water and go from there. Okay, so if the water is flat and the water covers the majority of the Earth's surface, that means the majority of the Earth's surface is flat. And then the land is sticking out of it. You understand?
I understand, but I'm still not convinced, to be honest. Like,
I'm not trying to convince you, Sifu. I'm giving you a logical framework for you to begin your investigation, right?
Okay.
Because if you start with, well, what if I just speculate on the moon or the sun or the stars? You're already thinking incorrectly. You need to be thinking about what's under your feet, not what's above your head.
You're
Let's do
right,
this
to be
way,
honest.
We all used to have. I just want to add, we all used to have this blind faith in the globe belief until we tested it. We're not asking you to believe us. We're just giving you the tools to be able to test it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sifu, I mean, maybe you can just think to yourself now, what's the best evidence that you've ever been given that the Earth is a globe?
The universe around me.
Right, but what does that mean in reality? Like, if you wanted to show us that evidence, what would we go and look at?
I mean, like, it's the universe, like telescopes and stuff.
Right,
not
telescope. Okay, we've got a telescope. Now what are we doing with the telescope?
Okay, so you're saying satellites are like fake?
Okay, now we're talking about satellites. Okay, so when you're saying satellites, you're telling me, I'm saying, how is the Earth a spinning ball in a vacuum? And you're saying the word satellites. Now I'm going to ask you, what does that mean in reality? So I'm at home, you've said the word satellites. What do I do to go and understand what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm just like open a new topic. Are you saying satellites and like NASA pictures are fake? What
The NASA pictures where they show you a big ball Earth with the curved water, yeah, those are fake because the water measures flat, not curved. So we know those are fake. Yep.
Okay,
just
what's
like,
the purpose
you know,
of faking these pictures?
You understand that people have been faking images and videos for literally hundreds of years now?
What's the purpose though? Why?
Well,
I don't get it.
purpose is a different question, but you understand that just saying we have an image, we have a video, they can easily be faked. So that's not a good basis for your entire worldview, is it?
But you literally like there is a Cold War happened and many people died for it.
Even if I didn't give you some hypothetical reason for why they've made a fake video, that wouldn't mean that your claim that you have a video is good proof, because you don't even know that the video is real, and you can easily make fake videos.
From many videos, all of them are real, like
No,
fake about
that's
viruses.
the thing. None of them showing curved water can be real, because when you go out into reality, the water isn't curved. If the water was curved, Sifu, right? Check this out. If the water was curved, like they show us in those videos, someone throughout all of human history would have measured a body of water to be curved, wouldn't they? Yeah, well, no one has. Do you know why?
I said like maybe gravity and pressure and environmental stuff.
No,
Like
that doesn't mean anything. If it was, I mean, it doesn't matter why you think it would be curved if it is not curved, right? So, do you know why no one has ever measured a body of water to be curved?
Why?
Because they're not curved. They measure flat. Just like you've
but
always
there's a little
experienced.
like Cold War happened and every stuff like all
Cold
that
War
like
happened and all this stuff. Sifu, you're not. I understand. You've got all these different ideas, but each of those ideas, when you start thinking about them, you will understand that they do not prove you live on a ball. You'll also understand that most of those ideas You don't even know that they're true. You've just been told them. Like you've been told this magical force called gravity is pulling everything into balls. You've never seen anything pull into a ball. That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist. That's made up.
Yeah. So I don't know, like, nothing can be proved like flat or spherical in my opinion right now.
No, it can be proven the water's flat.
Come on.
Yeah, see, bro, this is where you're getting lost because you're thinking none of this can be proven because the only thing you're talking about being proven is stuff you're talking about the sun, the moon, and the sky, and gravity, all these things that you can't even experience. So of course you can't prove it. If you start thinking about what we're talking about, which is like surveying and observations and measurements of the surface that we live on, that's very possible. You don't think someone can shoot a laser across a lake?
Okay, I got you. So, if anyone got to the moon right now, you will say it's fake.
Wait, what? Do you mean someone traveling to the moon?
Yeah, someone like
Yeah, no,
astronaut.
you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that.
You will say it's fake.
You'll say it's real. I'll say what's the evidence, and you won't be able to give me any.
Because I. So what's the evidence other than pictures?
Well, do you know what empirical evidence is?
No.
The pictures also debunk the space landings, for instance. You can use stereoscopic image analysis on those pictures and show that the background is way closer than the geometry of the surface or the claimed geometry of the surface of the moon, and therefore it's proven that they were in a studio. Besides, Werner von Braun and Elon Musk both claim that you would need a lot more fuel to get there than what they claim to have used. So mechanically, physically, it's not possible.
Yeah, I mean, we could go down the route of showing you how all of that is fake and the obvious CGI and production techniques they use to create these fake images and videos. We could do that. I'm just thinking it's more helpful for you to understand how you could actually figure out yourself that the Earth is not a globe. If you want to see all the fake NASA shit, we can post that in the chat.
Right, send me. I will read or how it's.
All right, boys, spam the fake NASA shit. Look in the text chat, Steve.
All right. I just came here to listen.
That's
I
good,
told you I
Steve.
don't
You
want to
should
debate.
listen. You're under no pressure. We don't. It's not a debate. There's no debate going on here. You can't debate. It'd be like you saying, "I'm going to debate the water in my glass here." Right? You see that flat water in your cup? That's like you saying, "I'm going to debate this flat water." Hey, flat water, you're not flat. I mean, that's how much of a pointless debate it would be. It's evidently flat. And I mean, it's the same for any body of water that you can find, no matter the size. So yeah, it's not a debate. Don't worry about it. Chill. And we've got hours and hours and hours and hours, days and days and days, months and months and months of fake NASA shit. So if that's all that's keeping you on the globe, it'll be easy for you. You can just check some of this stuff out and you'll figure it out.
Right. Thank you, though.
All right. Well, you're welcome, bro. Someone can ping you a link to some resources on our server as well. Good stuff. So is there anyone here who would argue with a cup of water? That's what I want to hear. T-Dub, there's a man who will argue with a glass of water.
Well, I argue that the glass is half full.
Whoa, that's a compelling argument. Any takers to that? Half full of flat water, or half full of that curve juice.
Can it be beer instead?
Technically, it could be.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay.
Most beers aren't flat.
Well, if you let it stand for long enough, it's all beer.
But
Right, which of the NASA ones we got in there? Come on, guys. We need to get some of the good GIFs in, just some of like the CGI stuff. Come on, I'll do it then. Let me see. Like this, there's a good one, Sifu. You see that? You got the guy going around the corner, and he just disappears like a ghost. Maybe the ISS is haunted. Man, we've got almost too much stuff. It's hard to even narrow down where to start. And when you start to notice this stuff, Sifu, you're not going to be able to unnotice it. You're going to see it all over the place, how easily they fail and fake this shit. There we go, there's a little compilation. Who's got this 6-hour NASA comp? I mean, that should be
Yeah, I posted it above.
Oh, you posted it? Okay, there you go, Sifu. You've got at least 6 hours in there, so enjoy. 6 hours. It's too funny. I mean, tragic and depressing, but funny. Good old government. Winter Wind, what's up? You got some globe information for us? Is Durf Rond? Anyway, good chats, guys. I'm gonna peace out onto listening mode for a bit.
What's up, bro?
Hello, A. You've got some of the globe proof, yeah? Guess not. R.I.P. little Globy. Alright, good to hear you boys. I'll catch you soon.
Cheers, Cyclone. Thanks, mate.
Wait. Oh my god, I left. There has been a question in my mind. Like, how do you explain, like, Alaska touching the United States? Or, like, I don't know, like, if it's the Earth is flat, so there's an end on the right, on the left, right? Bro, get back. Wait, where's him?
On the left and the right of what?
The Earth is flat, right? So there's an end.
So you've assumed some
on
edge.
the west and the east. Yeah, on the edge.
Oh, can you point where this edge is for me?
Okay, wait. I don't know. I will show you the figure for that. Wait, can you show me the model of flat Earth? Can someone send it?
That is a super easy one, my friend. All you have to do is go outside. We don't need to have a model. Yeah, we don't need to have a model of reality. We just measure reality directly.
Yeah, but I need a picture, like.
Not really. So how about go and get your ball model and go and compare that to reality. See how that goes. Why not? So what you want from us, you want a model to compare against another model, and you don't want to measure reality against either of the models. That's just silly.
We're not a We're not a replacement belief system. We don't have a model for you to believe in. We are the people who left your previous religion, your globe belief system, due to empirical evidence. Reality itself confirms that the earth isn't a ball. And so, if you want to understand that, you can go out and test it. We're not here to make up a new religion or something to believe in. We're not here to get you people to believe in. We're asking you to think for yourself.
So it doesn't oppose the idea. Okay, you know, like Alaska and the United States of America and Russia. Alaska is connected to Russia, like borders Russia, and you can say like Pearl Harbor, like it's connected to Japan, like after 30 minutes. But flat Earth doesn't oppose that, like that idea, right?
No, that's a strawman argument. You're imagining a box-shaped Mercator projection of the globe.
Yeah, but
yeah, no, that means we don't have that model, so that's not an issue for us.
So just leave it. Like,
yes, irrelevant. It's a globe model. What you're doing here is taking a globe projection that's box-shaped and then saying, well, on this box-shaped projection, this doesn't work. Well, you're saying on the globe projection, it doesn't work. Yeah, well, we know the globe doesn't work. The Earth isn't curved. So we're not here to try to create a new model for the world. There are multiple flat Earth groups in the world who are outside of our group. Our group is an empiricist, evidence-first group. We don't care about people's imagination of what it could be. We care about what it is and what we can show that it is. And so there's other groups out there who have different ideas of what the world might be. You got ether earthers, you got like all sorts of different types of beliefs of how the world works. You got even all the ancient religions all had flat earth cosmologies. So all of the ancient religions are now viable again and don't have to be co-opted with this new globe earth religion, this one world religion everybody's a part of.
yeah, I got you. But like, you know, it's connected anyways. I don't know, it can be flat by it. Let's connect at the same time. I mean, the size of it.
How do you know any of that? How do you know the size of any of these things?
Connected cause, like, when you go from Russia to United States of America, from Alaska to Russia.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's in the northern hemisphere. That's a circular path around a point.
Circular path.
Yeah.
But circular path is like means it's spherical.
Have you never gone in a circle around your house?
My house, okay. Oh. It's like when you go to a circle to reach a point, it means it's spherical. I don't know what we're talking about right now.
So, if you walk in a circle around your house, does that mean that your house is a tiny little ball?
No.
Yeah, no.
How
it means you went in a circle, and on the Earth, when we're traveling in the northern hemisphere, what we use as a reference is the magnetic field. So we take out a compass, the compass points to the north. And so as you travel to the west or east, you're actually traveling in a circle around north. So that's a big circle. You won't find a single problem that you can point at and be like, well, my thing explains this. How do you explain that? Yeah, we're not creating an explanation for everything. We do understand a lot of explanations for a lot of things because we study these things. However, we don't have a complete model of the world. We don't claim to have made that. We claim to have measurements that falsify the previous beliefs. And so even if you were to find an error in something of like, or we would just fix it, but you probably can't because we're doing this for over 10 years, and no glober can. PhDs, regardless of the education level, it doesn't matter. They can't do anything. At its core, it's really easy to believe in the globe belief because we were raised in it. And I remember when I first came to this, I didn't want to believe a single flat earther, and I generally don't believe any flat earther or anybody for that matter, unless I've really tested their track record. And even then, I test them all the time just to be sure that they're actually delivering what I think what they say they're delivering. You know what I mean? And so it's very easy to get convinced of something just because it sounds believable. Like, we were all raised in the global belief. It sounds believable. You think there's some scientist out there who actually tested it. And those scientists think the same thing. They were taught in school that the Earth is a globe, that in the ancient past, half-naked Greeks proved it. However, when you actually look critically at the so-called proofs, you actually find out that they're just logical fallacies. They're not actually proofs of anything. And so the problem here is that most of people today, scientists and the average people, don't actually understand logic well enough for rhetoric, and so they don't realize when they're doing these errors, and they perform them repeatedly and often, and because people of authority are repeating and doing these errors get codified, and they get popularized. And you see this everywhere, even in our entertainment and media. We see fallacies being employed as convincing logic. No, it's literally the opposite. But people get trained incorrectly and as a joke, and so you end up with a worldview that hinges on the Earth being a globe, the curvature of the Earth, as the first foundation of the cosmic ladder. So if you just show that the Earth isn't curved, the entire cosmos, as we have imagined it with the heliocentric globe religion, collapses. It just cannot be that way. All the sizes, all the distances, everything collapses.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I get you. I didn't want it to be flat. And when I first heard about this, I was like, gravity solves this, gravity solves that, gravity is probably the solution to this, and then refraction solves that. And I made up a bunch of these excuses, but I understood that I didn't understand them well enough because I just had this cursory layman understanding. I like science. I studied like the science of like as a hobby. I love science, but I didn't actually go as far as some of my friends in that field. And so a friend of mine was an astrophysicist, another one was a robotic engineer. So I was like, okay, you guys are my experts. You know the globe religion, so provide me with the experiments, the evidence. And that is what broke my conviction that the Earth was a ball. Them showing me the evidence, and me simply just using Socratic reasoning, being a devil's advocate, because I studied philosophy. I love logic. And so just on logical grounds alone, I couldn't accept the globe anymore once I understood what it stood on. When you don't, it's really easy to understand that you just accept it because that's what everybody believes.
Yeah, I understand. So maybe I don't have any, like, I didn't listen to many evidence yet. But not that much evidence. And it's shocking for me, you can say.
Yeah, that's, I think, my biggest critique with the education system is that they teach you what to think, not how to think. They oftentimes don't allow you to get to the do the tests to understand why we understand something, but rather just teach them what it's believed or known to be. Like sometimes the boundary between belief and knowing as well gets blurred in the education system. You're taught like Newtonian gravity, and then you're taught as that's the truth because of Newtonian authority, even though Newton himself didn't actually believe in Newtonian gravity and didn't publish Newtonian gravity. It was only he wrote the book. However, in letters to his other Freemasonic friends, which are published and documented online, and we can show you these, he said that he didn't believe that this was possible and that any man with intellectual capacity would never fall into it. And so he told them specifically, do not ascribe this to me. And then he died out of mercury poisoning. And suddenly they decided to publish his work under his name, Newtonian gravity. He would be twisting in his grave if he could actually comprehend what they did to his work and his legacy. But we're made to accept it because of Newton's authority, and he didn't even believe in it. And then when we realize that, like, well, Newtonian gravity doesn't work for the stars or the solar system really well. Once you got three bodies, it's all over the place. And like, if you think about the rest of the imaginations of the heliocentric galaxies, it doesn't actually work at all. So we go with Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time, and we can bend and warp it like to make it work. But then, as we get Hubble and better telescopes, it turns out as we look at the sky, Einstein doesn't actually work. It doesn't match what we're seeing with the rotation of the galaxies, and so it must be like 98% of the world is like, or 96 to 98% is dark matter or dark energy, which we can't detect to save the theory of Einstein, to keep it alive, even though this is the greatest mismatch in history between observation and theory. And even with this unholy patch of dark matter and dark energy, this theory still doesn't actually function with quantum mechanics or the small things. And so there's 79 different competing theories for gravity currently, and we have a cosmological crisis. But most laymen don't know this because they don't follow leading astrophysicists or scientists. So they don't really know what's happening in the scientific world, and so they're just going along by their living their lives, going by what the school taught them, which is like Newton is how gravity works. Things get pulled down to the ground because of mass attracting mass. However, Einstein had the complete opposite idea, where like it's not actually like the ground somehow magically pulling on the object. Rather, it's the bending and warping of space-time that's causing the ground to appear to move up to meet the object. So the two have completely different inertial reference frames as a consequence. And because of Einstein's bendy space-time, they have completely different geometries. So they're completely incompatible, but because people don't understand the intricacies of the two different theories, and they just like watch the movies and stuff, they think it all works together. Gravity is this infallible concept, this law. When we all can observe things falling, the effect is something no one can dispute. The imagined cause, including a ball or not, it's just theories about how the effect came to be, because they cannot actually test the cause or the presumed cause. They can't test bending space-time.
Yeah, but you can say flat Earth is still a theory as well. Like every theory trying to like has its proofs and stuff. How Newton physics doesn't work for Mercury?
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
He said Newton physics doesn't work for Mercury.
Oh, yeah. He's probably talking about the orbital motion. There's a lot of problems in all this stuff. And they kind of get patched with like, well, maybe this would solve it, and they try to mathematically fill the holes. But a lot of the times you're like, well, what does this math represent? How do we prove that this is actually the effect? And it's like, oh, well, because if we don't have this, it doesn't actually match. So it's just added to make it match.
Yeah. Make like what's around you understandable. Just by a big name like Newton or Einstein. They want to disbelieve it.
Yeah, that's another part of it. Is the psychological aspect is that we think we're standing on the shoulders of giants, these intelligent men that we repeat, and it feeds into our ego because you're intelligent because you're repeating the intelligent guy, and other people treat you as you're intelligent because you're repeating the intelligent guy. Whereas the intelligence is not in repeating what some other guy said. A tape recorder can do that. Anything can do that. It doesn't take intelligence, it takes memory. Intelligence comes from actually thinking things through, from critically thinking about the situation and realizing, for instance, that you're wrong.
That's really a little deeper than I thought. It's really so freaking deep. And this is an solar system. Why would some?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I'm saying to logical observation. Why would sun attract anything outside its like sphere or border? Gravity. But it's already attracting the mass around it. It's already big structure. Fuck.
Yeah, logical. Essentially, they just move everything to the side until it doesn't fall in. As long as it's moving fast enough to the side, and they imagine there's no resistance, they think it's just going to circle forever.
It should circle forever, you know. I don't know. What I think.
Well, it's supposed to be a gravity well. Like, if you in all of the Einsteinian demonstration of the fabric of space-time, do the balls that you throw around the bigger ball bending the fabric not go down towards the ball in the center, or do they circle forever?
Circle forever, but maybe there's some issues with happen.
Yeah, they don't circle forever. They actually slowly but surely get closer and closer to the opening.
Oh. Okay.
With the globe, they claim it's all so big, it's all so massive that it's in a million years it's eventually gonna all collapse into the sun. But before that happens, in a million, trillion, million years, the sun's going to expand and engulf all of the planets in the solar systems. It's a religious belief system. It's no different than an ancient Greek being told, well, the sun is being carried around by Apollo and his chariot. It's the same thing, bro.
So I wanted to interject with, I have this app called Etymology Online. It's actually etymology, right? So education, noun, from the 1530s, child rearing, in quotations. Also, the training of animals. So the same term applied to child rearing is applied to the training of animals. And I spoke about this last night with an individual, that people can say one thing and they know what they mean, but you don't know what they mean. The modern education system is essentially training the chattel, I won't use the term, but the useless eaters, right, to fulfill the role as plow horses or oxes or whatever, for the purposes that their controllers desire. So yeah, your education, whether you realize it or not, especially because it now comes from an authority that is not your parents, and is not really overseen by your parents, but it is mandated or guided by a government that basically you don't know who they are and you don't know what their purposes are for you. They're going to guide your mind the way they want to. And if your folks are too busy to pay attention to what they're teaching you, you're going to learn whatever the state wants you to learn. And you should probably pay attention, because I don't know how many times we've had the conversation with people where we're talking about geometry, right? The shape or the surface nature of the Earth that is also a geometrical topic. And they keep saying, well, I'm not a scientist. And the reason that they say that is because they have shoehorned the shape of the Earth and the cosmos and all the things that go with it into this natural science topic that you go to in your, elementary schools and your middle schools. They have taken something that is geometric and ultimately not a science at all, and they've called it science. So you should pay attention. You're not being taught natural science. You are being indoctrinated into a system of belief about something that is not validated or even observed in your everyday life. So, good luck with that, folks out there.
At this point, I can't really tell, because there seems to be a clear inbuilt bias towards a trusting nature, within many human beings. And I can't really come to any other conclusion than it was intended that way in the design,
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Green Mile?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that earlier today, actually.
Right. So there's a line in that movie, by doggone it, John Coffey, right? So he's the big black dude. He's the main suspect for this. Spoiler alert if anybody hasn't seen it, but he's on the hook for the death of the victims in this. And he tells Tom Hanks, about what he experienced when this thing went down. And he says he killed them with their love for each other. And so there is this innate desire within man to want to be able to trust and want to be able to fully, intimately engage with other men or other women, other souls. And especially if there's a bond between them, people will preserve a relationship for a myriad of different reasons, right? Like, we don't like to leave the fold. You could say some of what I'm talking about is like instinctual, almost in an animalistic way, where, so we don't want to leave the safety of the herd. But also, we don't want to put relationships at risk because we appreciate them. Like, we were made, as far as my opinion goes, to have relationships with other human beings. So if you can sort of incentivize or make people compromise in certain situations, because maybe a relationship might be at risk, they will do things that they wouldn't ordinarily do to preserve relationships. And I think that is ultimately at the crux of this particular topic as well, because people will feel too ashamed to admit to their friends or their family or their, significant other that they are entertaining the idea that the earth may be flat, because they know that their spouse or family member or significant other or whatever, brother or sister, it doesn't matter, their friend, they know for a fact that their friend has been through the same education system that they went through, and we all agree that the earth is a ball. And if I say that the earth is not a ball and there is no outer space and gravity doesn't exist, then I may be putting a relationship at risk because they will reject me. Ultimately, the control system has created a cult out of all these ideologies and all these philosophies. So if you step outside of that mindset, you're going to be attacked with shame or the threat of expulsion or, just a breaking of the relationship. I've experienced this myself with this particular topic. I've essentially been ostracized by a few family members, not close ones, but extended family members, because I just don't think the way that they think anymore. And so it's like, wow, you have rejected me over something apparently, according to the people that come in here, is not that big a deal. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect my daily life. And yet, actually, if somebody came to you when you say it doesn't matter that much and said that the earth is flat, you are very likely to ostracize them because they have left the control structure that we all believe the same thing. And if you don't believe what I believe, then now you've become an enemy. So it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, and we see evidence of this, like, all the time. They come in here self-policing for the cult because they can't believe someone's not in the cult. Like, you're crazy if you're not in the cult.
Yep. And the first thing that they do is they shame. And we were taught this in elementary school. Just think of it. If you were in elementary school and you didn't know the answer to the math question or the science question or the language question, people may turn around and snicker at you, or they may say, "Why are you so dumb?" Right? There is kind of this weird shaming that people do to other people to be like, "Why don't you come up to speed?" Right? And if you don't come up to speed, we're going to ridicule you until you do. Shame is a very powerful motivator. It sucks. It should not be. But it is a powerful motivator because people don't want to be left out of the fold, out of the herd, or out of the social structure. That's a very safe place to be. So I'm going to, do whatever I can to be accepted by the collective or the aggregate, because if I'm out on my own, I won't be cared for, I won't be loved. And so shame is a very powerful tool.
It is quite funny, considering all this, which is absolutely true. You've hit the nail on the head with everything you've said, Caesar. But it's funny when these average people try to pose in front of you with their virtue towards other humans in any possible way, you know?
Yeah.
And how quickly you can demonstrate it's a load of bullshit.
Yeah, virtue signaling is to me the most hypocritical thing that you could ever do. But we're all in the same boat here. We, to a degree, we're all hypocrites, you know, with one thing or another in our own lives.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will cast people out of my life for reasons too. But I'll tell you why I'm doing it. And I'll admit to it. And if you say, oh, that's disgraceful, that's bad, you're a bad human being, well, I'll say, okay, you're welcome to feel like that about me. You know? But I'll give you my reasoning.
Yep. And honesty, you know, is, for better or for worse, like you could be honest, and, you know, your honest position could be immoral. But I would rather deal with people's honesty than, you know, their feigned virtue signaling, right? Where you're going to pretend like what you're doing is not immoral. Don't do that to me. Just tell me what your desires are, what your ultimate goal is, and then we can, you know, we can have a decent conversation. And at the end of the day, if you're still going to go headlong into whatever it is that you're doing, moral or not, at least you and I have an understanding that neither one of us has any secrets between each other. You're doing what you're doing because you want to. Okay, fine. I guess I can't stop you, although I don't agree with it. And that's a better place to be than to lie to people and say, I'm doing this for this reason over here because it seems good, but that's not the truth.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is I'm not going to turn around after I've done that to someone and get on my fucking soapbox. I show compassion and love to every single human being in this world. And I'm tolerant of all, and you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, we all have our biases. And the reasons for those biases, whatever they are our reasons. Now, I can admit to you that the biases that I have, I don't know if all of the reasons for my biases are ultimately good, right? I have things in my life where I probably still live under some kind of deception and I'm not seeing it right and it's not true, but I'm still biased that way because I have blind spots. You know what I mean? Like I can't pretend that I may not be still ignorant or completely misled in the way that I believe about certain things. I just can't say that. I think I know, but I don't know if I'm ignorant. That's the thing about ignorance is sometimes you don't know. But then there's also this thing called willful ignorance, and everybody knows when they're engaged in that.
This is a hard thing to really define, you know, or even demonstrate because you can either see it or you can't. But I think the difference between, say, yourself and the family members that writ you off is you approached the situation in good faith and they did not.
Yeah.
But again, everybody has a highly subjective idea of what good faith means in interactions.
Right. I tell people this story sometimes, like when I was a teenager. So I'm in my mid-40s right now. But I was, let's say, like 17 years old, and I was hanging out with a group of friends, and it was a late summer night, and we were outside, and we were looking up at the stars, right? So one of the girls in the group, and she was probably 14 or 15 at the time, she's like, I wonder what the stars are. And there was a group of us, right, that looked at her, and like I talked about before, that ridicule and that shame, we began to rag on her and say, what are you, stupid? Those are burning balls of gas, right? Just like our sun, that are just very far away, so they're really small. And she said, that doesn't make any sense. No, they're not. And she was, I mean, today I appreciate her position. Like, she dug her heels in and argued with us and said, no, you guys are crazy. Those aren't little suns. They're stars. And we just tore her a new one, up one side and down the other. Shame, and how could you be so stupid, right? Today, I go, man, she saw the sky for exactly what it is, and she didn't compromise. She's like, that doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm not going to have you tell me what they are, right? And now I'm in this position in my life where I'm like, well, I was wrong. I was wrong then. I was told something. I was ignorant. I was misinformed or disinformed. And that actually, I hurt somebody. Like, we were pretty cruel to her about that particular thing. And I'm like, man, if I could go back and do that over, I certainly would. At least give her the respect of going, well, I guess you don't have to see it my way,
It's pretty much the scene out of The Lion King that you had. You know it?
Yeah. It's exactly just like that, And we didn't know we were being trolled back in the 90s with that stupid movie. Like, oh, man.
Well, we laughed along with Timon and Pumbaa, right?
Right. Exactly. So I reserve the right to be wrong about a lot of things still in my life. I don't plant the flag quite as deep if I have an opinion. Like, if somebody else has a differing point of view, I'm much more likely to listen to it and to digest it than I would have been 10, 15 years ago, for sure.
It is it's a very difficult thing because, well, we're spoiled in this topic because it's an objective topic, but the majority of the goings-ons in, the land of dialogue and humanity it's all subjective ideas and philosophies,
Yeah.
Can't measure anything that, you know what I mean? You can't quantify most discussion topics.
Right.
So we're spoiled here, because it's a completely objective topic. We just go out and measure it. It is the way it is,
Yep. Yeah, it's an easy W for us only because we're dealing with physical reality. So it's like, well, I'm going to imagine that tomorrow the water will still be flat, So I don't have any fears about if I go to the beach and we take another observation, depending on the weather, we're going to be seeing quite a ways, well beyond what should be reasonable if the Earth is a ball, right? And we can get data points and we can measure things. Like, yeah, we're spoiled. This is almost shooting fish in a barrel for us. Even though we're totally ridiculed, everybody thinks we're crazy, and we will still dunk on them. That's great. Like you say, I've been kind of getting back into some videos on YouTube where there's a lot of this philosophical and religious and political debates and seeing what people are talking about. Now, I see it through a totally different lens that I did 10 or 15 years ago, because it's like, well, now I'm armed with this ability to filter through everybody's nonsense, where you can catch logical inconsistency or fallacy. It's a great tool to have. I can see why they didn't teach people when they were young in this education system, blah, 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 about logic, because if they did, nobody's going to be selling any hamburgers. No politicians are going to be elected. If things can be sort of filtered through a logical framework, then all of your tactics are not going to work as well. You're going to have to appeal to people's emotions, but they do both. They'll give you both logically fallacious reasonings, and they'll appeal also to your emotions, and then they'll also appeal to your human appetites, and get you to go down a path, or believe in some kind of a philosophy or ideal. So, but anyways, yeah, it's a minefield out there. The way that people argue today about all this other stuff, the political realm, the philosophical realm, the religious realm, it's still a really big hot mess. And it's not there are people that are good at winning the debate, even though I can kind of tell in certain ways their foundation logically is still not that great. To me, there are like 2 or 3 different ways to win a debate. You can win it on the facts alone. You can do that. Everything can be logically consistent, and the facts can be right, and you'll win. But if you're up against an opponent who is more charismatic, right? They may win based on charisma or just their ability to maintain their calm, right? The other way to win is to be a belligerent asshole and to insult the other debater, even though the other interlocutor or the opponent may have the logic and the facts. If you make them look bad, there is a section of people that will be on your side because you showed him up. So we're dealing with a very tricky stage in human existence where you can't appeal to people just based on what is logically consistent or true. You actually have to be a little bit more appealing to people. You know, you have to know your customer. You have to be able to be, dare I say it, a little bit witty, a little bit charismatic, and also know your facts. So it's a good bag to have, but it's like, why can't people just be reasonable and not be so manipulated by emotion or even manipulated by somebody looking better than the other?
Yeah, you're totally right. You do have to have them skills for debating in the modern day, but it shouldn't be that way, you know? I think I said to DJ the other day, like, oh, it's a sad state of affairs when we're tailoring our media to the 30-second TikTok attention span, you know? It's like, why even go on at that fucking point? You know what I mean? Like, the problem's not on our end, it's their end, you know? The debate shouldn't come to this point, and it shouldn't be played to because, well, that's the very problem and what causes it to persist. The audience needs to get their shit together, essentially, and demand better of themselves. And, well, if they demand better of themselves, you know, the debate candidates will just naturally become better, you know? It'll just, you'll filter out the trash and you'll get good, proper, intellectual, courteous type minds engaging with each other as partners in the debate and not opponents or villains towards each other.
Right. Yeah, 100%. I've been asking myself recently, you know, ultimately why I continue to engage in this this topic and keep coming into Discord, because on the one hand, and I think most people have experienced this, especially from me, you know, I'll speak for myself. I get frustrated, you know, because I know that I've talked to this Glober 1,000 times, and I don't mean maybe even a specific one, although that does happen. We have our repeat customers, but also just the type, you know. I've talked to this guy.
Exactly what you mean.
Yeah, right. So yeah, 1,000 times.
There's only about 3.
Right. Yeah, 100%. So I've talked to this guy 1,000 times. I know what he's going to say. I know what he's going to ask. I know what his attitude's going to be towards me. And, you know, like, it's hard not to get frustrated, especially when you start to poke at their beliefs and they realize somewhere in the middle of the argument, or sometimes really early, like, oh shit, I actually don't know why I believe what I believe. And so the only port in the storm is to become defensive and combative. And so then they begin to attack you. It's like, okay, you've abandoned the argument. Great. Now you're coming at me because I've hurt your fifis or your philosophy. So now you're mad at me. Don't be mad at me, you know. But it is draining, like, to be in here most days and to have those experiences. And I go, why am I doing this? You know, why am I banging my head up against the wall with 95% of the people that I talk to are, and I don't want to say this in a meaning, like, I don't mean this, but sort of like a lost cause.
And it's simple as that.
Yeah. A lost cause. It's like, you don't want to get it. You're not going to get it, and you don't want to. The hypnosis and the propaganda has worked. You're just not going to free yourself from this realm. Okay, fine. But do I hang around for the 5%? You know, And I think I believe that it is a good idea to hang around for the 5% because, listen, hey, everybody on YouTube and Discord, nobody here is getting paid. As far as I know I'm not getting paid. So I'm not getting paid to be here. I'm not getting paid to deal with your temper tantrums or your emotional outbreaks, or your lack of ability to cognitively process what I'm telling you. But I am hopeful that just for a moment I could plant a seed in your mind that you are not crazy and your eyes are not lying to you and the world is exactly as it presents itself. And if I can plant that seed, I think that I probably have done something that isn't nothing. And then you can go on with the rest of your life at least thinking a little bit more critically and wondering to yourself, in reality, is this true? In my everyday life, whether it's what the earth is or whatever your philosophy might be, should I think through this a little bit more thoroughly? And that way, if I can plant those seeds, then the culture may be not lost. Maybe there's a handful of people, although very small, a small remnant, that can think critically. The entire culture and the society will not crumble in on its ignorance, its immorality, and its inability to process things without emotion overtaking them. Then I'm okay with that. I think I'm going to continue to do this, and hopefully I will get better at not losing my shit because most of you cannot see past the front of your own nose.
Oh, what can I really say to that? I mean, you've basically laid out many feelings I share for the same reasons.
That's why we're here, brother. Bang our head against the wall.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'll just add that being around all you good fellow people is a thing in itself, that brings me
I agree.
Joy. So
yeah, I agree. I'm going to keep from being a complete conspiratard and thinking that you're all bots or AI or something, and that you are ultimately flesh and blood individuals living somewhere across the plane from me. And we have a common bond. We understand something. We're connected by something. And there's a camaraderie in that. And I really appreciate it. Like, I feel like I know a lot of you fairly well. Like, I know the people that stay in the text chat and they do their text thing. And I know the people that come on the mic and they do their mic thing. And everybody has a very individual skill set and a way of approaching the topic. And I think everybody has, I think every piece matters. And we the only thing that sometimes I think I'll just be honest about myself. Sometimes we don't trust each other enough. Like a Glober will come in and they'll start to just go down a rabbit trail where it's like, oh, I know how I would attack this question. And so I'll want to jump in on the mic and be like, well, what about this? But it's like, no, I trust my brother. He's going to go ahead and deal with this problem because we already know the truth. It's just like, how do we get this customer into a place where they're not emotional and thinking clearly so that we can maybe plant a seed? But that just comes with time. Like, basketball teams, football teams, any military unit, like there actually has to be a certain amount of trust among the people within that group, where they go like, I know that guy's role. He's going to take care of it. He knows what he's doing, and I don't have to worry about it. And I got to take care of my job. But on top of that, like just like you said, it does bring me joy to hang out with people that are of like mind, because within our social groups or our families, people that we know intimately, outside of this realm, some of them are not real keen on what we believe, quote unquote, in their mind. Like what we believe, they don't like it. So it's nice to be around like-minded people for sure.
Yeah, it's an ever-changing dynamic in here because you got newer people coming in, and you've got all varying skill levels and just knowledge banks, really.
Yeah.
So it's gonna seem messy from time to time, but you're right. Probably could do in trusting each other a bit more. You know, I don't think it's called for 3 flyer third stance or why the lie questions, for example. If someone's just spent 5 minutes, the first one spent 5 minutes being thorough with it.
Yeah.
So
100%. Yeah. And then there's some people out there that are just, you know, I envy him, but it's like, I don't think I can be an Indio. Indio just is, he absorbs information and he can regurgitate it very well, you know? So it's like, that guy has to choose with his knowledge bank. Like he has to decide which avenue he's going to go down with all the things that he knows, and he surprises me every time. He'll bring up something new every time.
Yeah, I know his secret trick, and I will teach it to you guys so that you can employ it too. I am a dumbass because I don't actually employ it after I learned it, but his secret trick is this. He created a Discord just for himself, and then whenever he researches anything, he puts the link in the Discord. He writes his paragraph, and so crystallizes his understanding of the subject inside the Discord, and then he can just search up the topic, because you and me, we remember a lot of stuff. But then you're like, I don't remember it perfectly. But if you already have your crystallized understanding there, and you can just search up like, the keyword, you go right to the thing and you're like, exactly, I remember all of this stuff. And then it's so much easier to articulate it. He's very smart. He has a good memory, but he also has a really good methodology.
See, and that's a discipline. Like, if I fail at anything in my life, it's being more disciplined. Like, people that are disciplined, I envy quite a bit, because it's like you have a methodology and you're faithful with it, and it benefits you quite a bit. And I'm kind of a lazy piece. I mean, I'm just going to be honest.
I mean, I get you. Before Flat Earth, I didn't save any of the things I researched. After Flat Earth, I started saving stuff. So I have a bunch of stuff saved, but I didn't do it as comprehensive or as smart as Indio did, so that you can have this ability to search it and like make it more easily usable. I kind of have to go by memory, like, where the hell did I place this in the 1,000 folders I have?
Yeah, same. I have saved a lot. My method of learning, and that's the other thing too. Like, we all learn differently, right? So I'm good with repetition. So what I used to do is save on a playlist in YouTube all of the let's say presentations about this topic and any other topic as well. And then I would just go back and put my headphones in and just listen to it. And I would just kind of stew on it over and over and over until I got all the concepts and I got all of the terminology. Like, I have to hear it. You know, in fact, when I learned how to play piano when I was a little kid. I've since sloughed off. I'm not very good at it anymore. I could not read sheet music to save my life. Like, I knew where middle C was, and then after that, it got a little hazy. But I could either watch or listen to my piano teacher play the song, and I'm like, okay, it needs to sound like that. Her hands are about here, and then I would just recreate it that way. So I'm an audible learner, and so if I hear things repetitively, I will stash it. And everybody learns differently. That's just me.
I totally get you. It generally takes me a little bit longer to absorb the information if I just hear it auditory. But if I write it out or do it myself, then I'll remember it really well.
Yeah, more of the kinesthetic type. Yeah.
So I was going to add. So I think Indio he just loves debating, you know. So he loves going all the technicals and going deep with it. And we've all heard him speak to many Globers that we know in the first 2 minutes. that fucking everything is going over their head. But Indio keeps going because he just loves doing it, you know, and love that about the guy. You know, that's his thing. But I don't really think you need to have entire databases saved for speaking to the average glober, because what all of us already have, like that we've memorized, is more than enough, you know. Because if they can't understand the basics, there really is no point going deeper. And a person that wants to go deeper, there's plenty enough time to either go and find stuff you don't have saved right at hand, or they'll wait around to speak to another fly earther that knows more on something, because they actually have initiative and they're interested.
Yep, I agree. So you guys remember Glat Flobe, 24/7. He came in to politics, I don't know, maybe like a year or two ago. Him and doggone it, he ended up marrying her. What was her name? Dadgummit. Anyways, another girl that was in there. They hooked up. It's all good. But it used to annoy me how simple he would make things. But he's like, you got any Earth curve measurements? You know? And I was like, that's way too simple. You're going to chase people off. You know, that was my opinion. You're going to annoy them with that same question. But I find myself more and more asking that same question, because ultimately this particular topic is about one thing. And, you know, people will try to divert because the belief behind the globe has to have all of these other ancillary things connected to it: gravity and space and distance to stars and moons and eclipses. Like, that's the first thing they go to. It's like the Earth is the globe because sky. Like, we all understand it, right? And then you got Glat Flobe over there going, you got any Earth curve measurements? And I'm like, actually, that's really kind of all that matters, because that's what we're talking about. I have no clue what's going on above our heads. I appreciate it. It's beautiful. It's very fascinating. It's very mysterious. But I'm not going to hinge what's going on under my feet on what's happening in the sky. Obviously, it's like, if the Earth was curving, we wouldn't be here. You know, we wouldn't be. We wouldn't be talking about this.
Do you guys fuck with this map projection?
It's not. Say again?
I was going to say, I think for us that have been in this, you know, for a long time, I think that phase where, you know, Whitsitt was getting up and he was doing a lot of debates and stuff, and kind of the debate scene was picking up. You know, you had a lot of debate platforms coming into existence. And we all got kind of enthralled by that, and you know, we know how kind of technical Whitsitt would go with things and whatnot, and it was impressive. And I think we got this idea that we might find ourselves in that exact position at some point, you know. But
yeah,
if you're in that position already on one of them debate platforms, debating like full on anti-flat earther, you've wasted your time and you've lost already, because that is a person that is never going to understand this, because it's well beyond the case of evidence. It's purely emotion / identity, all that type of stuff that's driving the show at that point, you know, on their side.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is like a phase 2, right? Like, there was a phase 1 of Flat Earth VC once in the server.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had one in here. Box Ops ran it, but it was more text-based rather than voice-based.
Yeah, but then I think like the team took a break, and then I talked to Vivek like, hey, it's been a long time, maybe we can talk to them again. They may come again.
Yeah, we came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I'd say it was good timing. We've really matured in a lot of our views, solidified how we explain things.
Yeah, I love the work actually.
You're watching 24/7